problems, from trauma care to joint replacements, arthroscopy, keyhole procedures, and limb reconstructions. Fortis is the highest accredited hospital network in the country. Annually, Fortis touches over 2.5 million lives, and patients are at the core of everything we do.
Terumo was founded in 1921 by several scientists and physicians, including Dr. Shibasaburo Kitasato, with a vision to create Japan's most reliable, high-quality thermometers. Now, a century on, Terumo have evolved into a world-leading medtech company. Guided by our group mission of contributing to society through healthcare, we have expanded operations to over 160 countries and regions. Our dedicated team of 30,000 associates worldwide delivers more than 50,000 innovative products and solutions to medical settings. Since our foundation, we have continued to strengthen healthcare's foundations with 23 R&D bases and 34 production bases globally. We develop a wide range of products for treatments and procedures, including vascular intervention and cardiosurgical solutions, blood transfusion and cell therapy technology, to medical products essential for daily clinical practice, such as transfusion systems, diabetes care, and peritoneal dialysis treatments. We are dedicated to delivering superior quality, cutting-edge solutions across all our products. At Terumo, we take pride in our role as a medtech company, as we contribute to the patient's quality of life, healthcare professionals, and society. We are committed to delivering value in healthcare.
A visionary with an inspiring purpose, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, along with his good friend and renowned pathologist, Dr. David Gorley, were surprised by the early detection of chronic conditions in Indians, and together envisioned a periodic preventive medical check. Thus was born the Master Health Checkup in India in 1974, thanks to this visionary, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy. This marked the beginning of preventive healthcare at Apollo under the leadership of Dr. Udaya Balasubramanian. Today, Apollo Pro Health is a personalized health check program. It has been purpose-designed to identify health risks early, particularly non-communicable diseases such as cardiac ailments, diabetes, stroke, mental health, obesity, hypertension, asthma, and to guide individuals through appropriate lifestyle modifications. Over 40 years, 25 million people have chosen good health at Apollo hospitals and clinics. The silent epidemic of non-communicable diseases in India is rising and getting younger. With Pro Health now available at 100 centers across the country, Apollo is showing India the way to be healthy and happy. Let's all be Pro Health.
Today, Fortis occupies a place of pride in India's healthcare delivery system. We are known for our clinical excellence and distinctive patient care that has made millions repose their trust in Fortis Healthcare. Fortis is a leading integrated healthcare delivery service provider in India. Through the years, our cardiac experts have pioneered numerous path-breaking and complex procedures, such as India's first TAVR procedure, minimally invasive bypass, and valve replacement surgeries, robotic cardiac surgery, heart and lung transplant, to name a few. Our Center of Excellence for Neurosciences treats headaches, movement disorders, multiple sclerosis, neuromuscular diseases, and stroke. The neurosurgery program encompasses removal of brain tumors, treatment of neurovascular diseases, amongst other surgical interventions. Our 360-degree approach to orthopedic treatment has made us the preferred choice for treating all types of musculoskeletal problems, from trauma care to joint replacements, arthroscopy, keyhole procedures, and limb reconstructions. Fortis is the highest accredited hospital network in the country. Annually, Fortis touches over 2.5 million lives, and patients are at the core of everything we do.
Teramo was founded in 1921 by several scientists and physicians, including Dr. Shibasaburo Kitasato, with a vision to create Japan's most reliable, high-quality thermometers. Now, a century on, Teramo have evolved into a world-leading medtech company. Guided by our group mission of contributing to society through healthcare, we have expanded operations to over 160 countries and regions. Our dedicated team of 30,000 associates worldwide delivers more than 50,000 innovative products and solutions to medical settings. Since our foundation, we have continued to strengthen healthcare's foundations with 23 R&D bases and 34 production bases globally. We develop a wide range of products for treatments and procedures, including vascular intervention and cardiosurgical solutions, blood transfusion and cell therapy technology, to medical products essential for daily clinical practice, such as transfusion systems, diabetes care, and peritoneal dialysis treatments. We are dedicated to delivering superior quality, cutting-edge solutions across all our products. At Teramo, we take pride in our role as a medtech company, as we contribute to the patient's quality of life, healthcare professionals, and society. We are committed to delivering value in healthcare.
A visionary with an inspiring purpose, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, along with his good friend and renowned pathologist, Dr. David Gorley, were surprised by the early detection of chronic conditions in Indians, and together envisioned a periodic preventive medical check. Thus was born the Master Health Checkup in India in 1974, thanks to this visionary, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy. This marked the beginning of preventive healthcare at Apollo under the leadership of Dr. Udaya Balasubramanian. Today, Apollo Pro Health is a personalized health check program. It has been purpose designed to identify health risks early, particularly non-communicable diseases such as cardiac ailments, diabetes, stroke, mental health, obesity, hypertension, asthma, and to guide individuals through appropriate lifestyle modifications. Over 40 years, 25 million people have chosen good health at Apollo hospitals and clinics. The silent epidemic of non-communicable diseases in India is rising and getting younger. With Pro Health now available at 100 centers across the country, Apollo is showing India the way to be healthy and happy. Let's all be Pro Health.
Today, Fortis occupies a place of pride in India's healthcare delivery system. We are known for our clinical excellence and distinctive patient care that has made millions repose their trust in Fortis Healthcare. Fortis is a leading integrated healthcare delivery service provider in India. Over the years, our cardiac experts have pioneered numerous path-breaking and complex procedures, such as India's first TAVR procedure, minimally invasive bypass and valve replacement surgeries, robotic cardiac surgery, heart and lung transplant, to name a few. Our Center of Excellence for Neurosciences treats headaches, movement disorders, multiple sclerosis, neuromuscular diseases, and stroke. The neurosurgery program encompasses removal of brain tumors, treatment of neurovascular diseases, amongst other surgical interventions. Our 360-degree approach to orthopedic treatment has made us the preferred choice for treating all types of musculoskeletal problems, from trauma care to joint replacements, arthroscopy, keyhole procedures, and limb reconstructions. Fortis is the highest accredited hospital network in the country. Annually, Fortis touches over 2.5 million lives, and patients are at the core of everything we do.
Was founded in 1921 by several scientists and physicians, including Dr. Shibasaburo Kitasato, with a vision to create Japan's most reliable, high-quality thermometers. Now, a century on, Terumo have evolved into a world-leading medtech company. Guided by our group mission of contributing to society through healthcare, we have expanded operations to over 160 countries and regions. Our dedicated team of 30,000 associates worldwide delivers more than 50,000 innovative products and solutions to medical settings. Since our foundation, we have continued to strengthen healthcare's foundations with 23 R&D bases and 34 production bases globally. we develop a wide range of products for treatments and procedures, including vascular intervention and cardiosurgical solutions, blood transfusion and cell therapy technology, to medical products essential for daily clinical practice, such as transfusion systems, diabetes care, and peritoneal dialysis treatments. We are dedicated to delivering superior quality, cutting-edge solutions across all our products. At Terumo, we take pride in our role as a medtech company, as we contribute to the patient's quality of life, healthcare professionals, and society. We are committed to delivering value in healthcare.
A visionary with an inspiring purpose, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, along with his good friend and renowned pathologist, Dr. David Gorley, were surprised by the early detection of chronic conditions in Indians and together envisioned a periodic preventive medical check. Thus was born the Master Health Checkup in India in 1974, thanks to this visionary, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy. This marked the beginning of preventive healthcare at Apollo under the leadership of Dr. Udaya Balasubramanian. Today, Apollo Pro Health is a personalized health check program. It has been purpose designed to identify health risks early, particularly non-communicable diseases such as cardiac ailments, diabetes, stroke, mental health, obesity, hypertension, asthma, and to guide individuals through appropriate lifestyle modifications. Over 40 years, 25 million people have chosen good health at Apollo hospitals and clinics. The silent epidemic of non-communicable diseases in India is rising and getting younger. With ProHealth now available at 100 centers across the country, Apollo is showing India the way to be healthy and happy. Let's all be ProHealth.
Today, Fortis occupies a place of pride in India's healthcare delivery system. We are known for our clinical excellence and distinctive patient care that has made millions repose their trust in Fortis Healthcare. Fortis is a leading integrated healthcare delivery service provider in India. Over the years, our cardiac experts have pioneered numerous path-breaking and complex procedures, such as India's first TAVR procedure, minimally invasive bypass and valve replacement surgeries, robotic cardiac surgery, heart and lung transplant, to name a few. Our Center of Excellence for Neurosciences treats headaches, movement disorders, multiple sclerosis, neuromuscular diseases, and stroke. The neurosurgery program encompasses removal of brain tumors, treatment of neurovascular diseases, amongst other surgical interventions. Our 360-degree approach to orthopedic treatment has made us the preferred choice for treating all types of musculoskeletal problems, from trauma care to joint replacements, arthroscopy, keyhole procedures, and limb reconstructions. Fortis is the highest accredited hospital network in the country. Annually, Fortis touches over 2.5 million lives, and patients are at the core of everything we do.
Teramo was founded in 1921 by several scientists and physicians, including Dr. Shibasaburo Hitasato, with a vision to create Japan's most reliable, high-quality thermometers. Now, a century on, Teramo have evolved into a world-leading medtech company. Guided by our group mission of contributing to society through healthcare, we have expanded operations to over 160 countries and regions. Our dedicated team of 30,000 associates worldwide delivers more than 50,000 innovative products and solutions to medical settings. Since our foundation, we have continued to strengthen healthcare's foundations with 23 R&D bases and 34 production bases globally. We develop a wide range of products for treatments and procedures, including vascular intervention and cardiosurgical solutions, blood transfusion and cell therapy technology, to medical products essential for daily clinical practice, such as transfusion systems, diabetes care, and peritoneal dialysis treatments. We are dedicated to delivering superior quality, cutting-edge solutions across all our products. At Teramo, we take pride in our role as a medtech company, as we contribute to the patient's quality of life, healthcare professionals, and society. We are committed to delivering value in healthcare.
A visionary with an inspiring purpose, Dr. Pratap Reddy, along with his good friend and renowned pathologist, Dr. David Gorley, were surprised by the early detection of chronic conditions in Indians, and together envisioned a periodic preventive medical check. Thus was born the Master Health Checkup in India in 1974, thanks to this visionary, Dr. Pratap Reddy. This marked the beginning of preventive healthcare at Apollo under the leadership of Dr. Udaya Balasubramanian.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. We'll be soon beginning with our sessions. Everyone, kindly take your seats. Thank you. I welcome you all to the day 2 of 10th NATHEALTH Annual AROGYA BHARAT Summit 2024. I'm your host, Ria, and as you can see on the display, the QR code is there. That means we'll be playing a quiz, and one of you will get the chance, or probably two of you will get a chance to win the exciting hampers. So are we all ready? Have you all scanned the QR code? Can we begin? Rules are simple. There is a timer for 45 seconds. You have to answer correctly within the time limit. Whosoever answers first gets the hamper, and also I'll be coming to you individually. So you're free to make the guesses as well, because if your guess is right, you also win the hamper. I believe we are ready to proceed. Can I just see a thumbs up if you are ready? Perfect. Can we have the question? Okay, so how many of Indian have ABHA card or ID? You don't have to prompt the answer, you have to just select the answer on your phone, or you can raise your hands if you want to take a guess. Okay, I can see this gentleman being very active right in the morning. So what did you have for your breakfast?
I didn't have breakfast today.
Okay, the breakfast is there then.
I had coffee, in fact.
Okay, you had coffee. Perfect. So what's your guess? First, sorry, what's your name?
My name is Brajesh Singh.
Mr. Brajesh Singh, what do you think? What is the answer? 56 crore? 54? 56 crore. Oh, guys, I think we have a mistake here. He says it's 56.1 crore. Let's see if he gets the correctly or not. Oh, congratulations. How did you know this so accurately?
Trade secret. Sorry? That's a trade secret.
That's a trade secret. Okay. Can we have the hampers for the sir? Many congratulations. Sir had a good start for the morning, and so do all of us. We'll be soon beginning with our sessions. You'll be seeing me around with all these quizzes. I wish you all the best for the day also, for the events also. This is your host, Ria, and I'm handing over to Anisha to take the session forward. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Ria. Once again, good morning and a warm welcome to all of you to day 2 of the 10th NATHEALTH Annual AROGYA BHARAT Summit. I'm your host for the day. My name is Anisha Nayyar. A day earlier, we had the stalwarts of the healthcare industry gather under one roof right here for NATHEALTH's summit, and we heard some delightful and insightful words from them, from their years of experience on some of the important issues confronting this sector, including the challenges in making the PPP model a financial and an operational success, realizing the full potential of the medtech industry in India, the importance of allied healthcare workers and their training, and some mind-boggling pitches from healthcare startups. Here's a quick recap of all that transpired yesterday.
Welcome you all to the 10th NATHEALTH Annual AROGYA BHARAT Summit 2024.
We will keep the momentum going today as well, and I encourage all of you to participate wholeheartedly in the sessions today because the learnings from these sessions will be very helpful when we take them up with the policymakers, and subsequently we'll follow up with the release of white papers and publications once the election code of conduct is lifted. I would take this opportunity to thank our sponsors for making this event a huge success. A big thank you to our platinum sponsors, Apollo, Fortis, O3 Capital, and Termo. Our gold partners, Siemens Healthineers and Wipro GE. Our silver sponsors, Krishna and Polymed. Our bronze sponsors, Agilus, Baxter, Healthium, Hinduja, Impact Guru, Indium, IQVA, Lal Path Labs, Metropolis, and Tata Capital. Our session sponsors, BPL, BSV, Indus Health Plus, Neotia, RAD 365. Let's get started with our opening plenary session, which is on digital health, accelerating healthcare digitization in India, conquering the digital frontier. Digital technology has revamped the healthcare sector and transformed the way services and treatments are being offered. India is taking the lead in the creation of public digital goods, and the National Digital Health Mission is a shining example of the expansion of cloud-based healthcare solutions in India. Along with digital health records, telehealth and telemedicine are improving healthcare access in the interiors of our country. Despite a strong demand and a comprehensive rollout plan, the adoption among private healthcare providers seems somewhat limited. Concerns include data security, integration hurdles, and the perceived financial burden associated with the digital transformation cost, among others. This session envisions a collaborative model that bridges the gap between government initiatives and private sector concerns. We would like to thank our knowledge partner ADL and our session sponsor RAD 365 for their support. So please welcome our co-chairs for this session, Ms. Ameera Shah, Senior Vice President, NATHEALTH and Managing Director, Metropolis Healthcare, who is joining us virtually, and Dr. Om Manchanda, Managing Director, Lal Path Labs Limited. I will request Ms. Ameera Shah to start first and address the audience. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, and good morning to everyone to day 2 of the NATHEALTH 10th Annual AROGYA Summit 2024. I hope yesterday was a wonderful day. And as we convene for the plenary session on digital health, it's imperative to acknowledge the seismic shift that digitalization has brought to the landscape of healthcare worldwide. The theme for this session, Accelerating Healthcare Digitization in India and Conquering the Digital Frontier, will encapsulate the urgency and significance of embracing digital technologies to revolutionize healthcare delivery in our country. The healthcare landscape is rapidly changing due to technology and the advancements that we are seeing, and also consumer trends, and patient expectations are changing. Digital health solutions are at the center of this transformation, presenting an unprecedented opportunity for everyone in healthcare to participate in this. For the private sector, this presents an opportunity to lead and innovate, driving growth, profitability, and societal impact by providing more access through digitization. Emphasizing the urgency for change within the healthcare industry, we recognize the imperative of seizing the moment and address long-standing challenges through innovative digital solutions. The ABDM stands as a catalyst for transformative progress, and while they have set up the platform, I think embracing it and really using it is going to be the next step. As we delve into discussions, it's essential to explore strategies for achieving deeper penetration of ABDM in serving underserved areas and populations, and leveraging digital technologies to overcome barriers to access. Now, if you look at the report, as Anita mentioned, we've got 4 challenges broadly that are outlined in the report. So one, of course, is a lack of clear guidelines. Still we don't have clear government guidelines under ABDM, which talks about whose responsibility the data management is. And I think there needs to be much more engagement between private and public sector to have clarity on these guidelines for there to be embraced. I think the second thing is the investment requirements that are going into actually adopting ABDM and digital enablement. And I think there is a worry of private sector on saying who's going to bear this cost. At the same time, there are conversations going on always about how prices need to be brought down. So I think in the absence of clarity of the fact that if private industry does embrace digitization and the incurred costs that go into it, how is that going to play out in the long term? I think the third big concern that comes up, and rightfully so, is around data security. there is a lack of unified understanding of the necessary measures for robust data security protocols. And really a worry about saying, look, not only is my customer data safe, is my patient information safe, how does this all work, who's responsible for it? And I think we need more clarity there. And lastly, finally, there's only 40% of penetration so far of Aadhaar IDs since the launch in 2021. Because there is a lack of awareness of what is the benefit provided of health tracking. And therefore, individuals are not necessarily coming out and sort of asking for this at this point of time. So I think we can encapsulate these four challenges and really figure out what is it that we need to do as a society, public and private coming together to overcome these challenges. And while we are, of course, talking about proactive adaptation, this can only happen through, if there is overreactive compliance and if there is governance around the industry, only then it will happen. So 4 imperatives to drive ABDM penetration are: 1, an effective engagement through two-way participation. We need policymakers along with the provider segments, which is hospital and diagnostic centers, to really engage much more so that there are incentives for private sector adoption, there are clear guidelines for compliance, there are benefits of what is this going to benefit you and what is the cost incurred, and how do we support small and medium-sized players in the bargain, because for them the investment is obviously significant. The second thing we need to do, obviously, is for policymakers to work with platform technology providers and to again figure out clear data integration guidelines and to expedite the adoption through an optimized process, right? And the third engagement needs to be between the technology platform provider and the provider segment, and offering technical support and figuring out how do we collaborate for user-friendly platforms. Now, when we're talking about addressing data security issues, I think the real concern is going to be, one, are the regulations in place? Is there guidance on encryption and de-encryption implementation? How do we increase awareness amongst the full industry? How do we educate individuals? And then finally, we're talking about the Digital Personal Data Protection Act coming on board. And while we hope this will be implemented, what we often see in India is that a lot of the policies only get implemented for the top few hundred organizations, but it doesn't actually percolate down below. And healthcare is very unique, the industry, in the way that, as we know, 85% is fragmented. So by only really pushing this through to the top few organizations is really not going to bring about the kind of transformative change that we need for embracing of, the entire Digital Protection Act, unless it's actually enforced even at smaller local levels and local centers. I think, how do we create a pull, sort of an adoption from patients asking for saying that, look, I want an Aadhaar ID and I want this to become a tracking for myself. So the only way to do this is to really have awareness programs that highlight the benefits of that data continuity, of having the ability to access your data from any location you go to and not having it with one particular provider, and providing incentives for patients to create and use Aadhaar IDs. There is going to have to be some push by the government and private sector and some pull created for consumers to be able to really adopt this in a large way. And I think while we're going to try and create the pull through awareness, the push also has to be maybe by mandating Aadhaar ID usage for certain things, like you have an Aadhaar or a KYC. Maybe there needs to be a push from providers to mandate Aadhaar ID for registration process. And also a push from payers to say, look, I need Aadhaar ID for insurance policies. So I think with the combination of the push and the pull is the only way we can really move to a faster adoption. I think the Indian government's visionary initiative to really develop this whole ecosystem and have it as this amazing delivery stack, could be a cornerstone of our journey towards a digital future. And central to this, of course, is the Aadhaar ID. And using the Aadhaar ID in the digital ABDM process is going to be very, very important to provide accessibility, efficiency, and the quality of healthcare services through digital means. But in the current state, it's a free-for-all. Anybody's doing whatever they want. And unfortunately, we are still not even mandating minimum standards and quality standards in healthcare across the spectrum. So if the digitalization push moves too fast without the compliance standards coming in place, you also land up potentially having a much bigger problem at hand, where your data is not clean, data privacy issues are exaggerated, and the minimum standards are not really met with. The objective of ABDM is to establish a foundational framework for integrated digital health infrastructure across. And embracing these practices can streamline data management, ensuring more transparency, operational efficiency while reducing costs. But despite the government efforts, we've seen only 30% of HFR registrations coming from the private sector, revealing a significant gap between private and public contribution. Addressing this low adoption, especially amongst private players, will require some of those things that we talked about earlier. And they've created an index called the Digital Health Adoption Index, which is evaluating providers' digital maturity, assigning scores based on the level of digitization, creating billing systems to advanced integrations. And while large hospitals and digital chains are showing higher scores, the big concern they are also sharing is data security and system sharing. And this emphasizes the necessity for a holistic strategy to really remove barriers and to ensure the seamless integration, not only for the large companies, but then the real question is, how do we take this to the rest of the 85% of unorganized sector in India? And I think proactive government action is going to be very, very important to address these points, and then joint action between government and healthcare providers to drive the adoption. As we convene this session, and of course, after Om gives his comments as well, let us harness our collective expertise and our commitment to really accelerate healthcare digitization in India and pave the way for a more accessible, more efficient, and patient-centric healthcare system. I think 10 years later, when we look back and we look at this time, we'll realize what a pivotal moment we were at. And I really hope that we can really transform our industry altogether. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Please give a huge round of applause to Ms. Ameera Shah. Thanks so much for your address. I would now like to invite on stage Dr. Om Manchanda, Managing Director, Dr. Lal Path Labs Limited. I request him to please come on stage and set the context for this session.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Ameera. I think she's touched many areas, and I'm just wondering what I probably need to speak about. But nevertheless, I have something to share with you. And this morning, when I was looking at this agenda, and what caught my attention was the word written there. By the way, I'm not a techie, so please excuse me if I go in the wrong direction. But I run a business, so we are consumed by tech transformation every time for the last 6-7 years, especially during COVID times. So I've learned few things while changing technology in our company. What stuck in my mind was the word digitization. Then I Googled very quickly because I've heard many words like digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. And to my surprise, I found that all these three things are very different. They are not one and the same thing. And then I looked at what does digitization means. It said that it actually started in 1970s, and the whole purpose of digitization was that you are actually changing paper and making the company or a process paperless. And that started in 70s, and I remember when I was management training in 90s, those days computers, we used to get email, and my boss will print it out and read it and tell the SECI to make these changes, again go back to computer and do this. In the process, we lost few papers as well. And then I went to the word digitalization. What does it really mean? It said that it's a next stage where you probably start automating processes in the system, and it becomes little enterprise-wide applications like you have ERP, you do production planning, you do forecasting, you do a lot of stuff. Let's say in diagnostic lab, we have LIMS, and we use PDF reports, etc. Then I was curious to know as to what is digital transformation. And I think we are in that stage today where the world around us is completely transformed digitally. And my understanding is why that has happened. It has primarily happened because earlier digitization and digitalization was limited to an enterprise. But what has happened now, all of us as consumers or even in healthcare as patients, we have something called smartphone. And this entire thing is enveloped the whole thing, and it's one ecosystem, which is not company as such, but all the consumers that I have, or all the patients that are there, not only the ones which I am serving, even those who are not being served have become part of one ecosystem. So I'm actually like interacting with them digitally. And just imagine, let's say, if I look at my own organization, Dr. Lal Path Labs, earlier I had a challenge of connecting maybe 300 labs. Then the challenge went to how do I connect 5,000 collection centers to my ecosystem. Now the challenge is how do I connect 2.5 crore or 25, 30 million patients that I serve, and not only those who I serve, but they are outside the ecosystem as well. So you just imagine that digitally I am virtually live with every one of you, not only in India, but in the entire universe. That throws up many challenges. Challenges of data privacy, which Ameera touched upon, confidentiality, etc. I'm not going to go in that direction. But what I'm going to touch upon is where is our current healthcare system? And it brings me to, all of us have been patient, we go to hospitals, and invariably I have observed this, and I've recently gone through one experience of my own. When I go to a hospital, they've given me an ID, they register, and I pay them online, whatever, all that is done. But journey of digital transformation or digitalization just breaks there. What do I get after that? I get a receipt which tells me, okay, you paid 1,800 rupees for OPD. Then I walk into a doctor's chamber and I get a physical prescription slip. And just imagine the entire digital transformation that we talk about, it just gets broken there. And after that, that prescription has 2-3 things written on it. One is diagnostic test. It has a clinical sort of history. And it has medicine. Now that patient suddenly goes into 3 different directions. For labs, obviously, they'll come to people like us. We are still much better off in the entire chain because we still provide an output which is digital in nature because our report is something digital. But when it comes to, let's say, clinical history and after that, everything else is all manual. Now, this whole term of digital transformation we are not able to achieve mainly because we are stuck at the first stage itself. Somewhere we are actually having a broken system where one chain is quite advanced in terms of this technology, but another chain is getting stuck at the first stage of not even getting digitized. Forget about digitalization. And now we have an initiative, which is a wonderful initiative from a patient perspective. How do we get entire thing together, which is this whole idea of ABDM is all about. We'll get to hear from Rizwan sitting here and also the panel. I think before we even go to ABDM, we have a challenge of within the industry itself, we are not completely standardized. For example, diagnostic labs, which I represent, our test codes are not even standardized. Company A is using a different test code, company B uses a different test code. Now, if I have to harmonize and bring everything together, unless we have same test code, we don't know what are we comparing. Our testing platforms are very different. The reference ranges at times you must have seen. A value of a test of a reference range in one report is very different than the other report. So even a lot of work is required within the sub-segment of healthcare for us to harmonize. And then comes the next stage of how do I really bring these big daddies together of diagnostics, hospitals and pharma together and to have a 360-degree view of what's happening around a patient. And which is what ABDM is trying to achieve, wherein if I can push data or fetch data from another player, then I have a 360-degree view of what it is. And I've recently gone through this experience and where we had to file an insurance claim, and suddenly after 30 days of entire patient journey, I have one huge file with all the papers in it, and I'm just wondering in today's day and age, was it really required? It could have been actually everything as a digital format, and I just go to one, for lack of a better word, a commercial guy's data room where everything is lying in one place, and every player can see it. Insurance company can see the same thing, my doctor can see the same thing, I can see the same thing, or when I'm moving from one city to another city, I'm carrying that data with me. And we have plenty of examples in front of us where, whether it's fintech, or you look at online retail, everything is digitalized and everything is gone into digital transformation. There are plenty of use cases that I see, so I'm pretty excited about this particular topic because to For us to realize those use cases, we still have to go through these stages of, as I mentioned, digitization, digitalization, and then reach digital transformation. Now, in terms of my own personal experience, I think Amira also touched about this and we'll get to hear about it. I think as a healthcare industry, we have a long, long way to go, even to build our organizations that can really take us to where we want to go. We do know where we want to go, but I think there is a lot of will required at the senior management level to invest in resources, whether they are financial resources, whether capability resources. I've actually gone through hiring a lot of new talent to bring tech transformation within our own company. I think it's an exciting area for all of us, but to achieve that, all of us as industry players really have to come together. And I'm happy to share that as a Dr. Lal PathLabs as a company, if some of you may be aware about these 3 stages of M1, M2, M3 for ABDM, we have actually fully covered on that. We are about to launch a model center where we will be in a position to not only create Abha ID, but also send data and also fetch data from any other healthcare player. This is going to happen very soon, and hopefully we'll be able to contribute to this mission of ABDM in the days forward. So for the next panel discussion, I'm looking forward to listen to experts' views. As I mentioned, I'm not a techie. It's a great learning experience for me, and I look forward to that. Thank you very much, and over to MC. Thank you.
Thank you. It's heartening to see players in the healthcare sector also take upon digital transformation initiatives. The whole world is doing it, so why should healthcare be left out? For the keynote address, I would like to invite on stage Mr. J. Satyanarayan, Chief Advisor, C4IR India, World Economic Forum and former Chairman, UIDAI. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Mr. J. Satyanarayan.
Good morning, friends. Really, it's a pleasure and privilege to be here this morning to share a few of my thoughts on this very important subject. Some 5 to 6 years ago, I had a big dream about digital health. I was also chairman of Aadhaar at that time and advisor to National Health Authority, which started the PMJ program in a record of 100 days. So I was one of the members of that army at that time. So we said, we have heard Om and Amira talk about a number of issues. In the journey from PC to QC, I would say, personal computer days to quantum computing days, which people are talking about today. So I chaired a committee which created the National Digital Health Blueprint, which was the foundation for the ABDM, which we are all talking about. Now, in a way, we have all the ingredients. We have the recipe as well. We have started cooking, but we are, somewhere in the early stages. So, how do we really make it work? How do we make it a holistic dish that people can relish? With that, I just put together a few thoughts. As I put the caveat here, these are my personal views because I'm currently not engaged with any of the government authorities and I don't want to send the wrong message in this room. So I said a two-pronged approach, or rightfully it should be called a twin engine approach, where there should be both push and pull from different ends. Like Amira was talking about push and pull mechanism. So where do you push and where from do you pull? So I have two slides, one for push and one for pull, incidentally. So let me just spend a couple of minutes on this. So I think the top title is cut for some reason. Let me just straighten it out a little bit because of some transformation issues here. Yeah. So one is important aspect is being PHC centric, person centric versus institution centric, provider centric. See, historically, if you see most of the advanced countries who conceptualized the idea of digital health decades ago, it was all driven by institutions, which is, I'm not making a value judgment on that, but that is historically it happened that way. But in India, the basis and the fundamental premise and difference that we make here in India is that it is thought of as a person-centric system. So, and even on the domain side, healthcare sector side, if you see, an organization like WHO says that 80% of the health issues and hence 80% of the health interventions should happen at the primary level. Are they happening at the primary level today? Probably not. People rush to the tertiary hospital for every small ailment. But ideally, the issues lie at the primary level. So, unless we, change the paradigm to shift towards primary care, more emphasis, more resources, more thought, more architectures around PHCs. That is one part of one engine that we need to really take care of or run. What does it mean being PHC centric? Here PHC not primary health center but primary health care is what I am talking about. First of all, we need to re-architect for PHC. We have done a little bit in the NDHM, ABDM effort, but we need to further rethink, refine that process of how do you really see that the system, single source of truth emanates at the primary level and not from a tertiary hospital. All the small episodes, encounters that happen at the primary level should really be captured live and they should form the single source of truth there. Local language and then alerts to the person on the awareness, health awareness. So wellness versus, healthcare, care. Prevention versus cure. So these are all, there are domain issues as well as there are fundamental architecture issues, technology issues also in each and every bullet that I mentioned there. Second is redesigning the health data standards for primary care. Today, if you look at the standards, Om has mentioned about how and what kind of a difficulty they have had in trying to force fit the standards into what they already have, the systems that they already have, the software they already have. And a massive, well-respected, widespread institution like LAL with presumably lot of muscle and strength and resource says that, what is the condition of others who are smaller. So we need to make it lightweight, the standards. Why do you need the standard to carry the footprint of MRI, etc., at the PHC level, where the best that they have today is an X-ray, for instance, system. Why should we overload the system there, overkill? So can we create like Diet Coke, Diet Fire standard for the PHCs? Is the second proposition I'm making, which is forward compliant. When the patient travels to secondary, tertiary levels, certainly this small standard will really fit into the larger standard of fire. is another proposition I'm making here. We can all think. But if you want to carry the huge load to a small remote PHC, put the big footprint there. It can be done. Technology can do it, no problem. But the question of learning curve and complexities that arise out of that, non-adoption that arises out of that, reluctance to it, because I get turned off when I see such big things, big terms, terminology at the primary level. 3 is the solutions again, primary health oriented solutions versus and feeding it to the tertiary level and not the other way around. So how do we kind of simple things like telehealth and screening at the base level, primary level, mass screening. It's happening. I'm not saying that all these things are not happening. They are happening, but in bits and pieces. But we should take it as a national movement is what a conference like this where the topmost cream of the country is really here. That's why I'm really appealing that these thoughts may be useful to all of us collectively. Referral pathways, why should people jump the queue and jump the gun and go straight to an Apollo or somewhere when the ailment it doesn't call for it? It will overcrowd, increase the cost everywhere to the citizen as well as to the system as a whole. And the fourth one is about small devices. Yesterday, I happened to see the startup demonstrations. The first one, I saw that. It's only a tip of an iceberg. So can we really create affordable, portable devices that will enable early detection and, at the primary level, so that the burden on the tertiary level is also correspondingly reduced. The burden on the patient is also reduced because the cure is really very good if the detection is early. And in one of the states we are doing from the World Economic Forum, we supported a project which is called the Meg Can Care, or First Cancer Care in Meghalaya, where we are doing East Khasi Hills district there. The government is doing. And when we do the mass screening in a district of 9 lakh population, you will be surprised to know that around 11% have either moderate risk or high risk. Maybe 0.1 only high risk, but if you are able to alert them, put them on the right track, they will not have the cancer at all. We can prevent it. Example. So we need to strengthen that. The entire burden of disease that's coming out of cancer can be drastically reduced if you really replicate such things. Last is strengthening the PHC itself. Okay, in all respects, in terms of digitization, in terms of material, we need to strengthen. Otherwise, it's not purely digital alone. There is X mileage that you will get with digital, but beyond that, it's physical. Unless you have the beds, you have the doctors there, you have the technicians there, it's going to stop there. So these are a set of 5 recommendations. I'm just putting it for consideration. I think the panel will throw their, add their wisdom to these things and debate. The second side, or the second engine that I'm saying is about from the large, though I didn't say that, from the big players here, the providers, big, medium, small, whatever, including the government, they should lead from the front. As I said, we have all the ingredients, we have the recipe on the table. So who has to do the cooking? So all the people in the room probably will have to do the cooking. So what is it that again is required? Again, 5 bullets here, 5 minutes. First one is leveraging the core building blocks of ABDM. It's great that the quiz started today, I think with 56.1 crore people having ABHA numbers. This morning I saw actually it was 58.45 or something. So, so it is with so many ABHA numbers, and I'll tell you, those who are interacting with other countries know, how many countries are sitting in this luxurious position of having several countries are even fighting at that stage, struggling at that stage that they don't even have a unique ID. When we have 58, how much of it are we using? 35 crore individual records against 58 crores. That means not all of them have loaded even one record. So this is a big problem. How can we ensure, I'm not saying mandate statutorily, that's a way of doing it, but that's not the best way of doing it. How do we collectively as a nation of providers ensure that when I go to a hospital, I try to put my ABHA number there. I mean personally JS went to the hospital and say, here is my ABHA. They say our system doesn't take, sir. We have our MPIN, we have our UHID, we will use that only. So why should it happen? Why can't we, as Amira and Om were telling before me, simple change would take us there. That single number will really integrate the whole stuff. That is the idea behind ABDM. And then bring, what is the benefit for the citizens to insist, no, I want this to happen. I want my ABHA in. Please do it as a matter of right. The second is we have in NHA a microsites program where 1,000 stakeholders are brought together in a confederation kind of a thing. So I'm saying in addition to that, which is good, at the grassroots level, we need to have a mega site problem. As a counterpoise to the micro site, I'm saying mega site program can be considered. I don't want to go into detail in terms of what constitutes a mega site. Then establish also health lockers, number of health lockers. Today we have DigiLocker, which is doing billions of transactions already, right? Where people repose faith and put all their documents, their driving license, their various kinds of education certificates, etc. Why not health records? In fact, ABDM has the provision for the architecture, provides for health locker, and people at a very affordable cost, annual subscription of say 20 rupees or 50 rupees it will work out viable for everybody, like an email account. So that's one thing, so that I feel safe and secure that it is in my locker. Just as when you go to a hotel room, if you have valuable, they provide a locker to you where you can put your valuable things there. And next is bringing in the regulations. We have fortunately, when we were writing the report 2018 of ABDM or NDHM, we didn't have the luxury of or comfort of an act. We had to do a second guess what will be in that. So we did that, but fortunately we have the act today. So we have to really reap the benefit of the act and operationalize it through certain guidelines and regulations which will be binding on the entire population, not only the providers but also the citizens as such. So that together we have trust in each other, and then the system moves on. Just as we had similar problems with Aadhaar years ago, I know the toughest time when we had the legal problems. I was the chairman of Aadhaar at that time. And how difficult it was to really make a case for sustaining Aadhaar legally. So, similar thing. Fortunately, that's all behind us now. We are in a fortuitous position where we can go forward on this legal position. No problems. People can share their data. And mind you, it's not our data. It is the patient's data. It's not the hospital's data. Hospital is only a fiduciary, data fiduciary. And sharing it should not be any concern. I'm not sharing my property. It is citizens' property. I am a trustee. So that concern should not be there at all. Last but not least is a bit of capacity, both on the domain side. Doctors should understand IT, and IT people should understand domain. So that convergence has to happen. Otherwise, the system is there. In some hospitals, you see, when we go there, and the system is lying there, and the doctor is sitting here, and the cover is also not opened there. So that kind of a gap should not be there between IT and the professionals, IT professionals, and also those at the cutting edge level, the frontline health workers also. With their smartphones, they should be able to interact with the system effectively. So this 5 + 5, 10, I'm just putting a few thoughts in front of you for taking this forward. And we all went through all major programs like Aadhaar, for instance. At the critical point, we had issued 100 crore Aadhars, but the usage was, like I just said, how many Aabhas are issued and how many PHRs are created. It's not proportionate. We were in that stage, but we soon conquered that, and Aadhaar became really a very useful instrument. Pretty soon, and likewise with UPI, initial days they had to struggle. Today, there is nobody in this country who doesn't have a kind of UPI number, right? We should reach pretty soon that stage. These are some 10 humble recommendations in that direction. Hope it's useful. Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you, sir. Let's hope the AVA cards are ones that everybody will have, and let's hope the trust builds both from the user side and the provider side. The users are worried, what if I start getting calls from insurance companies, Mera insurance le lo? And providers are worried, what if the data leaks from our end? What is our liability in that case? Let's hope all those worries are papered over and everyone gets a safe, secure Aadhaar card and an Aadhaar number so that we don't have to store our files wherever we go to meet the doctor and sort out the records and our prescriptions when we meet them. We're now going to move on to the launch of our digital health management course. And for this, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Rizwan Koita, co-founder Koita Foundation and co-founder CITIUS Death. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Dr. Rizwan Koita.
This one. I just press this, okay. Okay. Can somebody help me with one slide? I just need to put that up. So first of all, good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me here. Quite a delight to see such a interesting audience.
It's already projected.
Oh, we all set. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Digital Health Masterclass and why it's so important in the rollout of digital health. So we already went through a bunch of sessions in the morning, and I think the word capacity building came up. And that is sort of one of the most difficult parts of what we need to do in India to achieve digital health penetration. I think to say that digital health is important, I think is given. I don't think we need to emphasize that. I think the big problem in the rollout of digital health in India is the statistics that you see on the right hand of the slide, that if you see that there are only 3,000 odd hospitals who are greater than 100 beds, and the vast majority of hospitals in India are actually sub 100 and the largest chunk being sub 30 bed hospitals. Yeah. And if we want to do any form of meaningful digital health adoption in a market where 85% of healthcare is being provided by entities which are very small, then whatever we may agree to do or not do in a room like this, actually, the sad part is it actually doesn't matter. And what really matters is how do we ensure that the small hospital, the small lab, the small pharmacy, they are going to implement digital tools. And the reality is that most of these organizations are actually owner-driven. Many of these owners of small hospitals tend to be doctors themselves, extremely busy individuals. And while the logic of better patient care and patient health records and ABDM is all really great, it doesn't matter unless there is a business proposition for those individuals. I think it's very important for us as a group to recognize that these individuals, if I am a doctor running a small clinic in a tier 2, tier 3 town of India, I'm making a business decision whether to invest in technology or not. That decision is not going to be driven by the emotional appeal of integrated patient record and longitudinal care and use of AI, analytics for the goodness of healthcare in India. That logic is not going to work. We will have to sit down with that individual and say, this is why you need to use इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मेडिकल रिकॉर्ड्स, दिस इज व्हाई यू नीड टू यूज HMIS, और इससे आपका बिजनेस पेशेंट केयर अच्छा होगा और आपका बिजनेस बढ़ेगा. If you're not able to dumb it down to that level and we keep it at a level of this is ABDM and this is fire standards and this is how data needs to get integrated and this is what the Digital Data Protection Act says, I think it is all great, but it doesn't matter on the ground there. Now the question is that if that is the reality and this is what we need to confront as a country where healthcare is so fragmented, then we'll need to get these small hospital owners and small lab owners in a room and we have to convince them about the business value and the financial value and the patient care value of using HMIS and EMRs as a starting building block for them to go onto their healthcare journey. Otherwise, the risk is that everybody will create an Abha ID and the number of Abha IDs will keep on increasing. At some point, it will get peaked out with the number of people in India. We'll keep on creating HFRs and HPR IDs. So it's like creating a bank account, but not having the ability to put any money in the bank. So given that realization, I hope the point that I'm trying to make is that unless we are not able to come up with a meaningful way to make it possible for a small hospital owner to first get convinced that he or she needs to invest in electronic medical records and HMIS solutions. And two, they're all very busy, right? So even if they get convinced, they're not going to go to google.com and start to Google which EMR I need to buy and how do I implement it. Unless we're not able to provide simple tools for them and make their life easier, the adoption of electronic medical records and HMIS on the ground is going to be very difficult. And unless we don't do that, if no clinical data is going into the ABDM platform or whichever platform that may be there, then those use of those platforms are largely academic. So given all of this, we are really excited, our foundation, to work with NATHEALTH, with the PwC team, to develop what we are calling the Digital Health Masterclass. We've designed it in a manner that, these are very busy individuals, so we can't get them in a room for 2 days, 3 days, 4 days to give them all the information on the digital health and why it's great. We have to condense all of that into a 4-hour course so that people can come for half a day. We have to use simple language, so we don't intimidate people. We actually want them to go excited at the end of the 4 hours. And we also want to make sure that there is a business case. Aapka business aise badega. If you can't answer that question, then just this, as I said earlier, right, the virtues of goodness or patient care itself doesn't get the owner of a hospital to invest time, effort, money behind use of digital tools. Yeah. So that's the objective. Okay. So what we've done so far, we've come up with, at least our foundation has been very closely driving this effort. So we are very excited about coming up with what I would call, at best, the first version of trying to do this, because this is an iterative process, a very complicated thing to do to achieve change at the ground level. And I think the real success is not building the content, which we'll see. There's a small video that we'll show you. I think the real success is going to be that India is such a large, complicated country that we will need partners of national scale that can actually go across the length and breadth of India and then conduct these programs, these half-day workshops in a very consistent manner. If you're not able to do that, then I think the content itself doesn't count for much. I think it's the ability to put great content together along with a great execution, consistent execution. So I think we would be, between NATHEALTH, PwC and us, we're looking for partners who have national scale, who can help us take this forward, because I think that's where the rubber will meet the road. Yeah. So we have a small video, it's a 3-minute video, and I will end with saying that super excited to be involved with NATHEALTH. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity. And as I mentioned, I don't have to repeat myself, but this is really where the rubber is going to meet the road for the country.
Digital technologies have transformed many sectors in India over the past 2 decades, such as banking, travel, retail.
The audience for this is the small hospital owner, it's not you guys.
comparison, healthcare has been slower to change. But now, healthcare too is on the cusp of transformation.
India today is on cusp of a healthcare transformation. And digital is the only way we can bridge the provided gap, which is large and humongous.
Under the direction of the Honorable Prime Minister, India has embarked on a strong path to leverage digital health across the healthcare ecosystem. The Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission will play a critical role in making healthcare information more shareable and accessible. Across the nation, hospitals of all sizes are starting to embrace digital tools like HMIS, EMR, and telemedicine to enhance healthcare delivery.
Most importantly, what an HMIS does, and that's important, is it provides a workflow structure for the entire care coordination. So right from the admission to the transfer to the discharge to the different care episodes and transactions being carried out by the hospitals, the HMIS and the EMR, and specifically for the clinical records, is the I would say custodian and the conduit.
With the potential to drive significant operational efficiencies and improve financial performance, the journey to digital health is important for all hospitals. To help small hospitals navigate their digital health journey, NATHEALTH, in collaboration with PwC and Koida Foundation, has launched the Digital Health Masterclass, or DHMC.
DHMC is aimed at empowering hospital leaders to implement HMIS and EMR systems. This initiative is part of a broader mission to accelerate the adoption of digital health across the sector. The course will be executed as a 4 to 5 hour long in-person workshop with networking opportunities. You will uncover how HMIS and EMR can help a hospital achieve operational efficiency, improve clinical care, and business growth. You will learn how to implement an adoption of these technologies in a budget-friendly manner. You will also go home with a resource kit that will act as your guide throughout your HMIS and EMR implementation process. We are inviting all of you to be part of DHMC and be the forerunners in adoption of digital health tools.
DHMC is designed to empower small and mid-sized hospital leaders to invest in implementing HMIS and EMRs and joining the ABDM ecosystem.
Now I have my hospital in my phone. Whatever is happening there in the hospital, investigations of the patient, discharge, how many are to be discharged today, admissions, everything I have it here.
EMRs and embracing digital health, hospitals can truly unlock possibilities, enhanced care, higher efficiencies, and much better financial performance. It's a journey we're on together to make healthcare smarter, faster, and more efficient. Let's move forward, hand in hand, and pave the way for EMR and HMIS adoption in India.
So I think this video probably gives all what the program is about. I just want to add that in addition to just giving sort of the conceptual thoughts around what hospitals need to do, our DHMC program also has a resource kit, and the resource kit includes a lot of basic stuff that all hospitals will need. You know, how do you go about selecting an EMR? What is a sample, RFP that you may want to float? How do you implement them? What are the key success factors? What are the typical risk factors? Just we trying to, I don't want to use the word dumb it down, but really make it really, really simple for small hospital owners to make that first important step in their digital journey. So thank you very much, everybody, and look forward to the rest of the day.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the launch of the ADL white paper, and we'll have the presentation soon, but let's launch this paper first. And for this, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Brajesh Singh, President India ADL, Mr. Vikas Kharbanda, Partner Head, Healthcare and Life Sciences Practice, Middle East ADL. So please put your hands together and welcome on stage Mr. Brajesh and Mr. Vikas. I would also like to invite on stage Dr. Harsh Mahajan, Past President NATHEALTH, Founder and Chief Radiologist, Mahajan Imaging, I request sir to please come on stage for launching of this white paper. Please also welcome on stage Mr. Chaitanya Saravate, President and CEO, India and South Asia, GE Healthcare, and Managing Director, Wipro GE. Please welcome Ms. Jagriti Kumar or Kshitij, Strategic Account Director, India, Philips India. I'd also request Siddhartha Bhattacharya and Vesha from NATHEALTH to please come on stage for the release of this paper. I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Thomas Kuruvilla, Global Board Member and Managing Partner, ADL Middle East and India, and the ADL team to please come on stage for the launch of this paper.
Well, firstly, it's a pleasure to be here today in the company of almost what we call the leading captains of the industry. We've been working very closely with NATHEALTH for the last few years. This is the third edition of the Digital Health Report that we are bringing out in collaboration with NATHEALTH. We started off in 2022 trying to paint a picture of what the digital health opportunity for India is likely to be with the ABDM rollout, adoption. 2023 was a year when we tried to paint a picture of what some of the implementation imperatives are in order to capitalize on this opportunity. 3 years later, we are starting to now understand and trying to highlight what some of the implementation challenges are. Why is it that the adoption of much of this infrastructure, which poses great opportunity, has not really taken off as much as we had anticipated? So what are some of those implementation challenges, implementation imperatives that we can focus on? And the points that were raised by everyone today are more or less the key focus area of this report that we are presenting today. In terms of the overall agenda, the opportunity, the infrastructure that's catching up in India in terms of the WHO standards, when we start looking at international benchmarks, the opportunity to build access, affordability, and creating that safe patient service delivery environment, that opportunity exists in India. Digital is really going to be that enabler. The digital health agenda, the digital health infrastructure is an enabler that can very dramatically accelerate that ambition of creating the access, the necessary infrastructure in India in a very, very rapid period of time. Not only does it create that affordability, accessibility opportunity, there is also an element of making sure there is personalization of medicine. The joint ownership of an individual on his own health and participating in the care delivery model, that's the opportunity that digital health offers. The opportunity from an economic perspective to create a whole ecosystem of jobs, supplementing the economic development, not just within the healthcare sector, but in the digital sector and all the adjacent sector. That is the opportunity we are looking at in this whole ecosystem. What is the progress? And that's what the report tries to cover. There has been progress. If you look at the data from 2020 till 2023, there's been phenomenal growth in the number of Abha ID creations, the number of facilities that are registered, the health professionals that are registered. To get a sense of what this achievement looks like, we are talking about 53, what was it, 56. Actually, Rajesh, it was 56.2, not 56.1, that you won the award. It is 56.2, not 56.1, but 56 crore Abha IDs created, that's representing almost 40% of the overall population in India. That's a phenomenal achievement in the last 3 years. We're talking about 2.3 lakh facilities getting registered. We're also talking about 2.8 lakh health professionals getting registered. But what does this achievement really represent? If we start then looking at the number of health records that are starting to come about, we're talking about 34.5 crore health records getting created. That's not even or close to just about half of the Aadhaar ID registered. We are talking about 43,000 tokens getting generated on a daily basis. Now, you take these numbers, so you have this phenomenal adoption of the infrastructure starting to come up in terms of facilities, in terms of professionals, in terms of patients. Then you start looking at usage statistics. You cut it down further to try and understand how much of this is within the public sector and how much of this is in the private domain. And you start to understand that 70% of this adoption has actually happened in the public sector, where there's of course a mandate, there is a push mechanism, and that's why the whole movement is starting to progress. But in the private sector, where is the adoption lacking? Why are we talking about some of the challenges that we are experiencing in the adoption of this whole agenda? So one of the things we did was in the last few quarters was to talk to a lot of stakeholders. Many of the members present here were part of the discussions that we've been having. And we tried painting a picture of, if we start looking at the overall distribution of private health operators and the public health service providers, whether it's hospitals or diagnostic service providers, what does the adoption index look like? What does the digital health adoption index represent? And you can see very clear on the chart, as the public hospitals, the public primary care centers, they are starting to adopt the digital agenda. The adoption of the same capability in the larger private hospital groups in the urban centers is relatively higher, but then you start moving towards the second and the third layer of the pyramid, and you suddenly start to see the digital adoption index falling quite rapidly towards the left. And then we started to have a dialogue with the ecosystem players to try and understand what are some of these challenges about. And to Dr. Om's point, the points that were raised by Amira as well in the morning today, the points are not very different from what we've been discussing in the morning. Lack of understanding of what these standards represent. How do we adopt these standards? How do we simplify the engagement with the stakeholders to create an ecosystem where people start to understand what does this adoption mean for us? What standards do I need to comply with? How do I create that accreditation? Mr. Rizwan's point around adoption of this whole standards, creating that understanding, that's really what's going to facilitate amongst the providers, the service provider, the opportunity to adopt and create that incentive around the digital health. The technological barriers, and we spoke a bit about the business case, the argument around the business case. The business case for implementing the investment in the infrastructure is not as straightforward as it was meant out to be in the beginning. So educating the stakeholders, engaging with them, trying to create awareness around what this business case is really about. It's not about creating that particular intervention at the episode of treatment, but it's really about managing the health continuum, managing the entire health, and that's really where the business case sits. The same articulation of challenges for the diagnostic centers. What are some of the concerns? Competition-linked concerns. Digitization of the patient information, creating easy access to that information across multiple stakeholders in the private sector. Does that lead to leakage of business to competition? How can that be prevented? How can we create this data interoperability between different service providers, different standards? So these are some of the topics that have started to come about, which we are touching in the report. But most importantly is the pull mechanism. How do we create awareness, education, and acceptance amongst people to start using the Aadhaar ID that is getting created? What are some of the use cases that can actually be thought through in terms of creating an ecosystem play around this Aadhaar ID and therefore creating the pull mechanism in the market? The benefits are not lost on anyone. I think at a macro level, everybody understands the benefits of the adoption. I was just reflecting in terms of the points we were discussing earlier today around the business cases. And an example comes to mind is the Ng Teng Fong Hospital in Jurong, which over the last 10 years has actually won multiple awards, not only adoption of the digital infrastructure, having won the Davies Award on HIMSS standards, but has actually then used the digital infrastructure to fundamentally alter the patient flows through the hospital, and then gone on to win multiple awards on the architectural design of the physical facility, creating access, creating the environment inside the facilities to create better clinical outcomes and also enhancing the patient. So you find such case examples of adopting the digital infrastructure, not in terms of efficiency, but fundamentally creating much better clinical outcomes as well. So that's really the benefit case we want to achieve. And the adoption of these technologies, the infrastructure, as we said, is going to be centered around 4 key priority areas. Firstly, creating an effective engagement between the government and the private sector to really understand, are we interpreting these standards? Are we understanding the requirements correctly? Are we having the right kind of dialogue to facilitate the further movement towards the digital health adoption agenda? Secondly, is the technology infrastructure, are we setting out the right standards? Are we detailing the standards to a point where the adoption becomes easier? The third is creating the push in terms of adoption of the Aadhaar IDs itself. So making the consumer, the patient aware about the Aadhaar ID, and therefore creating a pull in the system so that there is an incentive for adopting or making that investment on the digital infrastructure. And lastly, as we start to create these enablers in the system, is the opportunity to create a soft push. So can we then start pushing the private sector? Can we start working with the private sector to create the mandated or the mandatory requirements for adopting this infrastructure? So that, in summary, is what the whole report tries to capture and present in a more structured way. What we've also done along with the digital health report is taken up 2 use cases, which we believe are phenomenal use cases to illustrate the early adoption and the benefits of the digital health infrastructure. And I'll invite my colleague Brajesh to quickly talk about the 2 other reports.
Thanks, Vikas. Good morning, everyone. This white paper predominantly talks about 2 key verticals. One is diagnostic and hospital, while there are many in the value chain. Let me pick up from where Satya sir has left about. He's been recommending that the PHC on the ground level has to be strengthened. This is very much needed to build the right medical capacity in the country. If the PHCs are strengthened, I think what Rijwan has been recommending, his program is all about, is how can we start bringing the change from the ground level. But the report, when we were doing our research, we have picked up around 11 states and done some around 119 RTIs across the country, and the data is something which is mind-boggling. You will be surprised to know that a country with 1.48 billion population has less than 1 lakh ultrasound machines. So if we really want to do more focus on preventive healthcare, what is required to be done is to leverage this opportunity and ensure that there are policies which give opportunity to the medtech sector to do more sales of the ultrasound machines across. We have been talking about PPP, but I think what PPP to me is very important today is P for policy change. Second P is for process enhancement. And third P is more in terms of people awareness. So there are essential need that we reach out to people, convince them, the kind of push which the team of Aadhaar has done for Aadhaar. I think the similar way we have to push the ABDM initiatives as well. I think in a paucity of time, I'm being asked to bind up fast. May I request Anvesha on the stage, please? Anvesha, you've been kind support. Please come and join us in the release of the report. Jagriti, the contribution Philips has been enormous. And my team out there, can you please join Pooja and Pratiksha? Thank you everyone.
So there are 3 publications. One is the set of recommendations for acceleration of digital health adoption, particularly a deep dive into the hospitals and diagnostic sector. There are 2 supporting use cases. one in the hospitals and one in the diagnostic sector. The one in the diagnostic sector is around ultrasound systems, integration, a possible roadmap for integrating the act governing ultrasound machines to the ABDM platform. So this is a thought leadership document. It has been discussed at different levels of government. The second one is really digitizing the whole organ donations for hospitals, really using technology and integrating with the ABDM. So this is going to be available for all of you.
Thank you for releasing the paper. We'll now move on to our panel discussion on accelerating healthcare digitization in India, conquering digital frontiers. For this, I would like to invite on stage our speakers for this session. Please welcome Mr. Hari T, Chief Executive Officer, Call Health, who will be moderating this discussion. Please give him a round of applause as he comes up on stage. Please welcome our speakers on stage, Mr. Amol Naikawadi, Joint Managing Director, Indus Health Plus, Mr. Anand K, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Agilus Diagnostics, Mr. Kabir Mahajan, Associate Director, Mahajan Imaging, Dr. Ratna Devi, Chief Executive Officer, Dakshama Health, Director, Patient Academy for Innovation and Research, Founder, Indian Alliance of Patient Groups, IAPG, the Chair, ISPOR Patient Council, the Professional Society for Health Economics and Outcomes Research. Please welcome Ms. Anu Acharya, Chief Executive Officer, Map My Genome, Dr. Chirag Adatya, Chief Executive Officer, India and Asia Pacific, THB. Please give a huge round of applause to our speakers on stage. And I'll hand it over to Mr. Hari T to steer this discussion.
Good afternoon. First of all, I have to say that it has been an absolute privilege being part of this conference. And it's not very often in life that you get to hear doyens like Mr. Satyanarayana talk about what needs to be done. In my mind, sir, you have set the stage for what we will do. And I'm sure about 5 years from now, there won't be a conversation about digital health without you in it. So thank you so much for what you have done so far. Friends, just before I get started, to introduce myself, I spent about 30 years in the technology services space. Before I moved out from the technology space, I used to head global marketing and global consulting for Tech Mahindra. And then for the last 10 years now, almost, I've been with Call Health. And I would say I'm relatively, we are probably one of the more digitized and probably more integrated digital health players in the country. We've been there since 2015 trying to bring things together. Now, we have heard a lot about what is happening and what needs to happen to enhance adoption of digital health in the country. I think two, 3 points that I thought is very important that I said, and then probably we'll hear from the team here as to what they have to say. The first and foremost is for any digital initiative to succeed, it doesn't matter which industry, whether it is food tech, edu tech, health tech, whatever it may be. If there is no pull, if there is no value that the consumer, or in this case, the patient, or in this case, the person, citizen, if they don't see the value, how much ever we might instill the power of wanting to have adoption, it won't happen. So the real question that we will have to look at is, how do we make this the value something that people can perceive and experience? I think that's the first big thing. The second point around this is the data belongs to the patient. I think that's what Mr. Satyanarayana was saying. At the end of the day, everybody else in the ecosystem is a transient owner of that information. The real person to whom this data belongs is the individual, and he or she has to have the confidence that the data that comes through in their life about their health is completely in their control with an option to share on a need basis. I think that's the second big thing. I don't think we have been able to establish that very well. Even today, as the report will also tell you, there have been conflicts around who owns this data. People maybe intellectually they agree, but practically there are differences that one sees. The other point around this is, for us to succeed in this initiative, we often, sitting in probably the capital or the country, the 8 metros put together cover about 110 million people. We really have to think about the last 100 million people who live in parts where healthcare is not available. We all know how much of unaddressed needs that we are dealing with. Now the question here then is, if for digital health to succeed, each one of us here will have to think about that last individual in the furthest part of India. With 88% penetration or close to 90% penetration of smartphones and internet into homes, it's not very difficult for us to be able to access that. And there are different ways by which one can probably look at it. My view is, if we are thinking patient-centric, and Mr. Satyanarayana very subtly alluded to it, we will have to move healthcare to a very patient-centric model and not to a provider-centric model. Today, how much ever one might see it or accept it, the truth is everything starts in a hospital and probably ends in a hospital. I think that has to change. We are seeing the green shoots of that change, but that's a big way out. And when I say moving patient-centric, it is not just about diagnostics. And I think most of us talk about digital health as teleconsultation and probably pathology. But my view is today there are lots of things that can be moved. Optometry can be moved, audiometry can be moved. We're talking about ECG, we're talking about EEG. There are so many things that can be taken to the person on the ground. And in places like Himachal Pradesh, where we have some project going, we work with the government to have mobile medical units that go down to the homes and repeat this process every 15 days in the remotest parts of Himachal Pradesh. This is doable, and this is something that can be done. The unit cost may vary, but it is a process that will move healthcare closer to the individual. So 4 things that digital health has got to achieve and has to do is, and we call it the 4 A's in Call Health. One is what we call as accessibility. I mean, is there a way we can democratize the access to healthcare from where you are, not by going someplace, but by sitting where you are, to the best of resources available in the country, wherever it may be. So that accessibility is one thing. The second is the availability. Today, are we even able to let people know where is ultrasound available? Or people are searching around, don't look at the cities, but look at the hinterland. How do we enable information about availability? Third is, how do we make it affordable, what we call as affordability as a dimension? And the fourth is acceptability or approval of a given center or a given facility. I mean, what kind of ratings do people say? What are the reviews about that place and so on? If we can achieve these 4 A's in a manner of speaking, we are pushing the information to the individual for them to take their decision. So 2 other dimensions. Capacity is something that we are not going to be able to change very easily. We heard about CapEx, we heard about triple Ps, we talk about so much of upfront investment to be able to set up an establishment. But what we have to do and we can do is optimize the capacity. Existing capacity is every center being utilized at the optimum level, or are some centers having the best optimization. The second dimension, which I believe is important, is capability. We tend to believe that there are those 10 superstar doctors in a given city and everybody should go to them. Can we bring in technology? Can we bring in AI? Can we bring in cloud-based knowledge to people who are otherwise knowledgeable and capable, but whose diagnostic capability can be enhanced? See, in healthcare, 70% of the issue is around diagnostics. is around being able to identify what is the causal issue. Today, there are mechanisms and methods by which the remaining 30%, which is therapeutic, can be established well. So getting it first time right is the key, and that's what we are setting out to do. Having said all this, the truth is today, we have, and what Brajesh and others were mentioning, we have a fair amount of adoption of the digital health, the framework, and so on. But private sector is probably still hovering at about 15, 20, 25%. And that's not a good sign. And so towards that, and in that context, how do we accelerate the adoption of digital health? How do we accelerate the adoption of the framework is what this panel is about. I'm going to kick it off with Dr. Ratna Devi, who is here, who is an NGO, who's managing an NGO in the deeper parts of the country, to say, how do you see your audience, your target population, understanding anything about digital health? What do you see are the early intakes or messages that you see in that place?
Thank you for that question. And to your 4 A's, I'd like to add 2 more dimensions. One is trust, and the other is ease of use. So whatever you might do, if there is no trust and if there is no ease of use, then the uptake is going to be poor. And I'll just tell this from the perspective of a consumer, of a personal experience. So you said who owns the data, and it is patient-centric, and patients are the users of this data. So as a consumer, I was a regular in one particular hospital that had an app and had all my data stored in it. And when this hospital was taken over by another chain, the app changed and my data disappeared. So do you think I'm going to trust digital if this is what is going to happen? And this is as a person who is aware of what digital can bring as a benefit. The second is, have you seen the ABHA number? It's 14 digits. Nobody can remember it. When you use Paytm, you don't have to remember your Paytm ID. It is, and even if it is given to you, it is simple. It's my name at the rate of something or my mobile number at the rate of something. It's easy to use. So unless you make the platform easy to use, consumers are not going to use it. And then we talked about awareness, and Amira referred to this. So I'm going to sort of break the audience or the consumers into 2 brackets. One is the aware consumer who knows the benefits of digitization or digitalization or digital transformation, as we call it, and the other who doesn't know it and therefore is completely unaware of it. So in the hinterlands, it's complete unawareness. People don't know what benefits it could bring. It's just another digital app or a means which they do not understand, because unlike in the fintech, where you know that your money is sitting in a bank and you are just doing a transaction, for healthcare, you do not understand what your data means. So an illiterate person will not know what his, say, X-ray means or a CT scan means, and what is the value of that. And if he loses it, or if they lose it, what is it in terms of a loss? Do they have to go back and get it done once again? Is data over a period of time valuable? They do not understand that if my X-ray read something 10 years back and I have a new X-ray today and there are changes, is it valuable? They do not understand that, so they will probably not adopt it. In terms of ease of use, again, coming back to ease of use, as a consumer, I have an ECHS card, which is a smart card with a chip. I have 2 insurances. One is an employer insurance and another is a private insurance. And very recently, I went to get my driving license, so I have a UHID from Government of Haryana. Do any of these speak to each other? None of them do. The only thing that actually is useful to me is my app for the private health insurance, because that brings in all data, because that's how I pay for my healthcare. All other platforms are useless to me. So ABHA today for me has no value. And I think this is true of most of us. How many of us have actually used ABHA in any of the healthcare center that we have been to? We either use the hospital app or we use the insurance app. So I think unless all of these problems are resolved, the pull is not going to be there. The other issue or dimension that I want to bring into is how user-friendly is it in terms of language. If I do not know English, am I able to use it with the same ease as any other app? I don't think that platform exists as of now. And then all of us seated here are practitioners of modern medicine, and therefore we talk of digital in the context of modern medicine. What if I am using Ayurveda? Does it pull that data into this ABHA? And if it does not, how am I integrating my healthcare? I think those are the factors that need to be looked into before we can actually look at pull working to its maximum extent.
Phenomenally insightful points and perspectives there, Dr. Ratna. Definitely, I think that dimension that we talked about, how do we make the individual see the value? And I think that you're bringing in powerfully on what is missing. At some stage, if we have time, I would like to have Mr. Satyanarayana also comment on that part about simplification and trust. But Samir, coming to you, going across, can you tell us about what you are seeing from your consulting life across the sector? And where are you seeing resistance? Where are you seeing adoption? What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I think the first thing, there's a full spectrum out there. I think we saw in the earlier presentation, look, India, a vast country, the whole providers vary a lot from an individual practitioner, traditional, non-traditional, to actually organized change. So we already have a huge spectrum in our delivery capacity. Now, even if I talk of the organized players, the large players, even there's a huge spectrum of people who are still figuring out the HIS to actually those who have to really use data and digital and ABHA to start monetizing it, right? And that's a reality. I think healthcare has always been a bit of laggard when it comes to using our digital. And I think when we talk about digital, I think there are 4 layers to it. There's a base layer, which is really your data capture layer, which is the fundamental layer, HIS, LIS, ERPs, EMRs. That itself, adoption, if you look at it, EMR adoption in India is less than 10%, right? So that itself is layer which is not fully built out yet. Then there's a data stack layer, right? You have different systems capturing data, but everything is in silos, right? Very, very few players in the country have really thought of saying, can I stitch together data across the different systems, across the different hospitals or different facilities to make a data stack layer, which really starts making data usable. Then there are use case application which gets it on top of it, right? Which really delivers the experience. And some of them applications are sitting in silos. And then there's entire governance capabilities, how to use it, how to, on a daily basis to improve the outcomes, improve the experience. I think, so there are gaps at multiple levels. I think there's a lot of action happening on the base side, some applications, but the whole data stack is something that people will have to move the journey to make the full of it, full potential of it. I think the third thing, I think in reality, we have to figure out what is the right incentive to use something like ABHA. And look, India is an entrepreneur's market. It's a free market. And I believe there are 3 levels. There's a monetary benefit. I think we like it or not. I think that's a very important reason why a lot of things get adopted. What is the clear monetary benefit? What is the convenience / experience? Dr. Ratna spoke about that. Is it really making my life easier for either a provider or a patient? And then it comes to outcomes. And unfortunately, it happens in that order, right? So first monetary, then convenience, and then clinical outcomes. And I think at some level, we'll have to think about how do we address each one of them and how do we make it the benefit equation very, very clear. I think classic adoption is UPI. I think there was hardly any push which was made to adopt UPI. And I think everything right from top to bottom, we see a massive adoption because it makes life so much easier. It's easy to remember, it's easy to transact and make real changes in daily life. I think we have not got to the stage of ABHA yet. I think it'll need both a push and pull. I think we have to create use cases, a QR code, a simpler number, and just make it easy for people so that their transactions, when they're even talking to a chemist, right? Not only hospital, it's just very easy for them. They see the full benefit trans through. But also there could be some pushes as well. I mean, to be honest, in healthcare, a lot of change is driven by the physicians. And unfortunately, we don't teach digital health to physicians in medical schools, right? So a lot of physicians learn it on the job, their employers, the hospitals push towards it. But how do we get physicians on board is actually going to be a big driver. If physicians start telling the patients, you know what, I have your ABHA ID, I'm going to look at your records or print it before you come to my clinic or see on my screen, that itself will drive a lot of change amongst the patients. Insurers, I think our country seeing a massive growth in insurance post-COVID. I mean, do our insurers really ask for ABHA? Can this be one of the mandatory things? You know what, I want your ABHA ID because that allows me to stitch together information, keep a good track of health and everything is in one place. So I think we'll have to think of both a push and a pull as we move towards driving more digital option. But I think digital is here to stay. Healthcare will always be phygital. I think phygital first, enabled by digital. But I think direction is very clear. I think it's just that every stakeholder is going at a different pace in the journey.
Thank you, Chirag. In fact, again, subject to time, I'll see if I can come back on a couple of follow-through questions on that. Anand represents the organization that probably was one of the first to adopt, I would say, digitized values. And I remember that Call Health used to work with them, and they were probably one of the first to enable a seamless flow of data between two companies and so on. What prompted that initiative from your side? What made you adopt? How did you become an early adopter? And what were the challenges you faced?
Thanks, Hari. As you rightly said, Agilus Diagnostics is the first lab to be fully integrated with ABBA, whether it is as a healthcare provider. We, in fact, out of our multiple centers, we got about close to 300 centers added as healthcare providers in the ABBA network. But at the same time, we also try to see how we can include the patients. So we've been trying to add patients to the network. That's where we face a lot of challenges. So as as discussed by Dr. Ratna Devi and also by Chirag, so the pull factor is really not there. And what we see, the patients are hesitant. One is, they are coming fasting. They are coming fasting most of the time to our labs. And you ask them to create an ABBA ID, they have to go for an OTP. And many cases we found the OTP process itself was very cumbersome. So it was not coming, and those aspects were there. And some of the patients also expressed, concerns about, if I'm going to do some insurance claims, whether this information which I'm going to share with everybody, is it going to affect my, whole insurance aspect? So whether I'll get my claims, or will somebody claim that it's a pre-existing illness and they're going to refuse the payment? So those kind of apprehensions are also there among the patients. So that's where we try to do that. And what we have done is we have got our entire ecosystem in terms of whether it is the lab records, everything linked up. And what we found is the adoption from the healthcare providers in terms of hospitals and nursing homes is also very critical, because in the care continuum we are a very small player. Diagnostics is one of the players, even though we have almost 80% of the structured data is there with us. Because in hospitals and healthcare facilities, we still find a lot of scanning happening. The digitalization is more about scanning a report or scanning a prescription and then loading it in the EMR. So we have a lot of structured data with us, but at the same time, how do we actually create this interoperability? How do you secure that interoperability? Or talking about FHI standards and all. So those things are still not really very clear, and bringing about some kind of a push and pull mechanism in this, where from the care provider side as well as from the patient side, that will only help in taking this forward in a big way. Thank you.
In fact, I have to tell you that I am a regular user of your lab, and I have personally seen trend data, longitudinal data being represented. Those, when in the early stages, of course, were not perfect, but it was starting to give you an indication of which parameter is moving up and down and so on and so forth. Those are perspectives that we don't have, and I saw value in that. But again, I am the wrong audience. I mean, the audience really has to be, like Dr. Ratna said, the ones at the very end. And so, while of course the bigger organizations have the means and methods to do it, the small and medium diagnostic labs have their own challenges in adopting it, and we heard about it from others too. So Kabir, what are your, again, you are one of those who has done this in spite of being a relatively smaller chain of diagnostic labs. So what are your perspectives on the challenges?
Thank you for having me here. So sir, as still a radiology heavy provider, I think radiology is one branch of medicine which was which has been very open to digitization purely because of the nature of the work we do. So the radiology images are stored in a what's called a PACS system. So that's the repository where all images are stored. So ever since I think the very early 90s, radiology as such has been digitized. So that's a big advantage that we have. But that said, if we were to break it up more on the operational side and the clinical side, On the operational side, I think, sir, as ma'am also rightly said, you've been saying, it is the patient that will demand for such integrations. At one point, I think few years ago, clearly technology was a differentiator for many companies and especially new digital health companies. But now I think all labs, whether it's a small, medium or large lab, we have to adapt to technology. I think simple examples like sending a report via WhatsApp. I think now it's just the norm, at least in the larger cities. Patients expect that to happen automatically, and we all have to do that. And now there is a whole ecosystem around that that allows us to do that fairly simply, but it does involve some amount of effort, amount of cost, and this is recurring cost. This is as the cases go up, so does this cost as well. But this is something that the patients demand and expect now. Similarly, WhatsApp-based appointments, online appointments, I think one point of time it was a big differentiator for such companies, but right from the legacy companies to the new companies, we are all having to adapt that. So as sir also said, it has to come from the patient, and we have to, listen to the patient eventually. There is no stepping away from that. On the clinical side, and as far as the incentives to such labs are concerned, I think what would help, clearly the government would see a role in population health management. If there are use cases that the government can set aside and incentivize the providers for example, fracture risk prediction. So imagine if there was a specific use case around all X-rays of all musculoskeletal X-rays, you have to upload them onto a centralized platform. I think such specific use cases would be great, because there are now technologies that exist that can automatically read an X-ray and predict what is the future of a region. In the next 5 years, how many patients are likely to have osteoporosis or osteoarthritis. So I think such use cases would be great, and that would definitely promote adoption more on the clinical and population health side as well. But I mean, we as a smaller group, we are having to now implement a CRM system that will provide benefit to the patient. At some stage, we are pushing a lot on WhatsApp and online appointments. So eventually, it has to come from the patient, and we all would listen to that. But also, we must recognize the efforts that are involved in this. It is not so easy. While a PACS sounds very easy, but to continuously upload hundreds and thousands of very heavy files automatically onto a platform where I would assume it has to be anonymized. There are concerns about security. There are concerns about skilling. Not everyone is adept at that, and so therefore we need handholding from the government to help us.
So if I may ask one follow-through, yes or no question. Have you seen an increase in footfalls because you have been able to give digital reports or digital outcomes to the customers?
So purely because of that, I would not say. But if I was not giving digital reports, it would be a huge hassle, because we would have lines of patients outside our center. So it's...
See, thank you, Kabir. And one other point on this is digital health has to be at 3 dimensions. And again, we heard about it earlier today. Ability to connect services and processes, ability to connect devices, where they may be point of care devices, they could be your fitness devices and so on, and ability to connect data. Data, when I say, it refers to your medical history, your family medical history, your lifestyle, and your, let us say, genetics. All of this comes together, and that's what really going to make a difference. So it's not just about process digitization, but a comprehensive play. So around that, Anu, again, she's from the biryani land. So Anu, tell us about how have you seen this part of it, the genetics part of it, and the digital adoption, and what are some of those challenges you're seeing here?
Sure. So Thank you. And I think one of the things that I have also have experience in is that we do have a limb system as well. So there are some challenges in terms of saying how do software manufacturers add that within their systems. But I'd like to start first with, I think I really appreciated what Mr. JS was talking about. And one of the things that we think about is that there is the lack of the whole family doctor that we are now seeing, and most people going to tertiary care. So when you look at how do you bring that power, I think the easiest way to bring that power back to the PHC is to say, can you get something that doesn't change at all? And I think the one thing that doesn't change at all is your genetics. So if you can get the power of that at the PHC level, where you're saying, I can help in stratifying who needs what kind of nutrition, who needs the kind of help in terms of diabetes or cardiovascular versus cancer risk and so on. I think that helps in a lot of stratification at that particular level, right? So genetics can help because you are able to figure that out. The second piece, and I think many of you would have heard the story of when you go to a hospital and you're asked about, let's say, which community you are from. And I think part of it is that when you look at something like anesthesia, you're looking at succinyl chloride, you're saying that some people, and especially in the Vaishya community, probably, it's harder for them. So it doesn't work very well. So now the whole purpose of saying, can you build a health record where you can reduce the adverse effects? And I think that also can be brought about by saying, can I create a record of saying, putting all the drugs and the sensitivity for that particular patient, right? So when you're looking at a pharmacogenomics, which is now well understood, I think that will reduce a lot of the health risks that you might face for individual clients. The third part, and I think that's also a problem that the country faces, is we are currently saying that we have a lot of birth defects, right? Genetic disorders. How do you reduce those risks? And you can again do that by saying, one is of course education, but the second is also saying, can you actually find out if anybody is carriers of particular diseases? Now that can be done either at a genetic level or you do a biochemistry followed with the genetics. So I think there are many things that you can do from, how do you use genetics for personalizing treatment, for personalizing your fitness, nutrition. But also I think is interesting is that now you can use sequencing to also understand what is there in your gut. So to making those sort of treatment decisions for medical doctors, finding out which pathogens that are there. And also, I think over a period of time, and today it is expensive, the methylation and other things, but you can also find out what exactly is going on, which part of your genome has, not just at the genetic level, but over the genome can actually help you understand what your lifestyle has done to you. And so I think in this whole space where we are building digitization, and I think most genetic companies will be digitized, but I think it is important to be able to connect the dots, if you will, right? So if you get data that is coming from your, all these wearables, you have data that is coming in from your genetics, you have data that's coming from your blood test, how do you put those pieces together? And I think that's one of the aims that we are also solving, where we are saying, can we take all these data points, use machine learning, and be able to come up with the overall risk scoring? Because I think if you can't see the trends, if you can't understand what has happened in the past, you can't predict what is going to happen in the future. So I think that whole piece, missing pieces and connecting the dots, I think there is a very strong need for digitization, and I think genetics is the sort of the baseline for all of that.
Thank you, Anu. The holy grail of digital health is when we can move healthcare from a very episodic, curative focus to a more preventive, personalized, and proactive care. And I think that transition is where data, connecting data will lead us to. But I know that's the runway is long. And before we conclude, for the last panelist, Amol, talk to us about what are some of the preventive initiatives, healthcare initiatives that you have been doing, and what are your experiences around this?
Thank you. Thank you, NATHEALTH, for this opportunity. So at Indus, we offer very comprehensive preventive programs by partnering with different medical institutions, both for individuals and corporates. So what we have realized that digitalization, which is more like an internal digitalization, certainly helped us to service our clients at multiple centers, multiple locations, and add value to them. But to be very honest, it has always been very challenging to really convince a delivery partner or a healthcare provider to share the data digitally. So in case of lab reports, it has been there, but other than lab reports, when it's other diagnostic radiology or other diagnostic reports, there have been a lot of challenges to convince them. So in fact, we are looking forward to the ABDM implementation at our organization. We are in the last phase of implementation it. And in fact, while doing it and implementing it, we are also parallelly working with some standalone hospitals, because on one side we work with big large national and regional chains, but we also work in small towns with single units. So we have identified a few of those units, and parallelly we are working with them to create an awareness about ABDM. Our IT teams are educating them to implement the similar systems which we are trying to do at our place. Because what is happening when we are trying to offer a preventive program and to personalize it, a lot of times we are talking to a client to understand his family history and other thing. Which we know that if there is an integration, we will have that information, because a lot of times, because we have to only depend on self-reported information. Post that, when we are uploading the reports, if we get that opportunity, because at this point we are giving them an EHR access, physical reports, but I don't know what all he's sharing with his physician post that. We certainly have a lot of some cases where we know that because it was not a very critical detection, these people have not shared it with the physician. So I'm sure if we are able to do that, we can add substantial value to them. So I'm sure the courses which was launched with the help of Koita Foundation and other things, which will help us to create that awareness. Because if you ask me, I also have an ABBA card, but I will make a disclosure that unfortunately, I have never used it. We are purposely trying to test it with clients in Mumbai and other places where we work, Bangalore. There is hardly any requirement from a client where he's insisting, because I feel even if that push is there, even my IT team would work a bit faster. That client is asking for an that I want to give my ABBA card, and can you upload that reports there? Unfortunately, there is not a single request, not even from a corporate clients. When we service it with the corporates, unfortunately, no. So I think awareness is going to play a very important role, but as we all have agreed, that it can add a continuum of care and add substantial value, because like Anu said, we also work in the area of genomics, because it is an important area in the area of prevention. And if that information is also stored there, it will add to the value. So the physician or any clinician or hospital, wherever he goes, client goes to, it will benefit him over a longer term. Thank you.
Thank you, Amol. I know we are absolutely off time and have been alerted already. There are questions and there are perspectives that we still will need to deal with, but paucity of time, thank you so much for all your, observations and perspectives, and thank you to the audience for being patient through this. Thank you.
Please give a big round to our speakers. A round of applause. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. And I would request Anvesha Pandey to please come on stage for this group photograph. We want to thank all our speakers for sharing their thoughts on this topic. As a token of our appreciation, we will be planting 50 trees in association with our NGO partner Grow Trees, and will nurture these in your name. You will receive this digital certificate, which is a testament to our commitment to sustainability. Thank you all for coming here and sharing your thoughts. We would like to thank our platinum sponsors, Apollo, Fortis, O3 and Termo, and our gold sponsors, Siemens Healthineers and Wipro GE. We'll now move on to our next session, which is on patient safety. Given the evolving complexities in healthcare systems, patient safety is a framework of activities that aims to prevent and reduce risk, errors, and harm that occur to patients during the provision of healthcare. In a country where more than 70% of the population lives in semi-urban to rural areas, it is highly unlikely that people understand what are their rights and what are the responsibilities of healthcare providers and pharma companies regarding patient safety. In this session, we'll have industry leaders share their personal experiences and wisdom on formulating a robust patient safety framework that a diverse and growing country like ours needs. We would like to thank our knowledge partners Praxis Global and our session sponsor BSV. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Narottam Puri, Advisor Medical, Fortis Healthcare, Principal Advisor, QCI, Advisor, FICCI Health Services and MVT. Dr. Puri has spent over 5 decades in healthcare as a teacher, clinical practitioner, and a healthcare administrator. He has experience in government service, not-for-profit, corporate, and entrepreneurial aspects of healthcare with expertise in healthcare strategy, healthcare quality and safety, as well as health insurance. Presently, he is Principal Advisor, Quality Control of India, Advisor Medical Operations, and member ex-chairman, Fortis Medical Council. Dr. Puri is also Honorary Professor of Indian Medical Association. Please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Narottam Puri. I would request him to please set the context for this session. Please give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm deputizing for Dr. Ashutosh Raghuvanshi, who is unfortunately unwell, to introduce the subject of patient safety. Now, if any one of us falls sick, we require to go to a hospital. And it's perfectly understandable to feel perfectly safe and have the belief that we are going to get well. Well, the belief in getting well is fine, but being perfectly safe, how true is that? Safety is fundamentally defined as an absence of danger, an ability to be feeling that there is no danger to me. But you'll be surprised to know that hospitals are considered far more dangerous than mountain climbing and bungee jumping. Surprised? Even doctors are. And it was about 25 years ago that one single publication completely changed the complexion of how doctors and how the entire world of patients and their attendants started seeing what the unsafe parts of a hospital care entailed. This was in 1999, and the report was called "To Err is Human." This was brought out in the United States to indicate that 44,000 to 98,000 patients die because of hospital-related errors or negligence. So patients of that magnitude were not safe. Out of these, about 7,000 died because of only medication errors. Now, over a period of time, in fact, just the very next year, the NHA in UK brought out a report, an organization that does not forget, or something like that, or an organization with a memory, which indicated that 1 out of 10 patients who were admitted in a hospital developed some kind of harm. Actually, on a review of literature, you would have found that approximately the same statistics were brought out in Australia, but 3 years earlier, in 1996. They reported 16.6% of people harmed in the hospital. This was followed immediately by the Joint Commission International coming out with patient safety guidelines in about 2002. And in 2004, the WHO came up with World Patient Safety Goals. So within a span of roughly 25 years, hospitals have suddenly become known as places where you go not just to get well, but also to remain well from what hospital harm can affect on you. From the perspective of patient safety, the reasonings almost across the world remain the same. But prior to the 1990s, it was just a blame game. Everybody realized that an error has been committed, a wrong medicine has been given to a wrong patient, or a wrong site surgery has been done on a patient. Sometimes a wrong patient has been operated. And it was not simply the cause of a patient being harmed. It was the reputational harm that occurred to organizations and the financial harm it caused to not just the patient, the institution, but also to the society. So when there was a calculation made in the To Err is Patient report, they calculated that in the United States, because of patient errors, roughly $38 million are spent annually. 17 million out of these were recoverable in the sense that they were avoidable. Certain harms in hospital settings cannot be avoided. And as we discuss, I'll give you the reasons. So don't be afraid of hospitals. Go there certainly, because you may be just 9 out of 10 who will get well. But make sure that you are aware that you're going into a hospital setting which is inherently unsafe. From the perspective of India, the situation is unknown because we don't have data as to how many people are affected. We do know that roughly 1 patient per minute per hospital is having some kind of a medication error or some kind of an error happening across the globe. It is much more in places where it is measured, because we get to know. And how much more it is in countries in, let's say, sub-Saharan Africa or in other developed countries, we can't know. We are also subjected to an area which most other countries are not subjected to, and that is the question of spurious drugs. So medication safety is one of the keynotes of what NATHEALTH actually has been doing with NABH to address. And I'm really glad that NATHEALTH has caught on to this as one of its key themes and is working with NABH to address it, bring it to the attention of the public that patient safety and their own safety is not something to be laughed at. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we go into the session, I'd just like to request for the release of the white paper by Mr. Jakshesh Jha, who is the Chairman of the Quality Council of India. He's not here with us, but he's going to do it online. So may I request the organizers to please run that? Thank you. And Siddharth, may I request you to come here on the stage? He's played.
Good afternoon to all. Friends, today marks a crucial day for all of us. I would like to extend my congratulations to NATHEALTH, Praxis Global and NABH for their groundbreaking work on the jointly developed publication on patient safety. This marks a significant milestone in our collective journey towards ensuring the well-being and safety of patients across our healthcare system, a culmination of collaborative efforts and initiatives over the years. Friends, QCI has been critically involved in setting benchmarks, fostering continuous improvement, and promoting a culture of excellence within the healthcare ecosystem. NABH plays a crucial role in upholding the highest standards of patient safety and quality healthcare in the country. Through rigorous accreditation processes, quality improvement initiatives, and greater accountability mechanism, we have witnessed a shift towards patient-centric care and improved outcomes by enhancing credibility, transparency, and responsiveness within the healthcare sector. The pursuit of patient safety demands collective action. It requires contribution to the entire ecosystem, individual healthcare workers, hospitals, industry organizations, and enabling policies. I am hopeful that we can all leverage our collective expertise and drive transformative change in the realm of patient safety and quality healthcare through our synergized efforts. Looking ahead to 2047, the Sankalp for a Viksit and prosperous Bharat will be built on the foundation of quality healthcare. For the next 10 years, the need is to leverage technology and capacities we have built up in the past to create a system integrated healthcare delivery and move horizontally. We must devote ourselves to ensuring comprehensive care for every person, regardless of their geographical location or socio-economic status. After all, patient safety is not just a checklist or a regulatory requirement. It is a promise we make to every individual who seeks healing within the walls of our healthcare systems. It is a commitment to vigilance, relentless improvement, and the highest quality we can offer. And in this, we all are partners. I wish everyone an enriching discussion ahead and look forward to the takeaways and action points we must all work together on as we chart the course of for India's and her citizens' transformative journey to Swachh, Swasth, Samruddh और सशक्त नया भारत. जय हिंद.
May I invite on stage the panelists for as well? But first, let's release the paper, Siddharth. Sure.
I would like to invite on stage speakers for the panel discussion. They'll release the paper as well. Please welcome on stage Dr. Atul Mohan Kochar, the Session Chair, Chief Executive Officer, NABH, National Accreditation Board of Hospitals and Healthcare Providers Quality Council of India. Please welcome Dr. Sumana Arora, Senior Consultant Health, Niti Aayog, Government of India. Please welcome Dr. J.N. Srivastav, Advisor, Quality Patient Safety Division, NHSRC. Please welcome Mr. Pranav Sharma, Cluster Head, India, Singapore and Malaysia, Baxter India Private Limited. Mr. Raju Narayan, Global Sector Specialist, Health IFC, International Finance Corporation. I would also like to invite on stage Mr. Ariman Tandon, Managing Partner and Co-founder, Praxis Global Alliance, and Ms. Garima Malhotra, Partner, Praxis Global Alliance. I would also request Jaya to please come on stage for the release of the knowledge paper. I would request Dr. Sumana Arora, Senior Consultant Health, NITI Aayog, Government of India, to please come on stage and address the audience. Please put your hands together for Dr. Sumana Arora.
A very good afternoon. Thank you for having me here, and thank you for accommodating my request due to a tight schedule. And I won't be able to be part of the panel. I have to get back to a meeting. Patient safety, it's a topic very, very close to my heart. I was a victim of patient harm myself at the age of 10 years old, landed up on the operation table because of a problem with the pediatrician's diagnosis. On that table, I decided to become a doctor. Cut to decades later, the little one at home faced a similar situation. He was admitted in the hospital. The pediatrician seemed to be missing out something which I thought he was. I insisted on an erect X-ray abdomen. Turned out to be what I suspected, and the little one had to be operated upon. Now, what is patient safety? Patient safety is absence of preventable harm to the patient. First, do no harm. That's what we are all taught in our medical schools and nursing schools and other allied professional schools. Now, 3 million deaths happen annually due to unsafe care. The sad part is that 50% of these are actually preventable. This also potentially reduces the global economy by 0.7% due to patient harm. Now, the common sources that are generally seen are medication errors, surgical errors, infections, patient falls, diagnostic errors, etc. But I'll request that we step back and also look at two other aspects. One is psychological safety, and the second one is physical safety. Now, what is psychological safety? As a patient with asymmetry of information, there is a sense of hesitation to talk to the doctor. The doctor is always in a hurry, more often than not. The healthcare professionals, the nursing staff, the allied health professional, they are overburdened. So there is a lack of communication which adds on to it. Physical safety. Now, patients who are admitted in hospitals, who are not ambulatory, they cannot rescue themselves in case of a fire, in case of a mob attack, in case of a terror attack, as we saw in Mumbai blasts. Now, the factors that I'd like to discuss slightly in brief are the healthcare reasons, healthcare worker-associated reasons. Many times we see doctors and nurses overburdened, exhausted, fatigued. This is a definite reason for patient harm. Writing notes without seeing patients. I've seen this myself in my work in the private sector. Patient-related, patient engagement, at many times we see there's a lack of engagement which contributes to patient harm. Systems and processes either not being in place or not being followed. Technology. Now, technology is a boon and can also be a bane. Many times there's this habit of copy-pasting from one record to another leads to errors. Telemedicine is very new. Telemedicine was, at least not people of my batch were never taught telemedicine, and telemedicine leaves it entirely to the doctor's discretion to decide if a patient can be handled via an online platform or needs to be seen physically. So I've seen errors happening there as well. Of course, external reasons, ambulances getting stuck in traffic leads to patient harm. Now, speaking from the public sector perspective, there are a few things that I'd like to highlight here. We all know that WHO has a specific emphasis on patient safety. We have a national patient safety implementation framework which is in place. There's a patient safety secretariat in the Directorate of Health Services in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. There are almost 20 states which have set up quality committees in states under the chairmanship of the health secretaries of those states. A subcommittee of these quality committees is a patient safety committee. NHSRC has done tremendous work on patient safety. NHA has ABPMJ quality certification program in partnership with QCI. ICMR has come out with standard treatment workflows in an effort to standardize treatment protocols. AIMS is looking at patient safety in collaboration with WHO. Coming to NITI Aayog. NITI Aayog has looked at district hospitals, come out with district hospital index, come out with best practices of states so that states can learn from each other. That's a huge advantage that we, as a country as diverse as India, we have. We have so many diversities, north, south, east, west, hilly regions, low-lying areas, mountainous regions, that we can learn so much from each other. So best practices has been brought out by NITI Aayog. Currently, we are working on antimicrobial resistance, holding multi-sectoral meetings, and this is an ongoing work, and AMR is an important aspect of patient safety. I heard somebody here mention Ayush and whether ABHA would cover Ayush. Ayush is definitely an integral part of ABDM, and yes, if there's a facility, it will have the capability to cover Ayush. And in this same topic, right now as we speak, work is happening on an integrative health policy. Now, I've seen cases where one of the hemato-oncologists was trying to titrate the dose of warfarin, and he was not able to do so. It's only a few days later he came to know that the patient was on some alternative system of medicine which was reducing, which was not making him titrate it effectively. This information came in very late. This is called mixopathy. So hence we are also working on an integrative health policy. It's very, very important that we don't work in silos. The private sector, the public sector has to work in partnership, hand in hand, learn from each other, co-create and ensure that we all thrive in a culture of patient safety. No one can whistle a symphony. It takes a whole orchestra to play it. Thank you for your time. Namaskar, Jai Hind.
Haji, please. Just send me your... So, thank you, Dr. Arora. We'll get going because Dr. Arora unfortunately has to leave and cannot be a part of the panel anymore. But there's plenty of very eminent speakers with us to talk about different facets. I must congratulate NATHEALTH in getting together a very wide variety of people who we wouldn't normally expect to be associated with patient safety. For example, from IFC. But I'm quite sure that you'll be intrigued to hear what he has to say about the concept of patient safety. From the perspective of the government, some thoughts have been shared from what NITI Aayog is doing about patient safety asthma. But what is the Ministry of Health thinking about? Let's hear from Dr. J.N. Srivastav.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction, and thanks the organizer for inviting NHSRC for this important discourse, important forum. I mean, if we look at the health landscape over last couple of years, substantial investments have been made by the government, central government, state government, also by the corporate, individuals, different sectors. But the critical question comes up, are we getting the required outcome when we look at the indicators as a country as a whole? No two doubts that country has made a good progress in terms of the proxy indicators, like looking at the global decline of the maternal mortality ratio, infant mortality rate. The India's progress has been commendable. But the critical question comes up that, is that enough? And what are we going to do about it? And in that context, in fact, as a quality movement, because for us working at NHSRC, the safety is an integral part of any quality which we talk. While that the development partners, the verticals are different, but the chair, Dr. Atul Mohan Kochar, will bear me out that safety is an integral part of the quality. And in the initial years, the focus was in trying to convince the states to have a quality system in place. And historically, like country has the national quality assurance standards, and these standards are also treated by SQA, and the safety is an integral part. But subsequent to the World Health Assembly resolution, which was passed in 2019, in fact, India was a year prior, that in 2018, we came out with the National Patient Safety Implementation Framework, which Dr. Arora just now mentioned. And frankly, we are quite good in creating the guidelines or coming out with any rules, regulations. But the main challenge lies that how are we going to ensure in terms of the implementation at the ground level. So, we thought that in a traditional district hospital and lower down, here I am talking about the volume, that total public health facilities are around 1,74,000 at this point of time in the country. And the decision has also been taken that the government is very focused on the primary health care. And the statistics tells us that for a country as a whole, whatever Dr. Ashish Jha carried out a couple of years back, that about 52 lakhs of the patients, they experience some kind of harm in the country, and which culminates into the 15 to 20% of the hospital budget going into the addressing the issues pertaining to the patient safety related problems which the patients they encounter. So this is a big drain on any resource which is happening, whether we are working in the government side or in the corporate side or in the small healthcare facilities, that remains a challenge. Our hospital-acquired infection rate is still, frankly, we don't have the benchmark, but for the public health system, it is in the broad estimate is around 18 to 20%. And in that context, besides building up this national quality assurance standards, there are specific interventions in terms of Laksh, which talks about the safety-related, quality-related issues pertaining to the maternity care. 2 years back, we also worked with the program divisions with the state to come out with a Muskan initiative, that is the ensuring the quality and patient safety services and for the pediatric services. Besides this, there is an initiative known as Sakushal. It is the self-assessment tool for initially our focus is at the district hospital, that they should do the self-estimation and to, work out some estimate and address certain low-hanging fruits. And infection is still one of the major problems. So recently, last month, NHRC has signed an MOU with ICMR and AIMS to get at least certain basic data elements reported in terms of the surgical safety. And for the medication safety, we have come out with an app. So this is the work in progress, and let's see that we are able to make some difference in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So that's from the perspective of what the government is thinking and looking at. How does the management look at these things? Given the fact that one of the major components of patient safety involves the administration of drugs, the use of drugs, I think the next person to tell us more about it should be Pranav Sharma. Pranav has worked in the pharma industry. He is a peculiar combination, I would say, of being a botanist, a pharmacist, and a marketing guru. So he is the cluster head of Baxter. He's worked with Novo Nordisk, he's worked with Torrent. And so Pranav, how would you add on to the view that medication errors at all levels, which are usually something that can be avoided, keep on occurring not just in India but all across the globe? And what can be done? Previously, it was a blame game. somebody makes a mistake, so hang the nurse or the doctor concerned. But we have learned that usually these are problems associated with processes. So as a management guy, I think, and as somebody who has extensive experience of working in the pharmaceutical sector and now with the medical technology sector, you have a peculiar insight into the entire gamut of patient safety protocols that have come into play. And could you also mention what does the pharma industry think about when they're dealing with the question of spurious drugs or substandard drugs?
Thank you, Dr. Puri, and thank you, NatHealth, for providing me this opportunity. I think it's a very well organized program. Now, coming on to patient safety, and as you rightly said, let me just kind of look at it at two perspectives. One perspective is the awareness around this happens, and the other perspective is the culture around how is it dealt with. As you rightly said, from a culture which was, and then I can look at my experience 10 years ago, where the culture was kill the messenger, and therefore everybody was fearful of reporting, to now the culture changing and saying, let's report and let's then discuss and use effective tools that help driving the root cause analysis. So there's so many tools that are available, I think. What we have done in the industry is really kind of, I know for sure companies like Baxter and there are other companies who have actually worked with healthcare providers to really do these sessions to support them on how do you do analysis with the data that's come in, how do you do the root cause analysis, use the right set of tools to really identify what needs to be improved, rather than finding out faults in individuals, which leads to a negative culture of non-reporting. So I think that, in my experience, is changing. It's rapidly changing, and it's at different levels of awareness and adoption across different facilities. But overall, there is far more understanding of the fact that patient safety helps in improving overall outcomes. And the way to do it is to culturally shift the way we look at capturing data, reporting data, analyzing data, and doing corrective actions around this. So that's one part of it. The other, I really wanted to really speak about how could industry be partners in driving this agenda. And I think we've got experts here who will speak about the problem and the problem statement, but I really wanted to focus on how could potentially industry really be a partner in driving patient safety, because it's in the interest of the healthcare system and the industry to work together. And I would really break it down into 4 pillars. And the first pillar is training. And I think the industry can really help in supporting training and really driving more and more awareness on the need and tools for patient safety. So for example, we at Baxter a couple of years ago partnered with JCI to create an IV safety training program that we ran across a few hospitals and with a few trainers to really train them how do you really drive IV safety, especially with oncology drugs and reconstitution. So that's one area, and there are a lot of companies who are working in this, but we could probably structure it better where we can actually have that negotiations or we can have that collaboration with policymakers in terms of aligning it to what they want, and the industry can come in with their reach and resources to create the right programs. The other thing that we can work is awareness. Like for example, we worked with NatHealth last year to really work on patient safety and awareness as patients and as HCPs. We can do a lot of awareness and we do it in, let's say for example, our PD program, where we are doing a lot of work supporting HCP to create awareness at the patient level of what is important and why is it important for them to be disciplined in doing their therapy, because it leads to better patient safety. So that's the second pillar. The third pillar could be innovation, and innovation is something that the industry keeps on doing. It could be digital innovation, it could be incremental innovation that helps reduce errors. Let's say for example, we had a product called Minibag Plus. It's a product that really helps reducing medication errors, helps reducing needle stick injuries. A very small innovation, but substantially changes these errors. And I think these are things that have to come in. As you rightly said, spurious drugs, the industry can really look at, and I can give you an example in Malaysia where we were asked to put holographic stickers on our products that are supplied to the MOH just to make sure, and I'm not sure this is the best way because I think that stickers could be reprinted by others, but at least we were looking at ways to ensure that this does not happen. You could look at barcodes, you could look at scanners, but something that the industry can really work and partner to work upon. And I think the last is basically on driving the need for patient safety in terms of health economic data. And then this is where I think as industry we struggle a lot, because when we have tools or innovation that come in, the question that comes back to us in saying, what is the benefit from an health economic standpoint? And I think this is where the industry can really partner to create that data and say why and how investing in things today really help in improving outcomes, and you end up saving far more money that you would have spent, and it's just collating that data and showing evidence to drive that. And these are the 4 pillars where the industry can really partner with hospitals, with policymakers and government to drive patient safety agenda in the country.
Just one area perhaps that you'd like to comment on would be the area of medical equipment safety, because you deal with it all the time. We as medical personnel who are using the equipment tend to get used to a functional equipment. But for example, no doctor will know whether the battery life of a defibrillator is over or not. So could you comment a little bit about that aspect, that how do you maintain from the patient's safety perspective a proper medical technology assessment, or is there any tool that you could suggest which could work over a longer format with a larger footprint?
So there are 2 ways of doing it. One is the traditional way of ensuring, and then I think from an industry standpoint, we tend to do a lot of preventive maintenance for all the equipments and all medical devices that we put in hospitals to make sure that there is a way we go back to the hospitals to really speak about preventive maintenance and do that. The other way of doing it is really introducing digitalization. And I think this is where the industry is working on right now. So to give you an example, most of our medical devices are now connected to the cloud, and they are giving information. And it's just a matter of time. And I was discussing this with my own service team. It's just a matter of time that our own data will give us predictive analysis to our own technical team and saying this equipment has been there and these are some of the things that we're seeing, and therefore most likelihood in the next 6 months you might see a battery replacement required, and therefore it gives you the ability to go back and have that discussion with the hospital 6 months in advance and saying you would probably need a battery replacement in the next 6 months. So really using digital, I think there is more and more devices that we are now selling across industry are connected. It's just a matter of time where all that data would really help us to drive predictive maintenance support that we can provide to hospitals, which would really address a lot of these things in terms of being more proactive than reactive to doing it. And that proactiveness can really help in terms of reducing all these errors.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what the tool of failure mode actually tells us, the FMEA analysis. So you talked about the tools like the root cause analysis, the root cause analysis 2, and also these 3 tools, perhaps the use of ISBAR, because the other common major problem that affects and causes 3/4 of the problem are communication errors. And ISBAR is a tool that can help you. We've got it from the aviation industry, and this is something that can be considered. From the perspective of addressing majority of the concerns of patient safety, I think it's important that institutions of all sizes and grades follow a quality protocol. And one method of ensuring some degree of sustainable quality over a period of time is accreditation as a tool. Accreditation has been recognized by WHO as a medical tool that is a quality standard. And it's good to know that Baxter has worked with JCI. JCI is amongst the oldest organizations from the perspective of accreditation. But in India, the NABH has made rapid strides. And one of the major pushers behind that stride is sitting with us, fortunately, Dr. Atul Kochar. Dr. Atul Kochar has been with us at NABH for a few years now, and I think the degree of growth we are seeing in NABH has never been seen before, prior to his time. So kudos to him and his team that perhaps you could tell us, Atul, the number of institutions that have actually got accredited. What are the various ways that you are addressing patient safety concerns? Because from the NABH standards, I know 5 chapters are devoted to patient standards or medical standards and 5 to infrastructural standards. And that hasn't changed over the years. So could you let us know your thoughts about how patient safety needs to be addressed and how is it being addressed through the use of accreditation as a tool?
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And at the outset, I believe it's an immense privilege for me to be a part of a session which is moderated by Dr. Puri. Not only is one of the legends of Indian medicine, but he's also a past chairman, one of the founding members of NABH. And another privilege for me today is to be a part of representing NABH, which over the past 18 years, it was formed in 2005, our first standard came about in 2006. And over the past 18 years, I think NABH has built a very solid foundation based on our values of credibility, responsiveness, innovation, and transparency, of reaching out to a large number of partners who are now today at a very advanced stage of implementing patient safety fundamentals. So patient safety is not one word actually, it's not a silos, it takes into account a whole lot of best practices, whole lot of basic tenets. And when we speak about standards, whether they are accreditation standards or they are certification standards, the linchpin, the cornerstone, if I can call it, is patient safety. And not only patient safety, but staff safety, facility safety. When they all come together, it creates an ecosystem which is geared to prevent unintended harm. Dr. Arora also pointed out, as doctors, our fundamental duty is primum non nocere. That's an oath which we all take. First, do no harm. So based on that framework, to avoid unintended harm, to avoid medication errors unintended, which unfortunately across world are still one of the top 10 causes of major morbidity and mortality across world, even in the Western world. So across the spectrum, accreditation has emerged as a very powerful framework, a very powerful tool which has an oversight over all these measures. And that has been repeatedly endorsed. And now we are only looking at how best to disseminate to the last in the line. And it's been, I think, a very fruitful discussion since morning, where we have seen how we can leverage technology to reach out to the primary care, as Dr. Srivastava also pointed out, as our 2 sessions on technology also pointed out. Now probably the time is right to leverage technology to reach to the last in the line and create a ecosystem from bottom up, which believes in a collective goodness for all, which I believe is also enshrined in our principle of Vasudevaya Kutumbakam, or one universal health, or one world, one health, and similarly. So accreditation takes into account, like Dr. Puri, there are 10 chapters. So hospital infection control, we have, which leads to direct effect, medication management, which leads to directly affecting the outcome of a patient, are also very well covered, and they all incorporate the cutting edge best practices. But equally important are how we look at facility safety, how we look at equipment, how we look at patient rights and responsibilities, and how we could customize all those factors to create that. So every 4 years now, it's a standard. We are currently working with our 5th edition accreditation standards. But next month, by 31st of March, just few days hence, we are going to release the 6th edition standard also. We also believe this has incorporated, and we have done a lot towards that by industry stakeholders, bringing all people together, taking their guidance. And so we have incorporated not only, sir, the current best practices, but also the issues, the larger issues of sustainability, climate action, everything, because patient safety cannot be implemented in letter and spirit if we are not sustainable. And it cannot certainly be implemented if we are not bothered about the Mother Earth. So somehow all those factors, besides a whole lot of other best practices, we have to address. So NABH is working steadily, and we have about 2 months back, in collaboration with Mr. Ridwan, thank you so much, Mr. Ridwan, we have worked towards delivering the digital also, with the basic idea of demystifying digital health. So since morning, we have learned a lot about how ABDM can grassroots, like Dr. Srivastava mentioned, that of the 74,000 hospitals, about 40,000 are already in their network, and government is steadily reaching out with a focus on primary care. So kudos to them, and we need to really use and leverage technology. So for these digital health standards, besides the public institutions, today more than 157 hospitals, which are some of the top hospitals of the country, have enrolled for that program. And very soon, I believe, we'll open it to the primary health care facilities also. And those nuts and bolts of digital health understanding, Dr. Om today morning mentioned what is the road to digital health is paved with digitalization and digital transformation. So that transformation has to begin from the last line, and we are slowly reaching there. And once all of them come together and we embrace the goodness of that FHIR standard, the HPR, the health professional registry, make full use of, as Dr. Satyanarayan also highlighted, that if we could make good use of our existing infra, which is a large network of universal ID, then only we can aspire to have universal health. One of the biggest things which India has is that, sir, about 200 odd countries, 197, 198 countries, only 37 countries in the world have their own healthcare standards, and India occupies a place of pride there. So it's a wonderful opportunity for all of us to utilize these standards to the best, not only for the cutting edge, higher end hospital, the islands of excellence, but also for the weakest link in the chain. If we could somehow empower them, then the baseline increases and all of us can aspire to have universal health. Because till all of us are strong, none of us is strong. So that's a adage, I would say, holds very true for all of us. And accreditation coming back, and NABH is right in the front and center of it. And thank you so much, NATHEALTH, Mr. Bhattacharya, and your wonderful team for including Praxis. So because all of them came together to do this impact study of about thousands of hospitals, key stakeholders. And I think there are valuable lessons in this report for all of us. And this is just a starting point, I'm sure. And based on this learnings, some of learning for us also, we are definitely going to build the next road to future and forging a safer future for all of us. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Kochhar. Dr. Kochhar, incidentally, is a professor of dermatology at Maulana Azad Medical College. He's been working with NABH for the last 5 years or so now. And it's a privilege to have you as the CEO. And thank you, Siddhartha and team, and the previous president, the current president, hopefully the next president, will continue to partner with NABH to pursue this path of patient safety, particularly bringing to the general public's knowledge by creating awareness about the perils that healthcare anywhere in the world inherently has. Now, somebody might have wondered why I said that medication errors, patient safety can never be 100%. The reason for that is that, for example, you might test a patient by doing a sensitivity test for a particular antibiotic. And the sensitivity test might indicate to you that the patient is not sensitive to that drug. But as soon as you give the drug or give the second dose of the drug, there is an anaphylactic reaction and the patient is dead. It recently happened in a major hospital to a very well-connected individual, shall I say. And actually, there's nothing really that you can do about it. In fact, documentation, if you look at, there's no justification for doing a sensitivity test for majority of the antibiotics do you use. Because of this very reason, that while the sensitivity test may be negative, you still may be sensitive to that drug. So certain things you have to say probably the will of God. So some errors are unavoidable, but most errors are avoidable. And if this message can go to the entire medical fraternity, which includes pharma industry, healthcare technology sector, and the healthcare providers, as also to the patients, because the patients also have a stake in their own health, then it becomes a very important tool. Final speaker is from Washington, from the IFC. Raju, thank you very much for joining us. Mr. Raju Narayan has had experience of more than 30 years in the healthcare sector. He's been the MD of a company which was the #1 company in fertility care in Singapore. He's worked in a major hospital chain in India, and is currently with the IFC. The one question that usually is asked by most management personnel who don't come from a medical background is, why do you want me to spend so much money? So what is the damage? Pranav mentioned about it, Dr. Srivastava mentioned about it, that the cost of bad care or an error is far more than is actually tabulated. I'd just like you to let us know from the perspective of the financing organization, how do you look at patient safety? And you come from a biomedical background, you're a biomedical engineer yourself. So you can perhaps add to what Pranav mentioned about the safety of medical equipment.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I think I might want to start saying by your quote, when you, in your opening speech, you mentioned to err is human. The second part of that is not fixing the error is inhuman, right? So everyone has got a part to play in fixing the error, looking at patient safety. And when I was just talking to one of my old friends, I said, I'm speaking at a panel. So he asked me, is it on health financing? I said, no, it's on patient safety. So he looked at me, what do you have to do in a patient safety panel? You are a financing organization. So IFC is a developmental finance organization, which means that the developmental impact of what we finance is very crucial to us. If you fund an organization who doesn't use that funding properly, that is more dangerous than not funding them at all. So I think that's where we put in a lot of emphasis on looking at quality and safety when we start funding healthcare organizations, healthcare facilities, whether it is a hospital or a chain of clinics or a laboratory. An integral part of our due diligence is to look at where they are today in their quality and patient safety. So every investment actually goes through that process of quality and safety assessment. And so that's where I come in as a healthcare specialist. So when an investment opportunity comes in, a rapid assessment is always part of that, integral part of that assessment. So when we look at, okay, where you are today, what are the gaps in your patient safety? How can we help to fix that for you? And then the money is put to good use. Because end of the day, the end beneficiary or the one who suffers most is the patient. And when you look at the emerging market, this is a scenario that is common across the globe. It's not unique to India or in Africa or Latin America, everyone. So safety or quality is not a checkbox which you just tick. It has to be a culture. It has to be internalized. It has to be integrated into your process. And everyone, whether it's not a clinician or a nurse or a technician or a housekeeper, everybody plays a part in the patient's journey to make sure that the patient go through that healthcare delivery in a very safe manner. Unfortunately, in a healthcare setting, we can't guarantee a positive clinical outcome all the time because it depends on many factors. But I don't think there is any excuse for not guaranteeing a safe environment for the patient and the staff who is involved in the caring of the patient. So I think that's where the safety aspect is super crucial for any healthcare facility. So when in the past, when IFC looks at a potential investment opportunity in an emerging market, and if you feel that, oh, there's so many gaps in how they're providing care, they don't have proper governance, they do not have proper safety and quality in place, we used to walk away from that, right? It's not investment ready. But today what we do is we then make them investment ready. So an healthcare advisory service which IFC provide is a very strong part of our offering. So the quality advisory I mentioned, the rapid assessment which we provide to companies, it's at no cost to them because it is heavily funded by donor funding, thanks to Ministry of country of Japan. It's fully funded. So the rapid assessment which we provide to organizations is at no cost to them, which will help them to understand where they are today and what the gaps are. And then from there, because you need to know what the gaps are first before you start fixing them and putting in measures to do that. And these companies are not even our investee companies. So we work with even on a country levels. Someone mentioned about universal health coverage. So some of the countries, as part of their universal health coverage implementation, wanted to look at where the providers are today in terms of their quality and safety standards, so that you make them come up to a certain standard before you start enrolling them into the universal health coverage panel. So we work with the country of Egypt in looking at private providers and helping them with their quality assessment and helping them to bridge the gap, providing implementation support so that they become ready for universal health coverage empanelment. The other aspect is we are not talking about the tier 1 hospitals of countries, right? When you go down the healthcare delivery chain to tier 2, tier 3 hospitals, again, safety becomes an afterthought. Quality becomes an afterthought. And a common excuse which I hear is people say, I can't afford it. We are a small hospital. Don't come to me about quality and safety. But that's a myth. Safety and quality doesn't have to cost a lot of money. For example, identifying the right patient, why should that cost money? Right? Patient comes to you, but a lot of people don't do that. Patient identification is a starting point of a quality or safety error, because if it's the wrong patient, even if you do the right surgery on the wrong patient, it doesn't make sense. So simple things, and technology can of course play a part in providing the tools to make sure that safe and the quality environment is being provided. But the human nature is that if you don't pay attention to what you're doing, and that's where the trouble happens, because when I always look, I've been a healthcare operator throughout my professional career, so when I look at the root cause of patient errors or medication errors or any quality lapses, there's only 2 reasons. One is ignorance, the other one is indifference. Because ignorance, yes, can be fixed. Indifference is much more difficult to fix. It's a constant process of drilling down and bringing the culture. And again, somebody talks about culture of that reporting and incident reporting. I've seen hospitals who report that 0 incidents. Can't be true. It means 0 reported incidents, that's all, right? Because people, sometimes they don't even know what is an incident. And near misses are never reported. So there's a big spectrum of such activities that goes on. So there are hospitals who actually have good practices, like, they even have competitions among the departments, which department reports a maximum number of incidents. So you promote that kind of a culture of reporting, culture of monitoring and management. So it has to be a way of life to be effective. Like I say, everybody is a good human being when they are at their church or their temple, but then outside of that, they go back to their usual way of living. So I think it has to be a way of life. And then it makes sense. And especially today, in today's context, we are trying to take healthcare out of the hospital into primary care, into secondary care, even home care. So if the patient safety and the staff safety issues are not fixed, we are actually augmenting the problem, because when you go down the delivery chain, as I said, people take it very lightly. So the question is, whose responsibility is this? I guess it has to be a collective responsibility. Everyone has to play a part: regulators, accreditation, the providers, even the payers, like, when the insurance payers. You don't pick a hospital or a clinic into your panelment by saying that, okay, they are providing the cheapest care. It has to be who is providing the quality care. So everyone has to play a part, and then even the patient has got to play a part, right? In following the instructions of the providers and making sure that they are adhering to the instructions. So everyone has to play a part. Then I think becomes a safe community and a safe overall ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raju. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that there's no more time left for question and answers. But one thing I have already asked the panelists, they will remain available to you during the lunch break. So if there are any questions, they will be happy to answer for you. From the perspective of NATHEALTH, I hope you've taken this lesson home, that avoid ignorance. So do read this report. And number two, don't be indifferent, at least not to your own health. And those of you who are providers of healthcare, I think very valuable lessons that have emanated from these four very learned men. Thank you very much, the four of you, Dr. Srivastav, Pranav, Atul, and Raju. And ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful time at lunch break. Enjoy. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Puri, for starting this discussion. This discussion has been very enriching, and all these important points will be very helpful when the knowledge paper is given its final touches. So I would like to invite on stage Mr. Ariman Tandon, Managing Partner and Co-founder, Praxis Global Alliance, to please come on stage and talk to us about the knowledge paper. Very important points raised here. And we'd like to know more about what the knowledge paper says. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Ariman Tandon on stage.
Well, sessions before lunch come with their own time crunch, so I'll keep it as short and punchy as possible. Necessary honors, a lot of you know about us, and those who don't, we're a global management consulting firm. 5 offices across the APAC region. Why patient safety as a topic? And this goes back to having a very engaging conversation with Siddharth a couple of months back. India has taken the 4G, 5G leap. We've taken the direct internet over smartphone revolution. The government has really upped their ante through the whole insurance penetration. And now there's so much of capital available which can take care of healthcare outcomes. There's also a lot of with the last 10 years, India has literally gone on the global map, right? However, healthcare outcomes and quality of outcomes is still a big challenge in the country. Everyone talks about affordability, access, just right quality, but we wanted to push the boundary, and we really want to talk about high quality outcomes. And if we look at this, some data that shows countries which have the best health prosperity, best health outcomes, also supported by a lot of government spending on healthcare, have actually one thing in common. They have very high patient safety. And whether it's causality or it is correlation, it does not matter. But what it definitely means is, if we chase patient safety as an outcome, overall health outcomes will definitely get better. And it's not just about health outcomes. We have seen multiple research and multiple papers which talk about institutions and healthcare providers which rank better on patient safety, have better EBITDA margin, have better valuations compared to their peers. So it's not just about quality of care, it's also about better outcomes, for the private sector. So what do we mean by patient safety? And I think the experts have already spoken, but from the white paper standpoint, there are 6 dimensions of patient safety. One is about surgeries. So wherever there is any interventional procedure, the safety of the surgeries. The second is about childbirth, and we'll show you some data, but that's again a big gap in terms of quality outcomes and safety outcomes. Then it's about everything related to do with blood and injection. So wherever, again, there is some engagement with the human body. Medication safety, we are one of the world's most over-medicated on antibiotics, patient pool across the world. The dosage and the repeat rates of antibiotic prescriptions are much higher, leading to a lot of resistance that's being created. And finally, it's about medical devices. We're seeing a massive boom in domestic manufacturing of medical devices. 70 to 80% of the sector is still imports, and it's changing rapidly. So it's also about how do you create safety outcomes through medical devices. I want to throw some data here. Of course, we all know the situation, but if you look at some data, deaths due to AMT, DLYs due to AMT, you look at maternal mortality rate, you look at neonatal mortality rate, patients reporting medical related mistakes. And by the way, we are a massively underreported country. A lot of the patient empowerment groups are not very influential. And also about treatable mortality rate, which happened due to healthcare care. We are abysmally higher in all these aversive indicators when it comes to patient safety as compared to developed countries. Now, what did we do? This was a 4-part exercise in the white paper. One, we said, let us talk to all the healthcare participants. We spoke to about 1,200 participants, nurses, doctors, medication, diagnostics, hospitals, governing bodies, policymakers, also champions on patient safety and outcomes, Quality Council, NABH, to really get what is hindering creating quality outcomes and what needs to be done. We also looked at US, UK, and a lot of other global best practices on how have they solved patient safety as a country. We then did a lot of workshops, a lot of collaborative thinking to create the right solution and what needs to be done. And all of that is put together in close to a 70-80 page white paper. Of course, we will not be able to cover everything, but that's what the white paper has done. So it's a lot of hard work over the last 6 months, and my thanks to all the participants to be part of it. Of course, the job is not done. I think what the white paper gives is a framework and initiatives that we as an organization, NATHEALTH, and of course in partnership with the industry, needs to take and now implement with the stakeholders. There are 4 from the white paper. I think there's 2 slides which I want to talk about, which talk about the key takeaways. There are 4 major themes which all the participants talk about, which is causing a hindrance in patient safety outcomes. One is the mindset. There is focus on efficacy, but not on safety. 2 is about staffing. So creating focus again on productivity, but not ensuring enough supply of paramedics, nurses to ensure that the outcomes are created in a safe manner. A big lack of patient awareness. So we've created a lot of boards and a lot of patient sort of awareness groups, but they're not really influential in educating the patient on what they should expect and what a safe outcome means. And finally, we've seen a lot of rise of digital adoption of EMR with the whole NDHM, etc. But the mechanisms to report around incidents and mechanism to actually prevent those incidents happening using data and technology is still limited. And overall, what we feel is, if we look at all other organized countries, they had an integrated central patient safety body, which creates the right framework and regulations, which helps healthcare providers create the right outcomes in a patient safety manner, and which is what we as a country need to do. And finally, there are 9 themes of outcomes where we as a industry need to go after. First is around the regulatory. So one is creating the right policy ecosystem and the right policy reforms. So the paper talks about what policy interventions are needed across the healthcare ecosystem. What resources do the regulators need to earmark to actually treat patient safety as an outcome? Then on the patient side, how do patient empowerment groups become more active and influential? And how do they help patients get more aware? Also driving public awareness programs. Then there's a lot of discussion and recommendations around use of technology and provider empowerment. So how can technology be used? How can data be used? How does information sharing need to happen between different industries within healthcare? And then finally, how does the entire sector collaboratively come and solve this? Which is about joint leadership, and it's also about developing the right workforce and the mindset and the training programs and all the recommendations we have in creating the right interventions there. With this, I want to thank all the providers of inputs, from QCI, NABH, NATHEALTH, and all the hospital nurses, admins, and everyone to share their valuable inputs for this. Of course, the job needs to be done now. This is only the beginning, but thank you so much, and that's it from my side. Yeah.
Thank you for that presentation. I would request all our speakers on stage to please gather for a group photograph, and I request RM and Tandon to also please join in for this group photograph. We want to thank all our speakers on stage for sharing their thoughts on this topic. Thank you so much. And this report will be one that an important report for all providers to think about. I request Jaya also to come on stage, but I think everybody's moved up. We'll now take an hour-long lunch break, which is being served in Regency 3 and Regency 5. Okay, the lunch break, I've been informed, is 45 minutes. So please be back in your seats in 45 minutes, and we'll resume with our post-lunch sessions. I'd like to thank our silver sponsors, Krishna and Polymed, and our bronze sponsors.
We will reconvene sharp at 2:30 p.m. and lunch is served downstairs. Let's just try to claw back some of the time. It has been immersive, and there's also a very interesting episode coming in the afternoon. So please help yourself to the lunch downstairs. Same place as yesterday. Thank you.
Visionary, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy. This marked the beginning of preventive healthcare at Apollo under the leadership of Dr. Udaya Balasubramanian. Today, Apollo Pro Health is a personalized health check program. It has been purpose-designed to identify health risks early, particularly non-communicable diseases such as cardiac ailments, diabetes, stroke, mental health, obesity, hypertension, asthma, and to guide individuals through appropriate lifestyle modifications. Over 40 years, 25 million people have chosen good health at Apollo hospitals and clinics. The silent epidemic of non-communicable diseases in India is rising and getting younger. With ProHealth now available at 100 centers across the country, Apollo is showing India the way to be healthy and happy. Let's all be ProHealth.
Today, Fortis occupies a place of pride in India's healthcare delivery system. We are known for our clinical excellence and distinctive patient care that has made millions repose their trust in Fortis Healthcare. Fortis is a leading integrated healthcare delivery service provider in India. Over the years, our cardiac experts have pioneered numerous path-breaking and complex procedures, such as India's first TAVR procedure, minimally invasive bypass, and valve replacement surgeries, robotic cardiac surgery, heart and lung transplant, to name a few. Our Center of Excellence for Neurosciences treats headaches, movement disorders, multiple sclerosis, neuromuscular diseases, and stroke. The neurosurgery program encompasses removal of brain tumors, treatment of neurovascular diseases, amongst other surgical interventions. Our 360-degree approach to orthopedic treatment has made us the preferred choice for treating all types of musculoskeletal problems, from trauma care to joint replacements, arthroscopy, keyhole procedures, and limb reconstructions. Fortis is the highest accredited hospital network in the country. Annually, Fortis touches over 2.5 million lives, and patients are at the core of everything we do.
was founded in 1921 by several scientists and physicians, including Dr. Shibasaburo Hitasato, with a vision to create Japan's most reliable, high-quality thermometers. Now, a century on, Terumo have evolved into a world-leading medtech company. Guided by our group mission of contributing to society through healthcare, we have expanded operations to over 160 countries and regions. Our dedicated team of 30,000 associates worldwide delivers more than 50,000 innovative products and solutions to medical settings. Since our foundation, we have continued to strengthen healthcare's foundations with 23 R&D bases and 34 production bases globally. We develop a wide range of products for treatments and procedures, including vascular intervention and cardiosurgical solutions, blood transfusion and cell therapy technology, to medical products essential for daily clinical practice, such as transfusion systems, diabetes care, and peritoneal dialysis treatments. We are dedicated to delivering superior quality, cutting-edge solutions across all our products. At Terumo, we take pride in our role as a medtech company, as we contribute to the patient's quality of life, healthcare professionals, and society. We are committed to delivering value in healthcare.
A visionary with an inspiring purpose, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, along with his good friend and renowned pathologist, Dr. David Gorle, were surprised by the early detection of chronic conditions in Indians, and together envisioned a periodic preventive medical check. Thus was born the Master Health Checkup in India in 1974, thanks to this visionary, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy. This marked the beginning of preventive healthcare at Apollo under the leadership of Dr. Udaya Balasubramaniam. Today, Apollo Pro Health is a personalized health check program. It has been purpose-designed to identify health risks early, particularly non-communicable diseases such as cardiac ailments, diabetes, stroke, mental health, obesity, hypertension, asthma, and to guide individuals through appropriate lifestyle modifications. Over 40 years, 25 million people have chosen good health at Apollo hospitals and clinics. The silent epidemic of non-communicable diseases in India is rising and getting younger. With ProHealth now available at 100 centers across the country, Apollo is showing India the way to be healthy and happy. Let's all be ProHealth.
Today, Fortis occupies a place of pride in India's healthcare delivery system. We are known for our clinical excellence and distinctive patient care that has made millions repose their trust in Fortis Healthcare. Fortis is a leading integrated healthcare delivery service provider in India. Over the years, our cardiac experts have pioneered numerous path-breaking and complex procedures, such as India's first TAVR procedure, minimally invasive bypass and valve replacement surgeries, robotic cardiac surgery, heart and lung transplant, to name a few. Our Center of Excellence for Neurosciences treats headaches, movement disorders, multiple sclerosis, neuromuscular diseases, and stroke. The neurosurgery program encompasses removal of brain tumors, treatment of neurovascular diseases, amongst other surgical interventions. Our 360-degree approach to orthopedic treatment has made us the preferred choice for treating all types of musculoskeletal problems, from trauma care to joint replacements, arthroscopy, keyhole procedures, and limb reconstructions. Fortis is the highest accredited hospital network in the country. Annually, Fortis touches over 2.5 million lives, and patients are at the core of everything we do.
Was founded in 1921 by several scientists and physicians, including Dr. Shibasaburo Kitasato, with a vision to create Japan's most reliable, high-quality thermometers. Now, a century on, Terumo have evolved into a world-leading medtech company. Guided by our group mission of contributing to society through healthcare, we have expanded operations to over 160 countries and regions. Our dedicated team of 30,000 associates worldwide delivers more than 50,000 innovative products and solutions to medical settings. Since our foundation, we have continued to strengthen healthcare's foundations with 23 R&D bases and 34 production bases globally. we develop a wide range of products for treatments and procedures, including vascular intervention and cardiosurgical solutions, blood transfusion and cell therapy technology, to medical products essential for daily clinical practice, such as transfusion systems, diabetes care, and peritoneal dialysis treatments. We are dedicated to delivering superior quality, cutting-edge solutions across all our products. At Terumo, we take pride in our role as a medtech company, as we contribute to the patient's quality of life, healthcare professionals, and society. We are committed to delivering value in healthcare.
A visionary with an inspiring purpose, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, along with his good friend and renowned pathologist, Dr. David Gorley, were surprised by the early detection of chronic conditions in Indians, and together envisioned a periodic preventive medical check. Thus was born the Master Health Checkup in India in 1974, thanks to this visionary, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy. This marked the beginning of preventive healthcare at Apollo under the leadership of Dr. Udaya Balasubramanian. Today, Apollo Pro Health is a personalized health check program. It has been purpose-designed to identify health risks early, particularly non-communicable diseases such as cardiac ailments, diabetes, stroke, mental health, obesity, hypertension, asthma, and to guide individuals through appropriate lifestyle modifications. Over 40 years, 25 million people have chosen good health at Apollo hospitals and clinics. The silent epidemic of non-communicable diseases in India is rising and getting younger. With Pro Health now available at 100 centers across the country, Apollo is showing India the way to be healthy and happy. Let's all be Pro Health.
Today, Fortis occupies a place of pride in India's healthcare delivery system. We are known for our clinical excellence and distinctive patient care that has made millions repose their trust in Fortis Healthcare. Fortis is a leading integrated healthcare delivery service provider in India. Over the years, our cardiac experts have pioneered numerous path-breaking and complex procedures, such as India's first TAVR procedure, minimally invasive bypass and valve replacement surgeries, robotic cardiac surgery, heart and lung transplant, to name a few. Our Center of Excellence for Neurosciences treats headaches, movement disorders, multiple sclerosis, neuromuscular diseases, and stroke. The neurosurgery program encompasses removal of brain tumors, treatment of neurovascular diseases, amongst other surgical interventions. Our 360-degree approach to orthopedic treatment has made us the preferred choice for treating all types of musculoskeletal problems, from trauma care to joint replacements, arthroscopy, keyhole procedures, and limb reconstructions. Fortis is the highest accredited hospital network in the country. Annually, Fortis touches over 2.5 million lives, and patients are at the core of everything we do.
Teramo was founded in 1921 by several scientists and physicians, including Dr. Shibasaburo Kitasato, with a vision to create Japan's most reliable, high-quality thermometers. Now, a century on, Teramo have evolved into a world-leading medtech company. Guided by our group mission of contributing to society through healthcare, we have expanded operations to over 160 countries and regions. Our dedicated team of 30,000 associates worldwide delivers more than 50,000 innovative products and solutions to medical settings. Since our foundation, we have continued to strengthen healthcare's foundations with 23 R&D bases and 34 production bases globally. We develop a wide range of products for treatments and procedures, including vascular intervention and cardiosurgical solutions, blood transfusion and cell therapy technology, to medical products essential for daily clinical practice, such as transfusion systems, diabetes care, and peritoneal dialysis treatments. We are dedicated to delivering superior quality, cutting-edge solutions across all our products. At Terumo, we take pride in our role as a medtech company, as we contribute to the patient's quality of life, healthcare professionals, and society. We are committed to delivering value in healthcare.
A visionary with an inspiring purpose, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, along with his good friend and renowned pathologist, Dr. David Gorle, were surprised by the early detection of chronic conditions in Indians, and together envisioned a periodic preventive medical check. Thus was born the Master Health Checkup in India in 1974, thanks to this visionary, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy. This marked the beginning of preventive healthcare at Apollo under the leadership of Dr. Udaya Balasubramanian. Today, Apollo Pro Health is a personalized health check program. It has been purpose-designed to identify health risks early, particularly non-communicable diseases such as cardiac ailments, diabetes, stroke, mental health, obesity, hypertension, asthma, and to guide individuals through appropriate lifestyle modifications. Over 40 years, 25 million people have chosen good health at Apollo hospitals and clinics. The silent epidemic of non-communicable diseases in India is rising and getting younger. With Pro Health now available at 100 centers across the country, Apollo is showing India the way to be healthy and happy. Let's all be pro-health.
Today, Fortis occupies a place of pride in India's healthcare delivery system. We are known for our clinical excellence and distinctive patient care that has made millions repose their trust in Fortis Healthcare. Fortis is a leading integrated healthcare delivery service provider in India. Over the years, our cardiac experts have pioneered numerous path-breaking and complex procedures, such as India's first TAVR procedure, minimally invasive bypass and valve replacement surgeries, robotic cardiac surgery, heart and lung transplant, to name a few. Our Center of Excellence for Neurosciences treats headaches, movement disorders, multiple sclerosis, neuromuscular diseases, and stroke. The neurosurgery program encompasses removal of brain tumors, treatment of neurovascular diseases, amongst other surgical interventions. Our 360-degree approach to orthopedic treatment has made us the preferred choice for treating all types of musculoskeletal problems, from trauma care to joint replacements, arthroscopy, keyhole procedures, and limb reconstructions. Fortis is the highest accredited hospital network in the country. Annually, Fortis touches over 2.5 million lives, and patients are at the core of everything we do.
Terumo was founded in 1921 by several scientists and physicians, including Dr. Shibasaburo Kitasato, with a vision to create Japan's most reliable, high-quality thermometers. Now, a century on, Terumo have evolved into a world-leading medtech company. Guided by our group mission of contributing to society through healthcare, we have expanded operations to over 160 countries and regions. Our dedicated team of 30,000 associates worldwide delivers more than 50,000 innovative products and solutions to medical settings.
A visionary with an inspiring purpose, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, along with his good friend and renowned pathologist, Dr. David Gorley, were surprised by the early detection of chronic conditions in Indians, and together envisioned a periodic preventive medical check. Thus was born the Master Health Checkup in India in 1970.
Since our foundation, we have continued to strengthen healthcare's foundations with 23 R&D bases and 34 production bases globally. We develop a wide range of products for treatments and procedures, including vascular intervention and cardiosurgical solutions, blood transfusion and cell therapy technology, to medical products essential for daily clinical practice, such as transfusion systems, diabetes care, and peritoneal dialysis treatments. We are dedicated to delivering superior quality, cutting-edge solutions across all our products. At Terumo, we take pride in our role as a medtech company, as we contribute to the patient's quality of life, healthcare professionals, and society. We are committed to delivering value in healthcare.
A visionary with an inspiring purpose, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, along with his good friend and renowned pathologist, Dr. David Gorley, were surprised by the early detection of chronic conditions in Indians, and together envisioned a periodic preventive medical check. Thus was born the Master Health Checkup in India in 1974, thanks to this visionary, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy. This marked the beginning of preventive healthcare at Apollo under the leadership of Dr. Udaya Balasubramaniam. Today, Apollo Pro Health is a personalized health check program. It has been purpose-designed to identify health risks early, particularly non-communicable diseases such as cardiac ailments, diabetes, stroke, mental health, obesity, hypertension, asthma, and to guide individuals through appropriate lifestyle modifications. Over 40 years, 25 million people have chosen good health at Apollo hospitals and clinics. The silent epidemic of non-communicable diseases in India is rising and getting younger. With Pro Health now available at 100 centers across the country, Apollo is showing India the way to be healthy and happy. Let's all be Pro Health. A visionary with an inspiring purpose, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, along with his
Welcome you all to the 10th NATHEALTH Annual AROGYA BHARAT Summit 2024.
welcome you all to the 10th NATHEALTH Annual AROGYA BHARAT Summit 2024. Welcome you all to the 10th NATHEALTH Annual AROGYA BHARAT Summit 2024.
A visionary with an inspiring purpose. Dr. Pratap.
Today, Fortis occupies a place of pride in India's healthcare delivery system. We are known for our clinical excellence and distinctive patient care that has made millions repose their trust in Fortis Healthcare. Fortis is a leading integrated healthcare delivery service provider in India. Over the years, our cardiac experts have pioneered numerous path-breaking and complex procedures, such as India's first TAVR procedure, minimally invasive bypass, and valve replacement surgeries, robotic cardiac surgery, heart and lung transplant, to name a few. Our Center of Excellence for Neurosciences treats headaches, movement disorders, multiple sclerosis, neuromuscular diseases, and stroke. The neurosurgery program encompasses removal of brain tumors, treatment of neurovascular diseases, amongst other surgical interventions. Our 360-degree approach to orthopedic treatment has made us the preferred choice for treating all types of musculoskeletal problems, from trauma care to joint replacements, arthroscopy, keyhole procedures, and limb reconstructions. Fortis is the highest accredited hospital network in the country. Annually, Fortis touches over 2.5 million lives, and patients are at the core of everything we do.
was founded in 1921 by several scientists and physicians, including Dr. Shibasaburo Kitasato, with a vision to create Japan's most reliable, high-quality thermometers. Now, a century on, Terumo have evolved into a world-leading medtech company. Guided by our group mission of contributing to society through healthcare, we have expanded operations to over 160 countries and regions. Our dedicated team of 30,000 associates worldwide delivers more than 50,000 innovative products and solutions to medical settings. Since our foundation, we have continued to strengthen healthcare's foundations with 23 R&D bases and 34 production bases globally. We develop a wide range of products for treatments and procedures, including vascular intervention and cardiosurgical solutions, blood transfusion and cell therapy technology, to medical products essential for daily clinical practice, such as transfusion systems, diabetes care, and peritoneal dialysis treatments. We are dedicated to delivering superior quality, cutting-edge solutions across all our products. At Terumo, we take pride in our role as a medtech company, as we contribute to the patient's quality of life, healthcare professionals, and society. We are committed to delivering value in healthcare.
A visionary with an inspiring purpose, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, along with his good friend and renowned pathologist, Dr. David Gorley, were surprised by the early detection of chronic conditions in Indians, and together envisioned a periodic preventive medical check. Thus was born the Master Health Checkup in India in 1974, thanks to this visionary, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy. This marked the beginning of preventive healthcare at Apollo under the leadership of Dr. Udaya Balasubramanian. Today, Apollo Pro Health is a personalized health check program. It has been purpose-designed to identify health risks early, particularly non-communicable diseases such as cardiac ailments, diabetes, stroke, mental health, obesity, hypertension, asthma, and to guide individuals through appropriate lifestyle modifications. Over 40 years, 25 million people have chosen good health at Apollo hospitals and clinics. The silent epidemic of non-communicable diseases in India is rising and getting younger. With Pro Health now available at 100 centers across the country, Apollo is showing India the way to be healthy and happy. Let's all be Pro Health.
Today, Fortis occupies a place of pride in India's healthcare delivery system. We are known for our clinical excellence and distinctive patient care that has made millions repose their trust in Fortis Healthcare. Fortis is a leading integrated healthcare delivery service provider In India, over the years, our cardiac experts have pioneered numerous path-breaking and complex procedures, such as India's first TAVR procedure, minimally invasive bypass and valve replacement surgeries, robotic cardiac surgery, heart and lung transplant, to name a few. Our Center of Excellence for Neurosciences treats headaches, movement disorders, multiple sclerosis, neuromuscular diseases, and stroke. The neurosurgery program encompasses removal of brain tumors, treatment of neurovascular diseases, amongst other surgical interventions. Our 360-degree approach to orthopedic treatment has made us the preferred choice for treating all types of musculoskeletal problems, from trauma care to joint replacements, arthroscopy, keyhole procedures, and limb reconstructions. Fortis is the highest accredited hospital network in the country. Annually, Fortis touches over 2.5 million lives, and patients are at the core of everything we do.
Teramo was founded in 1921 by several scientists and physicians, including Dr. Shibasaburo Kitasato, with a vision to create Japan's most reliable, high-quality thermometers. Now, a century on, Teramo have evolved into a world-leading medtech company. Guided by our group mission of contributing to society through healthcare, we have expanded operations to over 160 countries and regions. Our dedicated team of 30,000 associates worldwide delivers more than 50,000 innovative products.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I request all of you to please take your seats and clear the aisles so that we can start with our post-lunch session. I'm sure you've had a good chance to catch up with each other as well as visit the stalls during lunch. So I request all of you to please settle down. All the highs and the hellos have been done. So let's get started with the post-lunch session, and we have a fireside chat on health, climate, and sustainability. Healthcare systems around the world are responding to the increasing urgency of the crisis of climate change. Healthcare systems can themselves make a significant contribution to climate change and pollution via their own greenhouse gas emissions and discharges and other pollutants. Are healthcare systems focusing enough on climate change and sustainability? Are hospitals and labs using less energy and materials or producing less waste? So how can we go about decarbonizing the healthcare system while we ensure patient safety and without drastically increasing cost? Now we have a fireside chat where we will talk about health and sustainability. A big thank you to our knowledge partner, IPE Global. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Mr. Himanshu Sikka, Chief Strategy and Diversification Officer, IPE, who will be moderating this fireside chat. And joining him on stage to take part of this discussion are Mr. Sanjeev Navangul, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Bharat Serum and Vaccines Limited. Please welcome Dr. Neeta Rao, Senior Head Lead, USAID, Dr. K. Madan Gopal, Advisor, NHSRC, Ms. Shivani Sahai, Head Impact and ESG, Quartier Capital, and Mr. Piyush Jain, Co-founder and CEO, CarePaul Group and Impact Guru. Please give a round of applause to our speakers. They are coming on stage. And I will hand it over to Mr. Himanshu Sikka to steer this discussion.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's good to see almost a full house just after lunch on the second day of any conference. thanks for being here and thanks to NATHEALTH for kind of organizing this particular session. And as we see, health and climate is something which we have been hearing a lot over the last couple of years. While the challenge has been there for many years, it has got the prominence in the last 3-4 years to levels which it deserves. However, one also needs to see that how much action is happening in that space, and that's what we are going to try and focus on in this discussion today with the panel that I have today. I'm very lucky to have a panel which consists of government, the donor world, private sector, the investment side, as well as people who are working on the ground with in the space of impact financing. I was reading somewhere, and one thing that kind of struck me a lot was that when you look at our planet, it's a sick planet, and it's becoming sicker and sicker as we move forward. And how can one think about being healthy on a sick planet was one of the key messages that was coming out of that article. And that kind of struck me a lot, because if you look at the climate issue and the health sector per se, it's a kind of a two-way sword. On one side, we have to kind of ensure that we are resilient enough to the climate changes and our health systems are resilient enough to kind of face the challenges that are coming towards us, whether it's in form of vector-borne diseases or increase of heat stress, air pollution, etc. And on the other side, the health sector itself adds to the pollution globally. Almost 5% of the CO2 emissions come from the health sector itself. Whether it's the kind of from the hospitals, the pharma side, or the supply chains, they're all very, very energy consumption, and the kind of emissions that happen, it's also significant. So you have to kind of, when you look at health and climate and sustainability, you have to look at both the sides of the sword and try to kind of see that we are able to navigate them fully. Now, from that perspective, it becomes this kind of a panel becomes very interesting to kind of hear different perspectives from the different stakeholder groups. And without taking much time, I kind of jump into the discussions and would request Dr. Madan Gopal, who kind of comes from the National Health Systems Resource Center, a very known name, to kind of tell from his perspective what are the key challenges that as government we are seeing from the climate and the health perspective, and what are some of the strategies that government is looking at encountering them.
Okay, thank you, Himanshu. Thank you, NATHEALTH, for this opportunity. Straight away, one of the important things, we all talk about climate change, but you have to go deeper into what does this climate change do with the environmental factors, like the effect on the water, the air, and the other surroundings. Because if you talk about the climate change usually results in flooding, and you see how it impacts the clean water. The climate change also results in the air temperature, and the other things also usually changes. Even a 1 degree increase in temperature, you see the density of vector, they increases. You have seen recently we have witnessed the cold temperature. Now the temperature is getting more, and you now see the density of the mosquitoes increasing in Delhi. That's one thing. Second thing, you have asked about that, what we are doing. We are very much conscious about this fact. We do have a national action plan for climate action, and that has written down that what needs to be done. Apart from that, there are other programs. Through NHM, we are supporting the capacity building program so that we can train the systems or the providers in handling the disease which are affected due to climate. There are two things which the system is preparing for. One is the heat waves, the effect on health due to heat, the increase in temperature, and we are trying to build in climate resilient infrastructure. Recently, we have released Indian Public Health Standard 2022 for the public health institution, and all the infrastructure which are now upcoming, they have to adopt to the green and clean climate resilient system. That's the other area which is already work in progress. Besides that, due to the climate change, one of the programs which is going to be affected is the vector disease control program. So in the vector disease program, you have seen how the epidemiology of the vector disease has shifted. The disease used to be predominantly endemic in the southern part. Now you can see it in the colder areas also. Besides that, the tick typhus and other things are also making inroads into
your regular things. So we have to see that how the system is prepared. We are trying to build capacity building modules, try to engage with the different partners, see that how one is climate resilient system is created. Second, how we capacitate the healthcare providers so that in case of any climate related health catastrophes are there, they are well prepared to take care of that. I'll stop here.
Thanks, Dr. Madan. I think you raised a very valid point that you have to work both on the resilience side as well as the mitigation side. And that kind of brings me to you, Mr. Navangul. At Bharat Serums, as well as generally on the pharma side, there's always this challenge that comes forward that what is the pharma industry doing to mitigate the challenges that climate is throwing towards us? And can you elaborate some specific strategies that you as an industry or as at Bharat Serums are adopting to kind of address these challenges?
Sure. So Ivanshu, I think it's an important point that what can industry do, and especially healthcare industry can do. We have to be real about it that the impact is going to be severe. Yeah? We talk about the diabetes incidence in this country, and then we talk of years ago the famines and thrifty gene. So somewhere impact of all this is substantial in nature. Yeah? So first let us accept that this is going to be a big story. There are three vectors on which industry works. One vector is really like everybody else on sustainability. What can we do? So, for example, in our manufacturing, more than 50% of our power is solar power. So, it ensures that you don't consume the regular electricity. So, power save, that much amount of power gets saved in water, and so whichever way, but you save that. You also recycle everything as much as possible. The raw materials that you have what can be used, the packing materials that you have. So that recirculation that happens. There are also, we are a private company. But last 3 years, we have been producing sustainability report, giving targets. And the one thing that we do is we take achievable targets to ensure that people feel that this is possible. And that's another important thing for management to consider is that don't take targets which you cannot achieve. Yeah? Most people have put committees together, but review mechanisms together, but not really taken targets which are achievable. So you have to be very, very conscious that you encourage people to achieve their targets and therefore get them to mature in this area. So this is the bit that we do from a manufacturing. Second is the area of R&D and thinking about diseases, thinking about what can happen. And this is one of the major points that is under discussion in management boards at the moment in healthcare. We also keep thinking about what kind of diseases can really ruin health now. For example, in India, life expectancy was going up, but we are seeing that in cities, pollution is causing again to that extent, a decrease in health span. So how do we ensure that people live healthy? So what kind of diseases that can come? What kind of, but for example, take lung as an organ. What can happen? So we keep thinking kidneys, what can happen because of impurities in water? So what else can we do? Infections are happening. I think you see a lot more viruses being active. So we are working on our bacteria, we are working on very difficult to treat bacterial infections. For example, there are 3-4 bacteria which really cause all the damage, Klebsiella, Acinetobacter, Pseudomonas. We start working on those things, how to treat them, because they're very difficult to treat. Yeah. So there is this R&D story that we do. And the third very quickly is the arm on ensuring employees and society and community around us gets encouraged to think about these issues more rationally, more seriously. We also find that with our employees and the younger employees especially, the stickiness to the job or to the organization also depends on what kind of social empowerment or social connectivity you have in terms of issues. So climate is something which we have seen that the youth of today are very, very interested in, and it helps organization to keep people glued to the company better and become more productive. So there are other benefits also of trying to work on climate change and sustainability. So these are the things that we do. There are many things we do, but not enough time to discuss those, but yeah.
Thanks a lot. I think you brought forward very key points. I think as we move forward as an industry, things around sustainability reporting has to be key, and spend on R&D, because India always has been kind of on the back foot when it comes to R&D. that has to be increased specifically for the new challenges that are coming in. And last point, I think it was an excellent thing because youth is the key and the market going forward. And if you are kind of get in line with their expectations, that also opens up marketing opportunities for the industry overall. Taking forward the discussion, Shivani, you come from investment banking and from the investor side. You heard the government's perspective, the private sector's perspective. Would be good to understand how are investors looking at this entire climate health linkage and what is the investment strategies they are adopting? Is it on the focus or how do you see it as more as a burden or as something that investors need to kind of constructively work towards?
So I think at Quadri also we believe that climate change has multiple effects on a lot of health factors, of course, infectious diseases, mortality rates. In fact, the societal impact of climate change in areas with higher vulnerability is greater than the regions with lower vulnerability. And for that matter, the kind of regions that we are investing in, which is India and Southeast Asia, we are cognizant of these kind of growing challenges which will only multiply going forward. So I think as a fund, we do realize that there is a lot of interesting intersection between health and climate change, which can actually play a good role in business innovation and a long-lasting sustainability impact on the company. And what we are doing to that effect is we do have an impact framework that we are putting into place while it looks at the social side, because our whole idea is on access, affordability, and quality of healthcare, and that's what we assess for all the companies we invest in. But we do derive significant interlinkages with SDG 13 on climate action and try to see where we can plug in those gaps, whether be it in terms of, mitigation or trying to bring in more climate resilient infrastructure. So I think a lot of it is the push from the government. A lot of it is also push from the investors, where we see that companies need to start playing their part. It may not be equal level playing field for all the companies here in the Indian market that we operate in. But I think we've seen a lot of change in the way companies have been receptive to acknowledge these growing challenges. And I think, you mentioned, sir, that reporting has been one area, and I think that has helped us as well. We are focusing on transparency and the way companies are disclosing information. So it may not be very robust, right from the start, but I think the focus is to make sure that they understand the relevance of monitoring these things. And ultimately, of course, we set targets wherever we feel the companies are mature enough to start taking them. So I think that's what we're doing at our fund.
Thanks, Shivani. It's great to understand the investor's perspective and the things that you are giving importance to. Because unless the investing world, the capital world kind of puts their foot down on these issues in a strong way, it's going to be very, very difficult because ultimately money drives a lot of impact on the ground. And one kind of area where philanthropic capital also comes in very effectively, and that brings me to you, Dr. Neeta. From USAID's perspective, as well as from the general philanthropic world's perspective, we see that in all global forums, whether it's UNGA, COP28, all the COPs in the last few years, climate and health have been spoken a lot. But how do you see kind of this playing out as we move forward? And what are the kind of key priority areas that from your perspective you are looking at when it comes to climate and health?
Thank you, Himanshu, for that question. First of all, as all of the panelists have mentioned, I would just like to raise this whole consciousness about the impact of this. It is estimated that 250,000 deaths are going to happen annually between 2030 to 2050, just because of climate impact on health. So it's going to have a tremendous impact on the entire healthcare system. And the good part is all the key stakeholders are sort of taking cognizance of this. and likewise development organizations and philanthropists. Now, in terms of priority areas, if we look at the climate and health conditions, it's largely a continuum. So if you look on one side, it will be climate-focused interventions, and in between, following that would be the intersectional areas, and then on the other end, it would be health-focused interventions. So just to give a sense, climate-focused interventions could be renewable energies, natural resource management, climate-friendly infrastructure, etc. And when we look at health-focused interventions, as Dr. Madan Gopal mentioned, it could be looking at preventive and curative aspects of healthcare system like facilities, hospitals, pharma, medical devices, diagnostics, treatment, etc. Again, trying to make all of these climate friendly and seeing how they impact the health as well as have an impact on the health on the climate, as you mentioned earlier, Himanshu. In terms of the intersectional areas, you have areas of air pollution, vector control, you have the areas of looking at nutrition and heat resilience related areas. So all of this becomes priority, and I think in terms of development agencies, there are different pockets of these that everyone is looking at focusing. And in terms of couple of initiatives that I can share with the audience here is like USAID has initiated a collaborative called as Sustainable Action for Climate Health, which is basically to look at how we can bring all the key stakeholders in terms of community level organizations, local governments together to identify relevant solutions and support them through private sector investments. And these should be really localized, like all of the climate health nexus and its impact make sense only if you can look at localized solutions. The other initiative that we have is Clean Air and Healthy and Better Health, which is again focused on air pollution, both looking at mitigation strategies and reducing the effect of air pollution on vulnerable communities, largely looking at evidence and creating evidence-based models. Now, what does it mean in terms of engaging different sectors? So, we are working with IP Global with you on Samrid, and there are a range of different kind of solutions that we are supporting, which is environment friendly and looking at climate impact on health. So these are a couple of examples where philanthropists have a role to play, and I think largely in terms of providing catalytic fund to de-risk some of the investments that private sector can bring in for novel solutions and technologies in this space, and having a complementarity to the efforts that the government is undertaking.
Thanks, Dr. Neeta, for that overview. And I think two takeaways that I take from there is that need for localized solutions, as well as having that catalytical risk appetite driven funding available, because that's something often one sees when one is working with early stage companies who are coming with innovative ideas, lagging and not able to kind of show the impact on the ground as much as one would want to. Piyush, coming to you, and it all comes back to, because you spoke from the government perspective, private perspective, philanthropic perspective, and ultimately the impact is happening on the individuals, whether it's the bottom of the pyramid population, the missing middle, or even all of us sitting inside this room. Now, with your work, you are kind of bridging the financing gap that one faces when they are kind of accessing healthcare at different levels, between the different kind of income groups that they belong to. Now, are you seeing the impact of, because often we read that the impact of climate change is real. So when you are dealing with people and when you are addressing their financing gaps, are you looking at how much climate-induced health burden is coming up, and is that something which is real on the ground?
So I think the most tangible way we see
the impact of climate change on people is the increasing incidence of cancer. How many of you in the room know somebody who has cancer or has had a relapse? Can you please raise your hands? I see about 20-25% of the room. And how many of you in the room have a health insurance which is more than 15 lakh rupees? Please raise your hands. I only see again about maybe 30-35%. So climate change has two C's and cancer also has two C's. And the increasing incidence of air pollution, water pollution and soil pollution is massively increasing the cancer incidence in our country. It's about 1.5 million people per year. But I believe that that is also an underestimate. There are so many people who are undiagnosed and actually die early. Now, cancer is a very serious problem for our country when it comes to patients, given the lack of insurance, that people are unable to afford high quality healthcare. And that's where we have two solutions. Number one is through crowdfunding, where Impact Guru, which is India's leading healthcare crowdfunding platform, has approximately helped over 10,000 patients raise money for early stage to very, very advanced stage cancer, including CAR-T, including proton therapy, which is really unaffordable to people. And so cancer hurts people for two reasons. Number one, the cost of the cancer treatment is very high, but number two, people lose their income. This is a disease which really impacts a lot of the breadwinners, and the caretakers in the family also need to take substantial time off. And the second way we are helping people with cancer is actually providing 0% interest loans. And we are doing that through CarePal Money, where we partner with various NBFCs. And we've been able to even disburse loans up to 15 lakh rupees. So cancer is really starting to hurt people's finances. And when we talk about sustainability, even in the context of ESG, sustainability as a society, we as a country have to solve this problem. And I think crowdfunding and lending can play a very serious role in bridging this gap and making this entire thing more sustainable for our country.
Thank you, Piyush. Bring about a very interesting point. And Dr. Madan, I would want your perspective on that, because even when one looks at climate and health, like you also mentioned, other panelists also mentioned, we always focus on increasing pressure from heat, air quality, increase in vector-borne diseases. But as Piyush brought out, cancer possibly also increasing in numbers as we move forward. So what are the long-term strategies that the government is looking at to kind of look at the long-term impacts that the climate change is going to happen on us?
It's a very difficult question to answer, because we have been all focusing on a reactive mode, because whatever programs you are seeing, that's in a reactive basis. You see how the environmental, we have been trying to intervene with the environment, and that has resulted in one problem which was not existing. And cancer is one of the examples for that. So I won't be saying that what kind of intervention, but these things do happen. But we do have some programs. Even if you talk about the cancer, even if I create 1 lakh beds, they would be taken up immediately in 2-3 months. That's not the solution. We have to be seeing that proactively we devise some solutions and see that how we don't encroach the environment. Because whatever number of beds, whatever number of things we create, that would be consumed very fast. We should always factor the paying capacity of the people. If you look at the way the household expenditure happens, and around many people, they are not fortunate to have that kind of income which we are having. So we have to always factor, and this climate change is going to impact and affect this population. That's one thing. Second thing is regarding the heat and other things that is there. So heat is not a problem, and the system is now geared for taking care of the heat. Every year, now the temperature are soaring, they are touching 50 degrees also in some parts, somewhere it is going to 52 degrees also. But the catastrophe due to the climate, that means the mortality and other thing which used to occur earlier because of heat stroke and this, now with the capacities of the system, now you will be finding less incidence of mortality due to this heat waves in this. Previously also during the cold wave conditions, you used to have a lot of catastrophe and mortality due to this. Now that thing is coming. That means system is more or less getting geared towards that. But apart from that, you should, more investments is happening into the clean air, the lot of programs are going on, clean air, clean water, and how to see that the temperature effects and other things, they are all monitored. We're trying to see that how preemptively we are trying to see that how the data which is being collected in the meteorological section that is being shared with the disease control team, so that some reactive mechanism can also be constituted there. That means it's all work in progress, but unless and until it's a whole government approach for addressing this issue, that otherwise it would be all silos and silos. I've just, before closing, just taken an example. When this, during my PG days, we were working with a project, this NVDC, Narmada Valley Development Corporation, where two big projects have come. For doing the environmental impact assessment, our college was assigned, and we have witnessed that. But after doing the pre-impoundment, before the dams were constructed, a lot of assessment has happened in the displaced villages, non-displaced villages. But afterwards, after the study, I have not seen, after the reservoirs were constructed, I have not seen that kind of impact studies after that. Pre-impact was there, but post-impact, it has to be a longitudinal thing that is not there. That means a lot of things are required in the research aspect also to see the environmental impact of that. There are many cases which we can construct and we can see, but this is an area a lot of work is required. Otherwise, problem is known to everybody. Instead of reactive, we have to be more proactive. So right now the reaction is more reactive, not proactive.
I think being comprehensive, being proactive towards what climate change may throw towards us is going to be key, and that will define by like next 25 years where we will be as the world, as India, as our local communities. But from your point of view, Mr. Navangul, this entire challenge that there are a lot of impacts which possibly we don't know about right now, or there is limited literature. So when you earlier mentioned about the R&D approach, are there specific areas where industry is investing in to kind of find solutions where things are not known right now? Is that something that's happening, or are we just on the research side also being reactive to what is possibly foreseeable in the next couple of years?
So quickly, Himanshu, two things that we do can answer this in a way. Number one is on the reactive side that happens is based on what is happening. One of the things that we are seeing, and for many factors put together, we are seeing tremendous drop in fertility rates in the world. It's causing other impact also, working population going down all over the world and many countries suffering. You know, we had a quarter last year in Italy where no child was born. Yeah, so there are other impact that is happening. Late pregnancy. There's several impact that is happening to societal changes and climate changes both. Yeah. So we are doing a lot of work to ensure that how can we help this community from a fertility point of view, bringing hormones which are, you know, more recombinant in nature, more safer, less interventionist, less dependent on natural resources, and ensuring that you build technology into creating a much better solution for it. So that is one part, and we can go into long details, but to cut short, that is one. Second part that we are doing is actually what Dr. Madan Gopal raised an important point is the reactive part. What is the preventive part? And look, we are the largest women's health company of Asia. So one of the things that we do is promote women's sports. We are amongst the biggest funders of women athletes in the country to participate in at national now Olympics or whatever level. You know, we're trying to build a culture all over the place with different say foundations to support women's sports, and therefore provide understanding of healthy lifestyle. And the issue is not just of sport and medals, it is a question of how can we promote healthy lifestyle within women. Yeah. And since we are women's health oriented company, we have taken women's sports as a topic to do. But it doesn't matter, it's still 50% of the population. Yeah. So you have to work on every angle. As much as you work on R&D in terms of what you can do, we all will have to promote preventive lifestyles, preventive health lifestyles, which will mean that we can tackle the changes that will happen in a much more positive way.
So the problem and the solutions are becoming more and more comprehensive, or need to be much more comprehensive than a siloed approach or looking at just one angle. You have to have a multi-angled approach in many ways. Dr. Neeta, again, challenge comes back to the philanthropic and the donor world, because that capital is always seen as a very catalytical capital, as you also mentioned. As you mentioned, under Samrid also, we have been working a lot with the private sector. How do you see donors can be more proactive in incentivizing the private sector, working more closely aligned with the government priorities going forward to address this multi-angled problem that we are facing right now?
So philanthropists, as I mentioned earlier, do have a very critical role. It is estimated that 170 billion US dollars would be required to meet the net zero targets in India. And, this can't be possible without involving the private sector. So the private sector investment is going to be very critical. And that's where the role of philanthropists also becomes critical, because they can then make, as I said earlier, all of the initiatives really conducive to the community needs. Now, how this could happen is one of the solutions that we have already tried is blended financing, where we mobilize private capital using grant and philanthropic funding and public funding. This actually is from various commercial investors. We can mobilize this fund, de-risk their capital to support solutions and scale up solutions that are high impact but have limited commercial viability. So there are different ways in which this could be done depending on what stage each of these enterprises or each of these high impact solutions are in. So some of the ways we could do is like create an innovation fund where grant funding along with concessional debt could support some of the nascent companies in coming up with solutions and see what is the product market fit. And then support them for commercial validity. And then there is also a way of supporting the infrastructure, sort of coming up with an infrastructure fund or an infrastructure bond, where concessional debt can be used to unlock a huge scale of resources for supporting climate-friendly infrastructure. And then a huge role where philanthropic organizations can play is collaboratives, because as all of the panelists have mentioned, that this requires a multi-pronged approach, multi-sectoral approach, and it also requires a range of different kinds of solutions. For instance, looking at evidence, so research needs to be built, as Himanshu, you mentioned earlier. We need to look at different solutions that are not only meaningful to the communities, and as one of the speakers mentioned earlier, that the vulnerability is high in different areas or in higher vulnerable populations. The climate impact on health is huge. So how do we make sort of customized solutions for different kinds of impact of climate on health? So obviously, again, that requires a different range of stakeholders to be engaged. And also, it's important to ensure that all of this goes to scale. So to be aligned with the government's programs, guidelines, and get it scaled up with in partnership with the government.
Thanks, Dr. Neeta. I'm conscious that we are out of time, but very quickly, Piyush and then you, Shivani. Piyush, if you can quickly tell that which are the key initiatives where you feel the private capital, the philanthropic capital, and the government support is required in your kind of work or the work that you see on the ground. And then Shivani, if you can follow that up with, from your perspective as an investor, which are the key innovations or approaches that you are looking to invest in as part of your overall strategy. So if you could quickly address those 2 points.
Yeah, so I think one of the things we are doing with corporates is planting a lot of trees. In fact, we've planted 4.4 million trees across 6 to 7 states of India over the last 4 years. And I think as a country, we need to do a lot more. The area where we can really partner with philanthropic organizations and government, one is on Ayushman Bharat, beyond the 5 lakh rupees, for example, that the government is willing to fund. If the patients require more help, we are there to provide either crowdfunding or lending support. And secondly, as various initiatives like Samrid are particularly focused on tier 2 cities and beyond. I think there is a lot that can be done to help tier 2 patients who find it really difficult for critical illnesses like cancer, organ failures to move to tier 1 cities who are already struggling to arrange money for those treatments. So within tier 2, how to empower the correct treatment in the correct hospitals and enabling access to that through affordability, through crowdfunding and lending.
So I think from our side, we actually adopt 3 strategies when we look at any company, and that's adaptation, mitigation, and transformation. So even when we've invested in any company, we would see the scale and probably see if there's scope to, look at renewable energy, if on an adaptation side, if there's scope for climate resilient infrastructure, and transformation, of course, because we're looking at telemedicines and we're looking at deployment of technology which can be brought in also, which would help in some ways. But I think the overall crux is probably right now, it's still a little nascent, the interlinkages and the nexus between climate and healthcare. And what will be helpful is for investors like us to, also have some evidence backing, some sort of, stakeholders to come together to sort of, what could be the scalable solutions which we can look at? Because I think we're also looking at a lot of the tier 2, tier 3 markets, where I think it'll be good if we have some data points and some, transparency in the kind of data that is available, because that will help us also to make the right kind of investments, make sure that we are looking at scalable solutions in any kind of healthcare investment that we do across sectors. So it has to be at the sectoral level, and it needs to involve all the stakeholders at all levels, private, public, as well as the government.
Thanks, Shivani, for that. I think what I am at least taking away from this discussion is that this area is real. It's already impacting on the ground. People are facing the challenges. And going forward, there will be many unforeseen challenges that will come towards us. We need to be prepared. Private sector is working in that area. Government is committed. Investment is available. But I think what is key to bring all this together is some kind of a collaborative approach, and which kind of ensures that all the stakeholders come together in a unified manner and take this challenge to its kind of ultimatum, so that we are able to address the challenge ultimately. With that, I think I would just like to thank all the panelists, and if we have time, maybe we can take 1 or 2 questions from the audience. I see one hand at the back.
Sure. Hi, this is Sharon from Wilgrow. So one question I had was, the DICE spoke about a lot of solutions, let's say local solutions that exist and in the thematic area itself. But let's say we have a program in place. Who does the panel think should be the driving player or the key player or factor? Let's say there is already awareness and there is awareness about climate and health as a thematic area. But who should be the player to take this program, let's say even local programs, to these rural areas or to the places that it has to be implemented? So who should be the key player amongst all the players that are there, who should drive this program or take this program so that there is enough impact or strong impact that is there out there?
Whatever any programs which we are having, one of the important thing is how the community perceive it. That's why the whole focus is on making anything as a community movement. People say that we have been talking about community participation. Now you see how the community reacts to that. We have communitization of the health services, in which at the primary health center you are having the medical officer who will be taking the lead. At the community health center, the block medical officer will be taking the lead, whereas the person who is very near to the community, that is the community health officer, at the sub-health center at a population of 3,000, 5,000, he will be taking the lead. What we are doing we are trying to bring synergies between all the departments. You see the efforts which have been made. After COVID, what has happened to bring all the people together? One Health Institute has been commissioned. It is now coming up at Nagpur. Apart from One Health, now we are having coordination mechanism, because multiple ministries, multiple departments are there. At the Principal Scientific Advisor Office is the nodal agency who is coordinating, which would be coordinating these One Health initiatives. Similarly, at the district level and below district level, similar kind of mechanisms have evolved. This is the structure which has been created, but to make this structure functional, we have to see that how the people take these structures forward and how to make this as a community movement. Because community, they have their own wisdom, their own intelligence in understanding the environment. And we see that how the government programs and the community intelligence and the understanding, they all bridge together and see how this can be made a movement, that is a climate change effect. They all know, but we have to only see that how we tap that intelligence and make this as a movement. Then only things will happen. It doesn't matter whether I lead you, you lead it. But if the community is there, you will find somebody to take the lead for that. It's not that I can be a champion. We have to be a champion for this. Otherwise, in the coming days, we all talk. Initially also, a lot of afforestation programs were there. One way you are cutting the forest, other way you are planting the forest. But we have to understand the impact. You see the impact of having dam in Rajasthan and see the scarcity of rains in Uttar Pradesh. You have to understand the impact in totality, otherwise we would be saying that I am just championing something and as a result some other things is happening. You see what has happened with after there are many hills which have now been brazen to lands. You have to study the impact in totality and the community has to take the lead. It has to be a collective responsibility, not that anybody would be championing for that. I think that's the way we should be progressing. Otherwise, you will do it, I will do it, and nobody will do it. That kind of situation we will be there.
Thanks, Dr. Madan, and thanks all the panelists and for being there for this interesting discussion. If I was to kind of sum up everything, I take away 4 C's out of this. We need a comprehensive approach. We need a collaborative approach. We need catalytical capital. Capital is 5th as well as we need to have community at the center of it. And if we are able to kind of achieve these 5 C's, we should be in a good... Yeah, collaborative is one of the C's. So 5 C's is something that I'm taking away from here. So thanks a lot. Thanks, everyone.
I would request all our speakers to please gather for a group photograph. As a token of our appreciation, we'll be planting 50 trees in collaboration with our NGO partners, Grow Trees, and we'll nurture them in your name. And we're giving you digital certificates so that you will remember your association with NATHEALTH. Thank you. Thank you to all our speakers. Since we are fresh after lunch, we'll go ahead with our next session, which is the NATHEALTH Impact Awards. We're going to go ahead with the awards. And these are, of course, much awaited and much celebrated NATHEALTH Impact Awards. This year marks the 3rd edition of the awards, celebrated for the innovation in highlighting categories vital to the current era. This year's focus includes patient safety, health innovation, health and climate, and CSR, and underscoring the pivotal role of organizations in enhancing service affordability, accessibility, and availability, and quality with a patient-centric approach. I would now like to call upon Mr. Ashjeet Singh, Chair, North Region NATHEALTH, and Founder and Managing Director, IPE Global, to please come on stage and talk to us about the NATHEALTH Impact Awards. Please put your hands together for Mr. Singh.
Good afternoon. Pleased to see that we have a decent gathering even now. But now the best is yet to come. I think we've been talking a lot about what needs to be done, what should be done, what is being done. But I think it's time to actually recognize people who are actually doing something on the ground. People who are making a difference, who are making impact on the ground. But before I move into the NATHEALTH Impact Awards, I want to talk a bit about NATHEALTH's new initiative, which is to create the NATHEALTH Foundation with a clear strategy and a dedicated team. The objective of this foundation is to offer a credible platform to corporates and donors to make meaningful CSR spend towards achieving high impact in healthcare. We will, of course, extend it to climate and other health-related initiatives as well, with the objective of providing quality, accessible, affordable healthcare to all. And this is a very timely initiative because we've got members in that whole health who are from the pharmaceutical industry. We've got members who are running diagnostic chains. We've got members who've got hospitals. We've got members who are working in different sort of service providers or supply chain within the health sector. And most of them, many of them, have to actually have this CSR spending that they need to do, partly because of the government requirement and partly because a lot of them actually want to spend and do good. And NATHEALTH being a central sort of federation which represents all their interests is perhaps the best way for them to collaborate. Because, if each one of us tries to do small pieces of work in our various, where we've got our plants or we've got our centers or in smaller areas, we will probably have some impact, but maybe not enough. But if we are able to join hands and work together we can pick up something, we can pick up any particular common thematic idea and work on that, we'd be able to leverage our resources many times over. And then, of course, if we were to partner with, say, you had a few philanthropic donors here, you had USAID, or you have the other foundations as well. Now, if we are able to partner with them, then that same program becomes much larger, much more impactful. So NATHEALTH has really taken this initiative and got itself registered as the NATHEALTH Foundation. And we look forward to members as well as others coming in, joining hands, and working together to provide more CSR support. Sunil Thakur is leading this initiative. He is the chief of mission of this NATHEALTH Foundation. We are a small team. I'm part of the team as well, which is putting this together. And Jaya is the CSR lead, who's going to be, hopefully, once this gets rolling, will be taking it forward and contacting all of you. I'm also pleased to announce that we've already got the first funding under the NATHEALTH Foundation from Premji, and so they are going to be looking at a program. And I think, one of my favorite quotations really is that when God blesses you financially, don't just raise your standard of living, raise your standard of giving. So this is our opportunity to give back through the CSR initiatives that are being done. And NATHEALTH also will provide you the facility of getting the government involved, getting the community involved. So I think we are looking for some good work here. Now, coming to the NATHEALTH Impact Awards, this year you would notice that we are not calling them the Health Sector Awards, because we have moved a little beyond just health and looking at even areas around health which provide impact, which of course includes climate. So we are here to acknowledge and facilitate the innovators for their commitment, for their passion, for their creativity against all odds, to try and make change happen on the ground, to try and look at impact there. So let me start by congratulating all the winners and thanking them for being here and participating in this initiative. Unlike the earlier years, this year we actually decided to have 4 themes rather than just 1 or 2 themes. And we said we'll have different categories of awards here. So we've got 4 thematic areas. We've got, first is of course the Patient Safety Awards. The second area is Health Innovation. The third area is Health and Climate, so a cross-cutting initiative. And of course, the fourth area is the traditional corporate social responsibility. This is how we've structured it. We have a very interesting and distinguished jury. Some of the members are already here. You'll be introduced to the members right after I finish speaking. But I think the important issue here is that we just didn't look at, one aspect or, what is a sexy looking initiative or what is a, fancy packaged initiative. But we've actually had different criteria to look at the awards. We looked at innovation, we looked at relevance, we looked at impact, we looked at equity, we looked at inclusiveness, sustainability, scalability, replicability, and also cross-cutting advantages that they had. So these were clearly defined criteria. Weightages were given to each of these categories. And the entire process was three-staged really. First of all, of course, IP Global, we were the knowledge partners for this. IP Global prepared the templates and the criteria, the broad criteria in discussion with the NATHEALTH team and invited the applications. I am pleased to inform you that we had 74 applications this year, which speaks volumes for the amount of good work that's being done. And what really pleased me more is not just the quantity or number of applications that we had, but also the quality of applications we had. I won't say all 74 were very good because there were certain sectors we had challenges, but in some of the sectors we had a number of great initiatives, and it was quite difficult for the jury to really come to a consensus there. The second stage was, after getting this, we used the various criteria that we had. Each jury had a separate meeting with their facilitators within the IP team and agreed on the weightages that were given to the various components of the criteria that I just mentioned. And once that was done, then the IP team, along with NATHEALTH, shortlisted a few applications. So anything between, depending on various categories, anything between about 20% to about 40% of the applications were shortlisted. And then, unlike earlier years, where just based on a piece of paper or a document you were given the awards, this year we actually got down to presentations being made by each of the shortlisted firms. So it was an interactive process that took place. You had presentations, you had question answers, and after that the jury deliberated and then finally decided on the winner. So I think this time it was far more sort of interactive, far more detailed and engaging as well. So thank you all to the jury. But before I move on further, I think I want to read out the name of the jury members and request them to also, they will be felicitated, of course, and the awards, we've also decided that this year the awards would be given to each category by the jury members. So let's first have a round of applause for the jury members. For the patient safety, we had Dr. Narottam Puri. I can see him sitting right there. Narottamji, why don't you come right in front, please? So please give him a round of applause. We had Dr. Pavan Kapoor. And we had Dr. Manjunath Shankar. So three of them were the patient safety jury. And I have to tell you that it's interesting, but in the first round, they didn't like any of the applications that were shortlisted. So it was not just कि ज़रूरी ज़बरदस्ती किसी का award देना है. So we actually, had to extend the date, especially for this category. And then we got some decent applications, and that's how we came down to that. The second category and the jury members this year were the CSR, Corporate Social Responsibility Awards, which included, we opened it. It could be an NGO, it could apply, it could be a PSU, it could be a corporate or a foundation. Here we had Mrs. Roli Singh, the Additional Secretary of the Ministry of the Government of India. We had Dr. Shravan Subramaniam. You saw Shravan, I think he was there yesterday, and he's the past president of NATHEALTH and with the Premji Investment Foundation right now. I was also part of this particular jury. And we had Dr. Devinder Kandait right here. He's the Deputy Director of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And thank you, Devinderji, for coming in. I know you were busy today, but good to see you here. For the health innovation, we had Mr. Shrendu Mukherjee, Mission Director of the PMU. He's here with us. We had Dr. Harsh Mahajan of Mahajan Imaging and a past president. You heard Dr. Mahajan yesterday. We had Dr. Neeta Rao from the USAID. You just saw Neeta in the last session as well. And for the Health and Climate Award, you had Dr. Dinesh Arora, who's the principal health specialist of the Asian Development Bank. You had Himanshu Sikka, who moderated the last session, and you had Dr. K. Madan Gopal, who's the advisor of the NHRC. So you can see the quality of the jury, and you will, in due course, see the quality of the awardees as well. So that's all I want to say, and I want to thank all the jury members. I want to thank the IP team as well, because when we agreed to be the knowledge partners, I did not realize the amount of work that there was involved, so probably. so thank you so much to all my colleagues, my team members, for having put in long hours to try and make this happen. Thank you, Jaya. Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you to the NATHEALTH team as well. Now, we are going to start the award ceremony, but before that, I want to just get the ground rules in place. So how many of you have seen Vishwanath Anand play chess or make a good move in chess? Have you? If he was to make a good move in chess, how would you applaud him? Okay. If India and if Virat Kohli was playing the semi-final of a World Cup and he hit a winning boundary, how would you applaud him? And if Yashasvi Jaiswal in the next T20 hits a six for India to win the World Cup, how will you applaud him? So that's exactly the level of applause I would want you to do for the winners right now. Thank you all so much, and over to you to announce the awards, please.
Thank you. At the outset, we would like to express our deep gratitude to our knowledge partners, IPE Global, for their guidance and support. And of course, a big thank you to our jury members for all the time that they have put in, their involvement and their invaluable contribution. I would also like to tell those organizations and individuals who've thrown in the hat for this year's awards that there will be some winners who will take awards home, but there are no losers here. Every participant is considered a winner, celebrated for their contributions, innovative ideas, and commitment to excellence. It is through efforts of such organizations that significant advancements and positive changes are made in the field. So let's get the ball rolling. And I would like to start with the first set of awards. And to give away the first set of awards, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Sanjeev Navangul, Managing Director and CEO, Bharat Serums and Vaccine. Mr. Sanjeev Vishisht, Managing Director, Pathkind Diagnostics. Mr. Siddhartha Bhattacharya, Secretary General, NATHEALTH. And the jury members for our patient safety category. So I would like to invite on stage Dr. Narottam Puri, Advisor Medical Fortis Healthcare, and Principal Advisor FICCI Health Services and MVT. So I request and Dr. Pavan Kapoor to also please come up on stage to present these awards. I would request Mr. Sanjeev Navangul, Mr. Sanjeev Vishisht, and Mr. Siddhartha Bhattacharya to please come up on stage to present the awards. Dr. Manjunath is our jury member for this category, but he is not present here. So I'd request our esteemed dignitaries to please come on stage to present the awards. Right. So in the category of patient safety, the nominations are and the first runner-up in the patient safety And the first runner-up in the patient safety category is Medica Super Speciality Hospital, Kolkata, West Bengal. Please give a round of applause to the first runner-up. Congratulations to the team of Medica Super Speciality Hospital, Kolkata. And the winner in the patient safety category is And the winner in the patient safety category is Medica Super Speciality Hospital, Ranchi, Jharkhand. We would like to thank our jury members, Dr. Narottam Puri and Dr. Pavan Kapoor, for coming on stage to give these awards away. Thank you so much, sir, for your time and your patience and for painstakingly going through the entries received this year. We now move on to our category, which is CSR. And in this category, I would request our jury members to please come on stage. Mr. Ashujit Singh, Chair North Region, NATHEALTH, and Founder and Managing Director, IPE Global, and Mr. Devinder Khandait, Deputy Director, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Our other jury members for this category include Ms. Roli Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and Dr. Shravan Subramaniam, Past President, NATHEALTH, and Advisor, Health and MedTech Investments, Premji Invest. Both of them could not be here, but they did take their time and put in their energies to select the winning entries in this category. So in the CSR category, we will begin with the nominations. And the second runner-up in the CSR category is Congratulations to the second runners-up in the CSR category. The second runners-up is Siemens Healthcare, and they have received this award for their project Action to Change Together. Please give a round of applause to the Siemens Healthcare team making their way up to the stage. We'll now move on to the first runners-up in the CSR category. Congratulations to the first runners-up in the CSR category, and they are HCL Tech Foundation for their Adolescent Health Anemia Program. Please give a round of applause to the HCL team. Congratulations to the HCL Foundation team. And now it's time to announce the winner in the CSR category. And the winner in the CSR category is Metropolis Healthcare Limited for the project MedEngage Medical Outreach Program. We also have a special mention in the CSR category, so let's see who has got this special mention. Bharat Serums and Vaccine BSV have received a special mention in the CSR category for their project Leprosy Elimination Action Program. We would like to thank Mr. Asujit Singh and Mr. Devendra Khandai. Thank you so much for giving the awards away. And now for our next category, which is Health and Innovation, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Shirshendu Mukherjee, Mission Director, PMU, DBT, BIRAC, BG, BMGF Wellness Trust. Our jury members in this category include Dr. Ranjan Kumar Chaudhary, Advisor, Healthcare Technology, NHSRC, Dr. Harsh Mahajan, Past President NATHEALTH and Founder and Chief Radiologist, Mahajan Imaging, and Dr. Neeta Rao, Senior Health Lead, USAID. So we'll now start with the nominations for this category, Health and Innovation. Great. So let's start with the first runners-up in the Health and Innovation category. Congratulations to our first runners-up. And the first runner-up, actually we have a tie, so I'm going to call the first tie winner of the first runner-up position to come up, Ramja Geno Sensor Private Limited. They have won this award for their project Microbial Infection and Antimicrobial Resistance Detection. Please give a round of applause to the team of Ramja Geno Sensor Private Limited. Congratulations to the team of Ramja Geno Sensor Private Limited. Now let's see who's the first runners-up. The position is tight here, so let's see who's the first runners-up in the health and innovation category. Congratulations to the team of NeoDX Biotech Labs Private Limited. They have won in the category of health and innovation for the project Innovative Molecular Diagnostic Product for Diagnosis and Treatment Management of Chronic Myeloid Leukemia. Congratulations. And let's see the winner in the health and innovation category. Congratulations to Inner Cell Technology Private Limited for their project Strengthening Respiratory Support for Newborn and Children through SAANS. We have a special mention in the health and innovation category. So let's see who has got this special mention. Sunfox Technologies Private Limited has won a special mention in the health and innovation category for portable and affordable device for cardiac health screening and diagnosis. We would like to thank Mr. Shishendu Mukherjee for encouraging all the winners in the health and innovation category. I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Himanshu Sikka. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Himanshu Sikka, Project Director PEHEL, Chief Strategy and Diversification Officer IPE Global, who is part of the jury for the health and climate. I would also like to invite on stage Dr. K. Madan Gopal, Advisor NHSRC, who also is a jury member. Dr. Dinesh Arora, Principal Health Specialist ADB, was also on the jury for health and climate, but he could not join us. I would also like to tell all the winners that you can collect the boxes for your trophies at the registration desk so that you can carry these safely back with you. Right, so in the category of health and climate, here are the nominations. And the first runners-up in the health and climate category is Congratulations to the first runners-up in the Health and Climate category. Black Frog Technologies Private Limited have won for their project Precision Refrigeration for Healthcare. Please give them a round of applause. And let's see who's the winner in the Health and Climate Award category. Congratulations to the team of Project Bala. They have got the winner award in the Health and Climate Award category for their project Revolutionizing Menstrual Hygiene in India. Please give them a round of applause. Heartiest congratulations to all the winners of the day today and all those who found a special mention. I would request all our jury members to please come up on stage, all those who are present here. So I would request Dr. Narottam Puri, Dr. Pavan Kapoor, Mr. Devender Khandait, Mr. Shishendra Mukherjee, Mr. Himanshu Sikka, Dr. K. Madan Gopal, to please come on stage. We are extremely grateful to you for the time and effort you have taken to go through all the entries and pick the final winning ones. I would request Mr. Siddhartha Bhattacharya and Mr. Ashwajit Singh to please felicitate all our jury members. I would request Mr. Sanjeev Vishisht, Managing Director, Pathkind Diagnostics, to also please come onto the stage and present this trophy to our jury members. We are very grateful to them for coming here, for taking their time and putting in their energies to pick the winning entries. I would request you to please present a memento to Dr. Pavan Kapoor. A memento for Mr. Ashwajit Singh. A memento for Mr. Devender Khandait. A memento for Mr. Shishendra Mukherjee. A memento for Mr. Himanshu Sikka. And a memento for Dr. K. Madan Gopal. I would request all the award winners to please come on stage for a group photograph. And I request Jaya also to please come on stage for the group photograph.
And also the NATHEALTH team and the IP team that worked on this, please come on stage.
Please come on stage with your trophies. Please give a huge round of applause to all our winners on stage for their award-winning projects and their hard work through the year. And a big thank you to all our jury members for going through the entries and awarding the winners. Congratulations to all the winners and thank you to our jury members. Just a reminder to all those who have won, you can pick up your memento boxes from the registration desk outside and can safely take your mementos back with you. I request all of you to please take your seats and clear the aisles. It has been two very action-packed and insightful days at the NATHEALTH AROGYA BHARAT Summit, and we've come to the penultimate session of the entire program. And in this session, we have the concluding remarks, bringing the summit deliberations and charting an action plan for Arogya Bharat. We have a panel discussion coming up where we will take in all that has transpired over the last 2 days and summarize it for everyone's benefit. For this session, please welcome our moderators, Mr. Ashish Yadav, Partner Kearney, and Ms. Bharati Srinivasan, Partner Kearney. Please put your hands together and welcome Ms. Bharati and Ashish on stage. Please give them a round of applause. I would also like to invite on stage our other speakers in this panel. Please welcome on stage Mr. Sanjeev Vashishta, Managing Director, Pathkind Diagnostics Private Limited. Please welcome, with a round of applause, Ms. Nanki Lakhvinder Singh, Managing Director, Pro Tribe Services India Private Limited. Please welcome Mr. Suyash Borar, Director, Exceptional Health and Wellness. Mr. Vivek Srivastav, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, HCAH India. Mr. Vivek Watra, Product Head, Healthcare and Education Finance, HDFC Bank. Dr. Rajiv Sharma, Vice President, Tata 1mg. And Dr. Bhupendra Kumar Rana, Founding CEO, Quality and Accreditation Institute, QAI. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers on stage. I'll hand it over to Ms. Bharati to steer this discussion.
Hi everyone. It's great to be here today. It's always difficult to have a session one post-lunch and the second is going to be a one just after the awards when there's been a lot of high energy in the room. So we'll try our best to keep this session as meaningful, as insightful, and as energetic as well along the way. But very, very confident that I think this will be a very insightful session given the kind of galaxy of speakers that we have with us today. So great to get started on this. So once again, as part of the concluding session, even if that's the one, welcomed you all to the 10th annual summit centered around Arogya Bharat 2024. But we hope to have for you in this session a culmination of all of the power-packed sessions that have happened over the last day and today, with multiple sessions, with multiple discussions around various ecosystem players, including healthcare, including diagnostics, including medtech, and various other players in the ecosystem. So what we hope to do today is to kind of synthesize those sessions and have a clear set of action items for us as an industry, both for the short term and for the long term. So without further ado, we'll quickly get started. What we will do is have a brief synopsis of the sessions that have happened over yesterday and today. Ashish, if I can request you to please take them.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's very exciting to see the power of collaboration, right? And a platform which can bring so many stakeholders together, especially with healthcare being divided into different segments and so many stakeholders involved. It's difficult to kind of get all of them together. So great job by NATHEALTH, and I would like to congratulate them for bringing various participants together. And it was so interesting, right? That over a course of 2 days, we could cover so much. We started off with very important aspect of investments, public-private partnerships for healthcare infrastructure. How can we get more private investments with public support into it? We spent some bit of time in the whole aspiration of Viksit Bharat, healthcare for all, in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 locations, rural locations. How do we penetrate? What can we do through these partnerships? So that's what we started with. Then the infrastructure story is not complete if we don't talk about key elements of medical devices, medical technology, which is important. We invested time in understanding how the market is growing, what are the kind of regulatory challenges that one has to deal with, and also talked about very important aspect where India is kind of topping the charts now and very well kind of ahead in terms of the innovations. We saw our own Shark Tanks startup style presentations, which were very exciting actually. A lot of people that I spoke with were very excited with the kind of work which is happening. So that was very heartening to see, and I hope we see more of that going forward. Interestingly, this ecosystem is so wide that we have to look at a lot of aspects, right? The other element, which was very important, is how do we have people, allied healthcare professionals, who can actually contribute in the growth story, because just the infrastructure, just the investment is not sufficient. We need to do something about that. So we did deliberations on that topic. Apart from that, we talked about the whole digital and innovation as a theme today. And we actually touched upon very interesting aspects of not just actually having digital solutions available, but how do they talk to each other? And very interesting nuances of how a user perceives it in terms of when they have to interact with the platform and when they have to kind of share their data with the platforms. And platforms have to speak with each other. So that was very interesting to see. Then another important element which can get missed out when you are talking about growth, wider and deeper penetration, is the quality of care. So we did touch upon very important aspect of patient safety and how do we ensure common guidelines for the patient safety. Last but not the least, we did touch upon the topic of healthcare kind of contributing to sustainability and contribution to the climate change. And in a way, it was very heartening to see what kind of coverage we could have with so many stakeholders involved. Now, what we would like to do is we would like to go across the panelists one by one, each of them eminent in their respective domains. We would like to hear from them what are some of the takeaways that they have, what are some of the additional top-up nuances, if I may say, which we can also add to all the healthy discussion that we have had over a course of 2 days. With that, I would like to hand over to Bharti.
Thanks, Ashish. So we'll get started with, going over to each of the panelists for their thoughts. Nanki, starting with you, right? I think the elderly care space is a very, very important one, and it's seeing more and more interest, more and more need as we speak. From your vantage point, Nanki, what will be the key trends that shape up this space over the long term, but also over the short term? And what do you see is going to be the role of technology, especially in innovation in this space?
Thanks, Bharti.
I am, over the course of the last few years, I have actually become an evangelist for seniors. I do run a for-profit organization, just to be clear. But I think just being in the system has made me realize the importance of what we are trying to achieve. What started off as a sunrise sector for me with a very nice ROI number has actually come to a point where I think each one of us need to realize that we are all going to grow old and we will all need what we are trying to do today. So I am going to be pretty precise, and pardon me if I come across as a bit blunt on my asks from the government as well as from Siddharth as NATHEALTH. Siddharth, I really want your ears here when I'm talking about my asks from NATHEALTH. Yes, of course. The way I structure the sector, there is a core and there's a larger ecosystem. The core are the consumers, the elderly themselves and their families. The most important part of the ecosystem is this core. If the core is aware and if the core is familiar with their options of well-being, I think we have a business, we have infrastructure, we have technology, we have manpower, we have all the works required to develop that ecosystem. We have to move the core away from acute care and the band-aid solution. Oh, there's a stroke, we have to rush to the hospital. Oh, there is a surgery, we have to now take care of that. But what about before and after that? I have Vivek here who runs a subacute care center as well. And I think over the course of time, we all realize that quality of life is very, very important. And the only way that can happen if you understand what is available in the larger ecosystem and who are the takers of that larger ecosystem. For that, the narrative has to change. The narrative has to change, and the primary people who can actually change that narrative is the government, and I will get to my asks. The second part is technology. Technology is a great enabler in creating that narrative. Be it medtech or technology with social media or technology with what seniors can actually access through wearables. All of this, again, will come back to the narrative being right. So as far as my asks are concerned, and I know we are last session short on time, very quickly, since we've spoken so much about public-private partnership, I really want one thing included in this paper as it comes out from NATHEALTH is a department of geriatrics supported by short-term care. If the government hospitals and public-private partnerships enable short-term rehabilitation, that is 3 to 6 weeks of recovery in their hospitals, as a department itself, and no, I'm not talking about a basement physiotherapy unit. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about inpatient, insurance-covered, short-term rehabilitation for senior citizens to go back to the best life that they could lead. I think that's a short-term goal. Long-term goal, of course, have dementia care in hospitals for long-term assistance. But short-term, this is a very small ask. Include, just like you have pediatrics, please have a department of geriatrics, and include this in your VGF for infrastructure and your working capital. I think this will give such great impetus to the private sector to actually showcase their services. That's one. The second part on my list was, again, in the public-private space, and I'm trying to read my own handwriting. Oh yes, the manpower, very, very important. You cannot get anywhere without that. Again, please include that in your white paper that you come out with. Please do something about actually enabling the public-private partnership to enable geriatric care for seniors in whichever place they are living, wherever they are living, at home, institutionalized care. We struggle with quality care. We really do, because the narrative is not there. There's no ambition, there is no drive. There is no moving forward for these people who actually provide the basic and the last mile care. We have to do something there. And on the NATHEALTH space, what I would really like to do is each and every NATHEALTH member, if you have an idea, if you have a thought, if you have a business proposition, if you just have a dream at night and say, this is what is going to work for seniors, please come out, reach out to any of us or me or any other senior care player and talk about it, because that is where innovation and startups will come in. We are still to find our space in the ecosystem. We haven't yet found it. And it's only through innovation and continuous reiteration that we are going to be able to find what model works for our seniors in India. And we are all going to be there. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Nanki. I think a lot of very, very rich, insightful points out there. I think you called out some of the very key enablers for this space, right? First of all, starting with an intense focus on geriatric care itself, and then enablers across the governmental enablers, technology, idea sourcing is one, I would say innovation. There was a reach out for that right here and there. So thanks for that. Moving on to you, Vivek, to talk about you, Vivek. Yeah, to talk about over and beyond hospitals, like to talk about out of hospitals care, which is now becoming a very important, very relevant area. How do you see this sector sort of shaping up the future trends in healthcare in itself, and what do you think are going to be some of the big headwinds and tailwinds as we kind of go forward in this space?
See, I think if you think of out of hospital, how do we define out of hospital? Any service which does not require a super specialist to be physically present or super specialized infrastructure to deliver the care, we believe should be in the out of hospital space. So hospitals for saving lives, and we are for the improvement of quality of life. So that's the broad level sector, right? If you think of the challenges which we are there in healthcare, which is access, affordability, standard outcomes, just to increase access and affordability, you can't create as many beds in the hospital space because it's expensive. So you'll need a lot of money, which can be better utilized in variety of things. For example, in the out of hospital space, you'll have probably 1/10, or if you go to home, you don't require an capital for building that bed. And we all know that there are only so many super specialists in the country. No super specialization has more than 5,000 super specialists in the country. And hence, whatever we do, we can't scale these businesses up basis super specialists. So that model is tricky, and Indian requirements are huge. We are behind. And for covering that up, you need models where you don't require these two things. And that's where this comes into play. In terms of size, I think about $40 billion in revenue is what this market could be. And it's growing much faster. Post-COVID, people have realized that not everything requires to be done in the hospital. That change has been significant in what we have seen. I think in terms of the opportunities to improve or challenges or headwinds, etc., right? I think awareness is still low. So people still think that if you require, many people still believe that the most infection-free environment would be the hospital, while it's actually the opposite, right? So if you are in the intensive care of a hospital, you should actually try and get out as soon as you stabilize, rather than be in there and come out of the space. It will reduce the cost and it will reduce the chances of infection. Similarly, in the rehab space, like Nanki talked about, right? If you have done the surgery, you will not recover in the hospital as fast because the environment itself is more acute in terms of setting up. And hence, if you come out of the hospital, the environment itself will help, while the capabilities also are very different, right? So I think the awareness of these concepts is very, still very poor. And hence, even if people have the money, they're not thinking about it. And then because these concepts require less, because these concepts are not completely covered by insurance, some part, right? What is happening is people tend to overstay till the time, mera insurance chal raha hai, tab tak to hospital mein hi rahenge, right? And hence, while we are, coming up with hospital, with insurance coverages and so on and so forth, if the government or IRDA pushes that, look, this is there as standard of care, which is there globally, right? It's not standard of care here, but it's there globally. Like Nanki said, set it up in the hospitals itself. Maybe we have a different view that it should be slightly outside of the hospital because of the way, hospitals are designed. But the essential thing is that this should be standard of care. After hospitalization, you have to go for recovery and then you'll be ready. That's how, the global industries work, and it helps in the payer side as well. So awareness and insurance are two headwinds. And as as we are able to move this forward, as push comes from the insurers, the payers, the government payers as well, it'll just move the sector faster. In terms of tailwinds, I think just the consumers' demand is putting the tailwind in, right? Just events like COVID was unfortunate, but that actually pushed people. And as people are becoming more and more aware, and internationally exposure is high, plus just the fact that you can't afford, right? And you don't have as good an access in especially as you go outside the cluster of the top tier hospitals, it'll just start pushing, right? I'll give you an example. If people see our ad on search, right? Just searching for, let's say, physiotherapy after stroke, the conversion is extremely good, which means it's not a Fortis-like brand, right? People recognize, but so despite that, people see, people talk, come to the center, and then come in, which means there is an inherent demand there. You just need to make them aware. So that's something which is pushing this sector forward. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Vivek. I think moving on to a different topic, but a topic which underlies all of healthcare, which is quality of care, standards of care, and patient safety. We had a long session this afternoon. I think very, very important points brought up there on patient safety. Bhupendra, if you could throw us a little bit more light from your lens on how can we as an ecosystem ensure enhanced standards of care, patient safety and quality, and especially as the ecosystem is scaling at the rate at which it is, what are some imperatives for us as we move forward?
Thank you, Bharati, and thank you NATHEALTH for having me here today. And most importantly, thank you all who are sitting at the moment, at the end of the conference. You are the most important people for us, the stakeholders. So thank you very much for that. I think the standard of care that we are talking about, like Nanki talks about and Vivek talks about, when we started QI in 2017, and we had a lot of opportunities to work on the standards. We already have NABH standards, but we started the home care standards. And Vivek is part of that, SCH was part of that, and Apollo Home Care, Max Home Care, Nanki's organization. So we bring together all these stakeholders and we talk about why shouldn't we have the standards. And most importantly, when we don't have a regulation for home care. So it was like a self-regulation mechanism through standards and then the process of accreditation. Because the standards can't alone work. Why? Because the standards need to be implemented, to be used. And as you know, as a human being, we are very good in adopting things very quickly, but we are also very good and extremely good in forgetting things. It's like one day I'm happy, so I'm using it. Another day I'm not happy, so I don't want to use it. And that does not work in almost any sector or industry, and of course would not work in healthcare. You can't take a patient today in a safe manner and tomorrow you say, it's not my problem. So I think that's how the standards bring a very good mechanism, and then implementation of standard through a tool, what we talk about accreditation or certification. So the organization keeps evolving over a period of time and looks for those opportunities which can create a mechanism for themselves as a service provider to benchmark amongst the peers like Vivek's or Apollo or Nanki's, ProTribe and any other home care providers, as well as bring the credibility to their own system. And how the patient would choose, if there are 100 home care providers, how a patient would choose. What they would have as a benchmark to select. And I think that's how we bring through accreditation and standards. Then you can choose these because they have already established their processes, their systems, which ensures care in a better way, better quality, and patient safety. And if I start talking about patient safety, I would not be finishing by tomorrow evening. So patient safety is a topic like that, and some of the slides in the previous session talked about some of those components, and I would say there are just few components. There are a hell of other components which actually comprise of patient safety, and the most important thing is about the staff safety. And COVID-19 pandemic was an example that how important it is that the staff remain safe. They should not be afraid of anything to contract with so that they can deliver the safe care to the patient, which was actually being neglected for years together. And still, there are many facilities which are not even aware of. We are sitting in a room, in a hall, which I would say elite class. This is not the healthcare end. This is the beginning of the healthcare. And I think where more than 60% of healthcare is being delivered in Tier 2, Tier 3 in villages, I think people may not be even knowing what our standards are, what accreditation is. And most importantly, before I hang up for the moment is, the stakeholders should play the important role in defining the standards. We as an accreditation body at QAI, we don't develop our own standard, we take the stakeholders. And I think most important thing is the engagement with the stakeholders. And I think I would encourage each one of you, you are stakeholders, to actually come forward, to give inputs to the standards. And what we do, just to say, the standards should be RUMBA, R-U-M-B-A, reasonable, understandable, measurable, beneficial, and achievable. If an standard pass these criteria, they are world class. On the contrary, if I choose 5 groups like Fortis, Apollo, Max, Medanta, and their inputs compared to a Tier 2, Tier 3 hospital or provider input would be A to Z. So what should be the basis? And I think that's how the stakeholder play a role to keep, okay, no, we don't want this, we want this. And that's how the journey towards quality improvement and patient safety starts and finishes. Because there is no finishing line that you have to start, finish, and then start again. So that's how we have to take. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think just a quick summary of the deliberations we have had so far, right? One takeaway, and very, very important one, right? The need for geriatric care. And we know as a country, we are going to reach that stage, if not now, a few years from now, obviously, wherein the old age population will be higher. We know what's our growth rate, and after a point, the youth cohort actually will be lower than the cohort that we have of old. So what Nanki talked about and Vivek talked about, they are actually very, very important, not just from a short-term perspective, from a long-term perspective as well. And interestingly, this out-of-hospital care concept actually reduces the burden on the hospital infrastructure. So it's a win-win both ways, because interestingly, in UK, in NHS, they did that, wherein the hospital bed capacity was a challenge. They figured out what are the surgeries, procedures which are making patients stay overnight and getting discharged next day and occupying the bed. Can I do it faster? And it did unlock the capacity. So I think the things that we talked about are very, very important and interesting, and also reduces the burden on the government as well as the patients on the cost of healthcare. And the whole awareness bit, and very interestingly, you have added not just the patients, but also the healthcare providers in the whole concept. That was very interesting. So some of the things that we can carry as the next steps. Now switching on to the other themes that we covered during the 2 days, and I think technology has been at the forefront center of all of it. So we'll talk about it a bit, especially with someone who has medical background, has done MBA and is in technology space. So would like to understand, there are so many technologies out there, right? And everyone hears a lot of buzzwords. Based on you are in the thick of the action and looking at it day in, day out. As a next step, if we have to, as a forum, think about a few technologies, which ones would you think you would place the bet on? Because it's like a huge space out there. And when investment and bandwidth and focus is a challenge, focus bets are more important. So it'll be good to hear your perspectives on that. Apart from that, when you cover that, I would also like you to touch upon that interesting aspect that we discussed in detail today around how we ensure that different stakeholders, different data platforms actually talk to each other. How do we ensure that? Because that is another very, very important element for success.
Thank you so much, Ashish. Good evening, everyone. We are living in very, very interesting times when it comes to healthcare. This is probably the first time that technology, healthcare, and the business aspects have come together at an intersection and cross-pollinating each other. And there could not be a better example than people on the podium and in the audience. What I would say is that from the technology standpoint, we are looking at two major movements today, and one of them is in the medtech space, and one of them is in AI. And I'll set a little bit of the context.
before I go into medtech and AI. What is happening is with the increased and enhanced computational power that the computers are generating, the way we are seeing enhancement when it comes to technology, the way we are seeing adoption of sensors, the way we are seeing LLMs and machine learning entering into healthcare, the way we are seeing a lot of devices such as CGM, continuous glucose monitoring device, smart metered inhalers, even gloves which are used for rehabilitation. With all of these kind of things, it is imperative that we are entering an era where digital healthcare will not be a separate sub-industry, but it will be healthcare. We are going to have, and it is already happening, that from continuous glucose monitoring, not just as a hobbyist or certain managed care plan companies that are using CGM, but by measuring glucose levels, we are already ensuring that insulin pumps are powered automatically, ingesting data from CGMs and then pushing the required insulin dosage. Similarly, for smart metered inhalers, which are connected with your mobile apps through Bluetooth or other technology, it is measured exact dosage of the inhaling steroid that you're taking for your asthma. And I don't have to say, but there are 5 emergency statuses in healthcare, and status asthmaticus or asthma is one of them, other than heart attack and few others. So what I mean to say is this, that with this kind of technology, what we are looking at is a managed care kind of program approach to healthcare technology. And when I say managed care, this could be diabetes care management, this could be asthma care management, this could be cancer care management. And at Tata 1mg, we are working on including cancer care management. So this is going to be the primary focus, as much as I feel that we are going to have deeply verticalized and integrated managed care programs running and taking over the entire country, ensuring that there is economy of scale there. We've seen some examples with dialysis programs and dialysis centers and with HCH centers. But this is going to be very, very core. Secondly, from the AI point of view, I very strongly feel that not just in the urban India, but rural India, we are going to get supported by AI triaging clinical decision support systems. We are going to be powered by AI-powered teleradiology, AI-powered telepathology, because of the lack of healthcare professionals in the tier 2 and tier 3 areas. And we are already seeing offshoots and we are already seeing signals from all over. Now, and I won't touch more on AI, we have heard enough yesterday and today. Now, to put all of this together, to your second question, it is very important that all the systems talk seamlessly. They are not siloed. So we need to have data from every system talking to each other in a very traceable and privacy compliant way, wherein the insight could be actionable, that is derived from all the data that comes together, and it supports not just the doctor, but the patient, insurance, and even the hospital authorities. Now, I'll leave everyone with the thought that all of this is not hunky-dory. There are perils, and as kids, we always had this essay that we had to write, science is science a better master or a servant? And we are probably at that stage of innovation and regulation in healthcare. We are trying to balance both. It is important to imagine a scenario and be a little afraid and skeptical and also tread with caution when it comes to technology. Imagine many people in India being the NCD capital of the world, many people having insulin pumps as well as your CGMs and getting powered. And for one day, there is a ransom malware attack. You can imagine there is going to be direct implication on human lives there. So I would leave everyone with that thought, with all the beauty. Let's be a little regulated and compliant as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Very interesting point. Obviously, the use case adoption or technology adoption is high when, from an end-use perspective, there is a pull, right? You can create platforms, but there's no pull. So the focused care management platforms with specific diseases is a very interesting aspect and very good call out and watch out on the other side of the technology when it is susceptible to attack. Now, shifting gears, technology is a very important aspect, and we did touch upon how it can enable for the tier 2, tier 3 cities as well, with the remote diagnostic and other examples that you gave, Dr. Rajiv. But we believe there's a lot more to it. And I would like to now take inputs from Mr. Suyesh on how he thinks about some of the other, I would like to take inputs from Mr. Sanjeev on what are the other aspects which one should look at beyond just the AI and the technology. There are other dimensions to care, right? And you have been at the forefront of driving that care in tier 3, tier 4 rural areas. So it would be good to hear those 2 or 3 other aspects beyond that one should look at.
So thanks. So what we are trying to solve over here, we have been talking a lot about 4 ACEs, actually 3. One is accessibility. We're talking about accuracy or quality in the healthcare, whether it's treatment or diagnosis. We're trying to solve the big question around affordability and creating awareness. So I think the basics have to be set right. The building blocks essentially are, how do we, as a first step, create awareness? Now, if I have to give you an example, take a leaf from the diagnostics chapter, you will realize that most of the people pre-COVID days would not even know that a pathologist is an MD qualified doctor. Phlebotomist was more like a tongue twister. I mean, their tongue would slip multiple number of times when you say phlebotomist. Even today they call it phlebo for the sake of ease. So what changed after COVID was people got a little discerned about that. That discernment around diagnostics came into being. Before that, this wasn't there. But if you go to the tier, why even tier 2, tier 3, even in the urban areas or the tier 1 or metros also, a common man, a low middle income guy goes to a hospital, only be told to consult a specialist. And there he's ushered by some compounder or a resident to be told that you get these tests done. There will be a litany of tests which will be given to him or her. Go and get this done. The poor chap, and after that only you'll get the appointment from the doctor. Now the poor chap, he rushes out of the hospital, looks at the first signboard which says test khoon ki jaanch or whatever the parallel to that would be, and gets the test done. And his parameter is, what is the price? Can you do it for 200 rupees instead of 500 rupees? And what is the time? Can you do it in 5 hours time or 2 hours time instead of taking 5 hours? Without even realizing this concept of sync test, enough has been spoken and written about it. So to him, what is diagnostics report? Is just a ticket or a coupon to get an appointment with a senior doctor, with a specialist. So how are we able to create the awareness? So first thing first, it's very important to reach out to the masses, make that, create that awareness, and for that, multiple steps have to be taken. Technology, of course, can be a big enabler there, but I think the basics, what one could do typically is, creating those camps. So we run, at Pathkind, we run about 1,200 to 1,500 camps every single month, ever since we have been incepted. And idea is just to reach out to the masses, tell them about the virtues of going to a credible lab. So imagine a country where we've got about 300,000, some people talk about 200,000 or 300,000 labs, with only about 3,000 accredited labs, merely 1%, and only about 13,000 doctors who ought to be signing the report, right? So the whole point is that in not even 10% of the labs, we've got qualified doctors. People often come to me and ask me, what are the 3-4 things we should be looking at when we're choosing a lab? I think my answer is rather simple. Ask if you've got a full-time doctor in the lab. Ask if the lab is accredited. If you say yes, it is accredited on all the departments, or just one parameter, just biochemistry, or all this, the whole spectrum of diagnostics. And and obviously you have to look and feel, you check out the hygiene aspect. So I think the point is that we have to create that awareness. Second is the three other ACEs, which is accessibility, affordability, accuracy, is something which we have to do because it's inevitable. I mean, the point is that you can't just wish it away. Today, the kind of paying proclivity we have in our, in the hands of the masses is rather low. So affordability becomes very, very important. I'll tell you that, we talk about universal health coverage, we talk about composite healthcare system. How do we really bring out the cost? Talking of affordability, for instance, I mean, there's this, everybody might know, most of the people would know in this room at least, that there's a system called Kaiser Permanente, where, they have about 100 odd hospitals across the West Coast, mainly in the US. There they have got their own insurance company, their own diagnostics wing, healthcare. So the idea is to really, ensure that through the preventive health check, the least number of people land into a hospital. Because let us not forget, cost of diagnosis is only a fraction of cost of treatment. A stitch in time saves 9. We have heard enough about it. So it's very important that we have to screen the people. And that can only happen through awareness. That can only happen by making the people more and more discerning about their healthcare requirements. And obviously, as I mentioned, that accuracy is the other thing. We have to go for accreditation. Some bit of regulation has to come in our industry. So what I'm saying, that while AI, ML will certainly add tremendous value to whatever we are doing, it is very important to set the basics right. So if you are able to work collaboratively, and really we did not have to replicate the assets, we don't have to replicate the infrastructure. If I have to take a leaf from the telecom sector, I often give this example from my earlier days. About 20 years back, I was in telecom, and I realized that people, when the optical fiber came into being, everybody started digging their own trenches, laying down the optical fibers, only to realize that at that point in time, 25, 30 years back, it used to cost about 1 crore of rupee to set up 1 kilometer of optical fiber. They realized that there are a bunch of fools who are actually trying to replicate the whole thing. Why can't we just piggyback on each other's network? So if, let's say, A's call is landing onto the B's network, they'll charge the cross-connect charges. So concept of cross-connect charges came into being. Here also that collaboration can be done. So I think idea is that we have to be more collaborative in our approach. We have to be more open-minded. And lastly, just a small point here, we have spoken a lot about PPPs, whether it is public-private partnership or private-private partnership. It is important that we have to do away with this trust deficit element. I mean, I don't know, there's so much of trust deficit, when it comes to especially the PPP in the conventional sense of the word, which is public-private partnership. So somewhere we have to come clean as, private sector. At the same time, the government has to take maybe one step forward to ensure that, we are working in a collaborative manner to create something meaningful, which can do wonders for the masses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and very interesting insights on the awareness. When he said that, I realized that even I don't actually check that these are the things to check for. So, thank you, Mr. Anki. No problem. Yeah. So, moving forward, and PPP was one of the important aspects that was touched upon. I would like to ask Mr. Vivek, who has been on that side, wherein he has seen how do we kind of, from a financial institution's perspective, look at these projects, these kind of investments in health infrastructure. Will be good to hear from him as to what we can do to kind of improve the viability, and from a financial institution's point of view, make it more lucrative, or if I may use that term, less risky to invest and fund those assets. Will be good to hear from you as to what can be done differently. And one more element I wanted to add, and you can kind of cover both of them together. There's a lot of discussion which happened around the infrastructure, the bed capacity, the devices, etc. But how about investment in education, and some thoughts in kind of investment and financing on that side will be useful to hear from you.
Thank you.
So here actually we are talking about affordability and access to tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities. I'll talk about from the perspective of financial institution. Yes, Mr. Vivek just said that a lot of money is required. I am here to give everything. But yes, the main important thing which is here is the viability. I am entering into tier 2, tier 3. I'll not explain tier 2 today as tier 2. It has become tier 1 in terms of population, in terms of education, and of course in terms of the per capita income, which has increased. Still, a large unit getting into a smaller city and building up a new healthcare building. For me, as a financial institution, I'll look at a viability, which is not there today. So there comes the concept of PPP. So I'll explain PPP in 3 different parts. So there are 3 different types of PPPs which we consider. The first is, of course, the public-private partnership. Of course, yes. The public-private partnership here, lot of thing is to be done and lot of support which is required from the government. It is not that they are not doing anything. Yes, after COVID, during COVID also, there are a lot of schemes, programs which were introduced. I'll name the one which is loan guarantee scheme for COVID affected sectors. This was one scheme which was launched by the government. There, they had given the guarantee to the banks for extending loans to the healthcare service providers for setting up the facilities, not only in metros. The metros was excluded, but yes, it was for tier 3, tier 4, tier 5. It was a good scheme, but was limited only. The scheme was for 100 crores of guarantee for greenfield and brownfield both. But yes, it was for a limited period. But if I tell you the numbers, we could be able to reach, as a bank, we could be able to reach to tier 3, tier 4, not to even to tier 6 cities also. And people have availed those schemes. As a bank, if I talk about HDFC, yes, we have sanctioned approximately 5,000 crores of number there. The second PPP I talk about here is the private-private partnership. This is one thing which is actually required now, not only in tier 1, it is happening in tier 1, but it is not happening in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities. This is one thing where a large hospital unit, yesterday I heard if Fortis have to go to Cathal, they will not be viable. Of course they will not be viable. But yes, Fortis and Pathkind, Fortis and Krishna, Fortis and your other diagnostic chain, if they go there together, this partnership, a doctor partnership plus a large hospital partnership plus a diagnostic, that gives the accuracy to that particular city, to that particular town. And for us, arranging the financing for that particular partnership is easy because I'm looking at a consolidation level, not only to one particular unit. That is one thing. The third PPP I would talk about is a blended finance, which is the new thing which has come up here. The funds which are coming from the different philanthropists or maybe the USAID also, and I congratulate IP team, I don't know whether they are here or not, Mr. Ashwadit Singh, who is running this particular program very well. We have been also partnered with them, and yes, we have been able to convert so many names here. So these are the 3 types of PPPs which are available, and we need support from not only the government, but from the industry also, within the industry. Coming on to the second point which you raised, I would say that is the primary thing before going to any city or any development or any infrastructure, because I discussed with you also earlier that education is one thing which is first, and then comes the infrastructure. If we are not investing today in a nursing college, in a medical college, there is no use of building a hospital in a smaller city and then just looking for a viability for 8, 10, 15 years. There's no use to it. So that is another thing. The churning today of nurses in a hospital is more than 80%. Everybody wants to go to their hometown or they want to just raise their standard. So that is one thing which is actually required. Thank you.
And that private-private partnership, actually, you also talked about, so it's an interesting thing for us to look at and take it forward. Now, for the concluding remarks, Mr. Suresh, given we have looked at technology, we have looked at investments, we did talk about the other element which we have not touched upon, the medtech devices, and very interesting presentations that we saw yesterday. Just wanted to take your inputs in terms of if we have to now take it forward in terms of investments and innovation and kind of expanding that innovation, what can we do as a platform going forward?
Thank you. Yeah, some of you must have been there yesterday for the startup session and the technology session. There were a number of good innovations and good companies which came forward and showed us what can be done if properly supported and all. But we need more such companies and more such organizations to come up in the country. For this, we have to help them, handhold them, and maybe have funding especially, which is required. And in personal capacity, I have been able to fund or help a few startups in healthcare. So I'm sure if NATHEALTH or government takes up in a big way, healthcare innovation fund, healthcare innovation and incubation foundation, something big can be done. I have helped someone who's trying to get, or not trying to get, they are getting EEG reading within 10 seconds, virtually online. Now they need funds, and with that they can scale up and do very well and increase from maybe 98% accuracy to 99.3% accuracy, and things like that. We should have some sort of innovation and incubation foundation in healthcare specialized, and a healthcare innovation fund supported by industry as well as government. That will help in a big way in getting things done and innovations coming in, medtech coming in. Nowadays, everyone is using AI, ML, and with this use only, this technology is moving fast and we are getting these results, 10 seconds, things like that. So I'm sure with the industry support and the government support, we can come up in a big way in health tech and medtech and do very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suresh. It's a very valid point. I think that focused investment will really help. And I wish we had a longish kind of time for the session, and probably it was a longer rather than 2-3 day affair, because there are so many interesting topics and things one could discuss and go on and on. But I would like to probably conclude at this stage and thank everyone for their inputs and builds on what we already discussed. And before we go, I think the platforms like NATHEALTH, while we have Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam as a shlok, which we all know, platforms like NATHEALTH also help in another shlok that I'll use, which is ingrained in our philosophy, which is Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Bhavantu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadranu Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kashchit Dukh Bhag Bhavet. So platforms like NATHEALTH who ensure that people are healthy, people are happy, people are prosperous, and no one has any sorrow. So thank a lot for this platform and deliberations over the last 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all our speakers in the concluding session. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. As a token of our appreciation, we will be planting 50 trees with our NGO partner, Grow Trees, and these trees will be nurtured in your name. We will present you with digital certificates as a reminder of our commitment towards sustainability. Please give our speakers a round of applause. Thank you. I would now like to request Vrinda Chaturvedi, National Lead NATHEALTH, to please give the vote of thanks.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. It was indeed an insightful 2 days of discussions aiming to strengthen the healthcare system of India. As we come to a close of 10th AROGYA BHARAT Summit, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the eminent dignitaries from government, especially Department of Pharmaceuticals, NHSRC, NITI Aayog, Government of E-Marketplace, NABH, QCI, EPIC, Ethical Principles in Healthcare, Koita Foundation, Empower School of Health, eminent speakers, delegates, and the audience, our supportive past presidents, leadership team. Though we miss Dr. Raghuvanshi, who has been our guiding light, but his vision and mentorship was always there. And special thanks to his entire office, Mr. Ajay Maharaj, Mr. Manu Kapila, and Sunil for always being so supportive. I would like to thank my gratitude to NATHEALTH's entire governing council members. Special mention to our sponsors and acknowledged partners. Due to them, we could retain the magnitude and depth of the summit. We would like to extend our thanks to our platinum sponsors, Apollo Hospitals, Fortis, O3 Capital, Teramo. Gold sponsors, Siemens Healthineer, Wipro GE Healthcare. Silver sponsors, Krishna Diagnostics, Polymed. Bronze sponsors, Agilus Diagnostics, Baxter, Dr. Lal Pathlabs, Healthium, Indium, Impact Guru, IQVIA, Metropolis, PD Hinduja, Tata Capital. Session sponsors, Ambuja Neotia, BPL Medical Technologies, Bharat Serum Vaccines, RAD 365, Indus Health Plus. Other sponsors, Charnock Hospitals, Color Cloud, Kins Health, Medica Hospitals, Pathkind, Practo. Knowledge partners, Arthur D. Little, ENY, IQVIA, IP Global, Etikarni, Praxis, PwC, and Whitespace. Our execution partners, Avian V, HealthBiz Insights, IM Meetings. We as a team thank the backbone of Secretariat, our SG, Mr. Siddhartha Bhattacharya. His ability to foresee, plan, and execute the event always amazes us. His ability to measure risk, taking ability and timely corrective actions, which act as a shield for NATHEALTH. Siddharth sir ensures that the team functions like a well-oiled machine. And here, I would like to take a moment to thank Secretariat team, who has worked hand in hand to make this event memorable. Ms. Anvesha Pandey, our banker and resource mobilizer. She ensures that our esteemed members remain happy and, they are satisfied. Anugrah William, the pillar to manage the government stakeholders. Our regional leads, Momita, Chirag, Sachin, and Ipshita, for reaching the last mile. Dr. Kritika Nanda, our new team member, we would like to extend thanks to her. Jaya, for her efforts in carrying forward the CSR agenda. And lastly, Rajesh Bhaiya, for ensuring we all function well through his support. See you in the next Summit 2025, and let's hope for the Arogya and Viksit Bharat. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for your participation. A big thank you to all our speakers and a big thank you to NATHEALTH. We'll see you next year. Goodbye.